Morning, everybody. Tuesday, September the 20th. Well, goodness me. What a day yesterday was. What a day yesterday was. When I left here, the crowds were pouring in. They've been pouring in for the last week. People with blankets, people in their tents. They must have been frozen to death down by the Mall and all the other places. And by the time they got back to Windsor with the cortege, they were like 20 or 30 deep. I've never seen so many people out there. Planned, meticulously, and just everybody did their bit. It was fantastic. It was a very good turnout. The British public, as they say, sent her victorious. They really did. It was very nice. The soldiers, the sailors, the airmen, the musicians, and not forgetting all the broadcasting teams. And how many? I think ITV had 123 cameras in Westminster Abbey. I don't know where you put 123 cameras. It was certainly a lot. And they got the best shots, though, were the one they had a camera pointing down on the catafalque, and I thought that was the best one. The pallbearers were amazing. Everybody was amazing. The day went off perfectly, and as they said afterwards, they changed the route for the cortege to go out of London, so that otherwise they could have whizzed up and down the motorway very quickly. But they decided to do a slower route, so everybody got the chance to see the coffin and the hearse and everything else. And now Her Majesty is residing in the crypt all together. There's her, there's Prince Philip, they're side by side. What it is, there's a plate in the floor which they lift up, and then there's like a sub-crypt, and the coffins will go onto a piece of, I always call it like Dexian. If you were doing shelving, so they can put two coffins, one on top of the other. And that's what they've done there. She's also there with her mother and her father and her sister. So they're all in exactly the same part of the crypt, which I think is nice. As I was speculating yesterday, the conversation will be, well, you've been around, haven't you, for goodness sake? Good job you've stopped. Now you can rest. Now we can catch up on everything. And I think that's the way she'll be looking at it. I think after the Duke of Edinburgh died, I thought it was, she sort of went into a little bit of a decline. We started seeing more illnesses and everything else. The poignant thing was yesterday seeing the coffin sinking slowly on the lift down into the first crypt. And that I thought was very poignant, together with the corgis who were out there, and her pony was out there. And the other thing was the piper, who did his first little bit, and then he turned round and slowly walked away, getting fainter and fainter and fainter and fainter. And I thought that was very, very, very poignant. I wasn't sure about the inclusion of Liz Truss, the Prime Minister, to do a speech. I wasn't sure about that one, but I suppose it's obviously something. It would have been whoever was PM, I suppose. And the empty seat in front of Charles is there because, as the new reigning monarch, the seat in front of him is always left vacant. You've seen the Queen do it on many an occasion, and other people over the years. But I thought it went by spectacular. I hope that they name the pallbearers, because they did a sterling job. It can't have been easy. They must have tested them for fitness. They all look fairly stocky young men, and they were sort of lifting the coffin. And when they had to sort of turn it, it was done with military precision. It was like turning a double-decker bus around on a skid patch. But they didn't fall, they didn't trip. I thought that Kate's and William's children did extremely well. At one point, I think the youngest had to say to bow your head. And then she had a little cry. Everybody had a little cry yesterday. Everybody had a little cry. There was, there was everybody out on the streets, and it was just to make people writing in. There was one mother, she tweeted, "That was my son pulling the gun carriage," and so she highlighted his picture. I thought they all did very well, actually. Everybody really worked hard at it. Some people didn't have to do the work. Charles must have walked miles and miles and miles over these last few weeks. And the necklace that, in fact, Kate was wearing was, in fact, a favourite of the Queen's. So she got permission to wear that. Because when I looked at it, I thought, I've seen that before. And, of course, I'd seen it on the Queen before, because she liked wearing pearls. And the flowers as well. The myrtle was grown from a sprig carried in her bouquet at her marriage to Philip. There was a piece of oak in there to show steadfastness and everything else. And Charles's little card, which went on the flowers, "In loving and devoted memory," which I thought was very touching as well. Very, very touching. And handwritten handwritten, and then the crown, which went off, and then they had to put it on the altar so it didn't disappear down, and the orb and sceptre, and then somebody broke their wand. Well, he didn't so much break it, he just pulled it apart. Well, I don't know what it was. It's some ceremony that they do, and I'd never heard of it before, but they called it breaking the wand, but he didn't break the wand. He literally just pulled it apart. Somebody described it as being like a tent pole. So it's got nothing to do with the Harry Potter, and it was actually a symbol of the Lord Chamberlain. But in fact, it ties in very nicely with the Magic Circle, of which Charles is a member, because when a magician dies, they do the breaking the wand ceremony, and they really do break the wand, and it goes into the grave. And this thin white staff has its origins in a tool that was used by the Lord Chamberlain to admonish people in the monarch's court by tapping them if they were too rowdy or disrespectful. The last act at the Queen's committal involved the wand being broken and then placed on the coffin before it was lowered into the royal vault. But he just pulled it apart. I was a bit disappointed. I was wanting him to break it. Comes into, that's a little bit expensive to start messing. And just imagine if he'd done that and it hadn't broken. You'd be there for ages, like when the Queen sometimes went and launched ships through the champagne bottle and didn't break. Some bottles were a little bit more steadfast than the other ones. I love the way that the kids called their grandmother Gan Gan. Where that comes from, I've got no idea. I'd never heard the expression before. With me, it was just Nana or you. I think was a very popular one. But no, I loved them. I thought they were great. I thought Charlotte turning to George and saying, "You've got to bow your head." I thought very, very grown up, and they were very well. They did it. They handled it beautifully, and they were all there. The King, the Queen Consort, Princess Royal, Vice Admiral Sir Timothy Lawrence, the Duke of York, Earl of Wessex and Forfar, the Countess of Wessex and Forfar, Prince of Wales, Prince George of Wales, the Princess of Wales, Princess Charlotte of Wales, and then you get Peter Philip, Zara Tyndall and Mike Tyndall, because they didn't get HRHs, Duke of Sussex, Duchess, Princess Beatrice, with husband Eduardo, Lady Louise Windsor, Viscount Severn, Jack Brooksbank and Princess Eugenie. The Duchess of York was there as well. I don't know whether or not she's been forgiven by the royal family, but as you know, Prince Philip absolutely hated her. He wouldn't have her anywhere near. So at Christmas, when all the family were in Sandringham or wherever they had their Christmases, she was banished to the, I don't know why actually, I can't remember why it was that he sort of fell out, but his word was bond. They're also thinking, I think Charles is thinking of opening Balmoral as a museum. So it's still a royal residence because they own it, and he can open it up as a museum so it can be self-sufficient so that people can see. It's very ordinary. They don't have really flashy interiors in these places. It's just the house itself. But if they did open it up, it would become a huge tourist attraction, as indeed I'm sure today Westminster Abbey will be. I'm quite sure that, and people will be flocking to Windsor to go and just sort of see the final resting place of Her Majesty. But when you look at the interior pictures of Balmoral, it really is quite ordinary. I mean, well, ordinary in their terms, not in our terms at all. But the Queen just likes it. Yes, I mean, it's got all sorts of little bits and pieces in it, mainly personal effects. But can you imagine, you've got that hearse to drive with Her Majesty in the back, and it crawls along at about 3 miles an hour. I find it very difficult to do 20 miles an hour, as they'll testify at the driving centre. But the rest of it is amazing. But everybody was there. It felt, like a death in the family, a jolt of disbelief that she's finally gone. And I don't know at what moment yesterday we sort of took it all in and went, no, she really has gone. I understand the gun carriage. Did you read some person, I can't remember who it was actually, who said she's not even in the coffin? And somebody said, what a bizarre thing to say. I'm going to sneeze. Bless me, goodness sake, honestly, there's 2 already. But, yes, so some of the people were sort of very, very cruel about the whole thing. But it doesn't matter, because the majority of the country turned out for this, and it was the best turnout I've ever seen in ages. But it's the cleaning up process that I thought was even better. You would never know that there had been, 1 million people plus on the streets yesterday. When you looked at the photographs from on high, it was phenomenal, and people tried to throw their flowers onto the hearse as it made its way to Windsor, and they weren't very successful. There were more on the ground than there were actually And some people, when I was going down to the Embankment Tube yesterday, when I finished, the people coming up carrying huge bouquets of flowers. I mean, really huge bouquets of flowers. I mean, really beautiful, costing much money. They really were. Shane says, I'm listening to you on a train from Bondi Junction. I'm very tired. I watched the Queen's funeral till 2 a.m. Tuesday morning. She would have been so very proud. I cried at times. I was so moved. She was very much loved. Well, she organised it. She planned her own funeral. She knew what was exactly going to be happening. She changed the music. She did all the bits and pieces. She didn't want it to be too boring, because sometimes funeral services, and the average funeral service now is about 20 minutes. It's very fast. So theirs for the hour was sort of fairly lengthy. Some of the bits of music I wasn't pleased with, but it's not my decision, is it? But the choir I thought were great. To hear all the choristers singing and doing the descant piece in many of them. I just thought it was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. And the people who had to sort of clear up after everybody, the people who put the screens up, the people who stood there. I couldn't understand why Prince Andrew was there, and I suddenly realised that that's his job now, looking after the corgis, which he gave to her in the first place. So I think they have two, don't they? Sandy and Muick. But I'm sure it can't be pronounced Muick. I don't know what it means. M-U-I-C-K. And it's very odd, actually. But they sort of they seem to be carrying a bit of weight. These sort of they're sort of dogs that do carry a bit of weight. And so it's pronounced Mick. Mick and Sandy. You thought they'd have really posh names, like Gerald, and things like that. Mick and Sandy. That was very good. Strictly's Come Dance Here. There are other stories in the papers, but not very many, I promise you. Helen Skelton says she'd rather be competing on Dancing on Ice. Nothing worse than sounding desperate, dear, isn't there, really? She hasn't even danced in the Strictly programme. And already she's going, let's put out the feelers, see if I can sort of, get a gig on there, because I don't think they'll put you on there, dear. You're beginning to sound a bit desperate already, but I suppose you've got to try and capture as much publicity as possible. Doesn't seem to be anything else going on. What I thought was lovely yesterday was some of the programmes did take place as normal. I did find it very odd to run through the channels and find out what was actually operating and what wasn't operating, but they all did the same. They stopped all their advertising. And that, I thought, was a great mark of respect. Morning, everybody, and morning to Dan and family. He said, what a day. What a day yesterday was. We lived 10 minutes from Windsor, so parked up in a side road and walked over to the Long Walk to pay our respects. Everything went off perfectly, and the spirits of everyone there was just perfect. Sadly, they were running tight for time, so they didn't transfer the Queen back to the gun carriage at Windsor, but she was guided onto the Long Walk with her military, and it couldn't have gone off better. And he sent me a lovely picture of the family. Still looking good, still looking good. I mean, aren't we lucky we had brilliant weather? It's almost as if, she'd had a quiet word with the Almighty. And he'd said, don't worry, the weather would be fine. It would have been worse if it'd been raining or gloomy or something like that, but it wasn't. And it was
Sorry, I'm still not sure about that.
Honestly, this phone's got a mind of its own. Honestly, it could have been anything. I could have been talking to it. I didn't actually program it for anything. And then there were those arrests. Not down in here, but this is in Leicester. 15 after clashes between Hindu and Muslim men sparked by, wait for it, a cricket match. Dear me. Violence flared. Videos posted online showed gangs of masked men, many in hoods, marching through the city, chanting. Police officers were pelted with bottles. Cars and buildings were vandalised. The east of the city has seen increasing trouble since India faced the arch-rival Pakistan twice in the T20 Asia Cup. Oh, get over yourselves. What a bunch of waste of space people. 45 people have been arrested. Just over cricket. Dear God, you need to get a life. You really need to get a life. There's something the matter with you if you're fighting over that and vandalising things and assaulting the police. Quite ridiculous. Jake, my favourite Methodist minister, says, was up at 4 a.m. to watch the Queen's funeral. It moved me to tears. I didn't sleep much before that. It's been a busy day getting things done around the office at church and packing. In a few hours, I'll be headed off to the airport in Minneapolis to fly off to DC for a week of conference and to testify before Congress. No sleep here. What's the saying? No rest for the wicked. That's what they say. I'm never sure it's too right. But you are wicked. But you have a safe flight. Steve says, Richie, the Corky's name's pronounced Mick after Loch Mick, which is in the Scottish Highlands. Queen Victoria's Lodge still stands on the shore of the loch. Right. How odd. I preferred it when it was Miuk. It sounded a bit more classy, didn't it, really? Jamie says, previously the Queen would loan out the crown jewellery to Catherine or Camilla. How does it work now? I don't know, actually. I'm assuming it comes down to the people who look after it, and you just go and request it. I think all the jewellery is owned and signed out. It's kept locked away in vaults, and people can wear it, but they have to have it signed out, and it's got to be accepted by somebody. Obviously, the keeper of the jewellery, I should imagine, will be the person who sort of decides whether you can have it. You know, you can't because that was only worn a week ago and this kind of stuff. I mean, Charles, I think, really has the access to that vast collection of objects that make up the crown jewels, which the Historic Royal Palace website notes is comprised of more than 100 objects and 23,000 gemstones. So the jewels, including the sovereign sceptre with cross and the orb, are reserved for state occasions and coronations. As for the Queen's private jewellery collection, according to the jewellery editor, the late monarch leaves behind more than 400 pieces, which are stored in a vault 40 feet below Buckingham Palace. 40 feet. And royal experts suggest much of the collection will go to Queen Camilla as well as the Princess of Wales. There is a hierarchy in this kind of thing. Whether they get to keep it or whether they leave it in there and they actually decide. I mean, I'm sure that at some point in the future somebody will go in and say, I'm looking for a little bit of a tiara. Yes, I want that one sitting in the corner there. That'll do for me. They get, well, you can't have that because that's just been loaned out to somebody else. They could make a small fortune, couldn't they? Loaning out all those beautiful dresses that she's had over the years, because they don't throw anything away. They keep everything. Everything is kept, and it will be numbered. It'll be put into bags. It'll be saved. To do what with? I've got no idea. I'm assuming they will at some point in one of the palaces put on a display of the Queen's dresses. You know, it'll be all the diamond encrusted dresses and the jewellery and the matching capes and the hats and everything else. Because they did that for Diana. There was a touring version of all of her dresses because, again, they keep them all. And I think they will do the same for the Queen so that people can go there and see the dresses and it will have a little picture. Tim was up late last night watching the funeral with friends in Melbourne. He says, having a late brunch before our 4-day weekend for the passing of the Queen. Wow. I don't know what the food is, but it looks very nice. Is that a pudding or is that a starter? I don't know. Looks like it's been dusted with chocolate powder. It's got leaves on and it looks like a bit of feta cheese, or it could be chicken. Is it it might be an omelette. We have no idea. No, we have no idea. It looks lovely, whatever it is. So you've got 4-day weekend for the passing of the Queen. How lovely. How lovely. Should have been here. Should have been here. I think nothing prepares you for the atmosphere of something. We haven't seen anything like this for, 60, 70 years. So that's why it was so unique. But to watch all the reporters try to sort of get people to talk on air and stuff like that. I did hear one man as I walked down Villiers Street with this huge crowd walking against me. They were coming towards me. I was going back down through. It was like the parting of the seas in the Bible. But there was one man shouting at police officers. He looked as though he'd had quite a few sherbets, unfortunately. And I forgot to mention that other story the other day, which filled everybody with great delight. The stalker who'd been bombarding Mr. Vine and various other people with tweets and Twitters and everything else got sent to prison for 5.5 years. That was good news, wasn't it? What a result. Alex Belfield used to be a presenter for the BBC, not for too long, but he bombarded various people there with Twitters and emails and stuff like that, basically being abusive. And he got found out, and he's gone to prison for 5.5 years. That's good news, isn't it? I was very pleased about that. Very, very pleased. Steve says, Connie, I watched the entire funeral on TV with the sound down because LBC had the best coverage of the funeral. So well done to all the LBC presenters who made the coverage. Nick Ferrari must have been exhausted. I think what you do, Connie, is once you're on a roll, you kind of go with it. I was so desperate. I did have food in yesterday. I was so desperate, though. I thought, perhaps I'll nip out. It's actually the first time in ages I spent the whole day indoors and then climbed into bed and was out like a light, which was lovely. Steve, I suspect that Mick is named after a loch that borders the Balmoral estate, says Tom from Tarves in Aberdeenshire. As for yesterday, I shed the occasional tear but lost it after the Lone Piper and the national anthem. Wasn't it great, though, the music of the bagpipes? And then he walks away and it gets quieter and quieter and quieter and quieter, because I thought there was something the matter with my hearing. And then I suddenly realised what he was doing. He's walking away with her. Her spirit's gone with him as well. Beautiful funeral, says Stella. For me, I love the music of the bagpipes when the coffin was first pulled. Yes. And Ali says, I watched the funeral on my phone, sat in Canterbury Cathedral Gardens. It's an omelette, says Tim. It's an omelette. It was very nice. What was in it? We're dead nosy here. Only because we're hungry this morning. We haven't had anything to eat. I could do with some, because there was nothing open. Oh, I tell you, there was things open. I tweeted to the producer, because he said to me, nothing will be open at Waterloo Station. It was all blooming open. Marks and Spencer's was open. Pret a Manger was open. Really? Yeah, on the route. Isn't it on the route? I mean, I'm surprised people can afford to shop in Marks and Spencer's now. The prices have gone through the roof. Absolutely. But every single paper today, without exception, has got The Sun have got 44 pages of photographs. 44. But there's a great piece by Max Hastings that says, after the grief, now Britain should turn towards the future. The King must provide society with stability amid the shifting sands of politics. Yes, now we have to look to the future. Now we have to make sure that this legacy that she left behind continues, and that we end up with a country where we're proud to live. Although I've spoken to people over the last few days, and they've all said they're so proud to be British. So proud, and so proud of the Queen as well. But as dawn broke yesterday, out trickled the final few mourners to have seen the Queen lying in state, and the last to have survived the queue. There was one lady called Chrissy Heary. She felt privileged to be the last person at the lying in state. And I think she'd been in before. She managed to do it twice. So there were some people, Christine Webb and Anita Laybourne, were turned back on Friday but tried again on Sunday. Christine says, I'm never going to see anything like this again. No, absolutely you're not. Absolutely not. But full marks for sort of the coverage that was done. Logistically, it's very complicated. Because the producer did fall asleep because he got a bit tired, and so he didn't manage to see all of it. So don't worry, it'll be repeated over the next week or month, and then they'll bring out the DVD. There's already the souvenir special, which you can get from the Sunday Times. And people will buy all the papers today, because there's pages and pages and pages. As I say, 44 pages just in the Sun. You can imagine what all the other papers are covering. They've all got roughly the same sort of photographs, but it's all there for you to collect and then hand on to your children and your children's children. Just remember, store it in plastic and, make sure it's sealed properly. Chris in Nantwich says, I'm working in Germany this week, and there was full coverage of the funeral on television. The Germans were so impressed with the ceremony and the way our military was so precise. I felt very proud to be British. Yes, I could well imagine that. We do that well. We do that really well. I mean, the choir were perfect as well. These are just little boys singing in the choir, and the rest of the choir was lovely. I loved it. I love hearing choirs and hearing, orchestras and bagpipes and the trumpeters and everything. I just thought it was great. Night owls who stay up late may be more vulnerable to type 2 diabetes than people who go to bed early. Oh, poo. Typical, isn't it? That's what I can blame on it then, actually. It's Diabetes UK say that nearly 5 million people in the country have diabetes, with about 90% of them having type 2. Type 1 is the largely genetic condition that has nothing to do with diet or lifestyle. NHS England spend around £10 billion a year on diabetes, roughly 10% of its total budget. It's a lot, isn't it? A lot. More pictures, Charles, and just seeing London coming alive was just amazing, And looking as well at all the beefeaters were there. I mean, they were, it was just, everybody did their bit. Everybody knew where to be. Everybody knew where to go. Everybody knew what they were there for. And, the bloke who had the best job, I thought, was the one who walked in front of Her Majesty's coffin. Behind him were the pallbearers. They had 8 pallbearers, they would need it. But he just had to walk in front. He was the one that gave them directions. We're doing right, we're doing left, we're doing this, we're doing that. And he also had to carry a couple of the bear skins as well. But Charles was right behind. Everybody was there. Everybody was there. I mean, I couldn't believe how far people had walked. There was a lot of walking yesterday, and that's only just a little bit of it. Carol will come round to in a moment. We take all your texts and emails this morning because we're here till 7. Yesterday, only here till 6 because there was so much going on in London. There were so many stewards, and well done to all the stewards for being out there, and well done to everybody from being, sort of fairly grumpy for a month ago. Now everybody was smiling and celebrating, and everybody had their own stories. And I don't know how you got to be a steward. I didn't see any adverts looking for stewards. So there's an agency where you get these people from. But they did very well. They did very, very well. And the different organisations who handed out tea and sandwiches and stuff like that. An egg mayonnaise and a nice cup of tea in the early hours of the morning yesterday was very welcome.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Do you know that the parade yesterday was a mile long? A mile long, split up into sections, 7 sections, made up of 3,000 military personnel from the Commonwealth, members of the Queen's family and household, civilians, including the emergency and health workers, and each had their own band. Something really special. Pipes and drums of Scottish and Irish regiments and the combined bands of the Royal Air Force. Leading the procession were 2 mounted Metropolitan Police officers and 4 Canadian Mounties on horses given to the Queen, George, Elizabeth, Derby and Sir John. I don't know who names all these animals. I don't think I've given the oddest names. But also among them, walking for the National Health Service, was May Parsons. You know who May Parsons is? No, she was the nurse who delivered the first ever COVID-19 jab to 92-year-old Maggie Keenan in Coventry in December 2020. We like her a lot. And then there were representatives of the Air Force, the Army and the Royal Navy. And they had Tall Paul, the distinctive figure. He walked in front of the gun carriage, and her footman, Barry Mitford. The naval ratings swept along in rolling tide. They were so good. So everybody was good. You couldn't single out any one person for being absolutely brilliant, apart from every single one of them. I don't think anybody screwed up doing commentaries or anything like that. Nobody stumbled over things. People just delivered it, knowing that that's what you have to do. I noticed that Sarah Ferguson turned up as well, which actually was ironic. She was sitting right behind King Charles III. Which I thought was slightly odd. So perhaps she has been forgiven. You never know. Daily Mirror legend Louise Flood was honoured to be invited to the Queen's funeral at Westminster Abbey. She started her Fleet Street career in 1981, only found out about her invitation to represent readers on Sunday afternoon. It's a case of quick outfit. The amount of people who managed to find black outfits. I'm assuming perhaps you ladies have them. Even when I walked outside yesterday, I have to be honest, I was not wearing a black outfit, but I was not appearing on screen. But all the news desks all had black outfits on. Everybody was wearing black. It was very, very, very impressive. Very, very impressive. Meeting of different faiths. Lots of people of different faiths were queuing. Lots of people were waiting. And to meet the Queen at her final resting place, the crowd, and there were crowds on that long walk. There were crowds. There's no two ways about it. And then Mick and Sandy, the dogs. A lot of people, there's one man here, Laxmi, who travelled from Aldershot and said this was our last day to be able to say goodbye. But the reporting team for the papers was phenomenally big. Getting people down there, getting them to write it up. Not half as complicated, I always think, as people who are actually broadcasting it. Because the one thing, sometimes you could hear somebody, they weren't aware they were back on, going, OK, it's coming to you first. We got a few little bits of that, but I mean, that was nice. That was just to do with the moment. Carol says, Steve, I woke up yesterday morning at 05:45 New York time to watch Her Majesty's funeral. How impressive it all was. Everything was perfect. All the servicemen and women should be very proud of their participation, and George and Charlotte were amazing, weren't they? Just. I thought they were really, really good. I thought it would be a bit over-roaring, over sort of, if you're a 7-year-old and all of a sudden you've never done anything like that before. You've seen Mummy and Daddy going to these things where they have to sort of dress up and put on sombre clothes. But to actually be in the middle of all of this, I mean, that must have taken something, I think. Steve, I thought the funeral march music when the gun carriage was between the Abbey and the Wellington Arch was played so perfectly. I only remember the one that goes da-dun, da-dun. I can't remember it now. I've forgotten it. I think I'm doing Dallas. I think I've completely forgotten. Some of the marches seemed to be quite fast, didn't they? And then there were other things, which were very, very solemn and very nice. Steve, any idea when the coronation will take place, says Mary Beth. Now, this, we're not sure. We think probably next spring. The world is admiring the British for doing such a perfect job yesterday. I'm sure the Queen's looking down from her cloud with a big smile on her face. Yes, well, it's only because Prince Philip's there. That's why. And bravo to LBC and the British people, says Mary Beth from Maryland. We do it well. But there we. I mean, I always love the state coach. Every time that comes out for an airing, I tend to forget how old it is. And I've seen it up close, and it's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. The royal trains, which actually can be any train, they just stick the Queen's thing on the side of it, and all of a sudden it becomes the royal train. Yes, exactly. Have I told you? No, I'll tell you on something else. I was on the train yesterday going home by myself. There was nobody else on the train apart from some ladies who got on. And on South Western, we have all these new trains now, which are one giant carriage. So the good news is you don't have to push buttons to open doors as you're going through because, you sort of get there. You think, I know where I've got to go to get off at the right bit at the station. And I'm sort of sitting there and I sort of played around with the telephone, stared out the window thinking, all these other people are heading in the opposite direction to me. And I'm going back home again, which just seems a bit strange. And there was a lady, she came and sort of stood there. She was looking and she stood right next, there's nobody there. And I'm thinking, is she going to sit down or not? Anyway, she was then telling her mum, I think it was her mum, that she couldn't find the toilet. And I said, there are no toilets. Not on those long one-carriage trains. And she said, are there not? I said, no, on other trains, yes, you can find the two sorts of toilets on there, provided they're all in operation, but not on these one-carriage trains. Yeah, sometimes they go out of action, toilets. I don't know why. I've got no idea. Yeah, a lot of the time they do go out of action. But she was very disappointed that she couldn't go for a wee because there were no toilets on the train. I wonder if they did that deliberately, to say not having any toilets, because it must mean extra work having to get somebody to clean them and all the rest of it. Normally when a train pulls into the station, all they do is they just pick up copies of the Metro and shove it. I mean, people must read that thing and throw it away. It's probably got huge circulation, but nobody keeps it. They just read it. I mean, when I get on the bus in the morning, there's sort of a pile of Metros. I like to have a little look. The older trains used to flush the loos straight onto the... Yes, I know. Well, it's like aeroplanes, isn't it? I think that's how it used to be in the aeroplanes, yes. Yes, slightly dangerous, I would have thought. Yes, we wonder what it was. But looking at these photographs, the photographs are so much better than they have been. I mean, the Yeomen of the Guard, when they turned up, a bodyguard of the monarch, they were founded in 1485. And the costumes, I have to call them costumes because I don't think they go out shopping wearing any of this regalia. It's only for special places. So we think, Mary Beth, the coronation, we think probably next spring. We think, but I mean, it's anybody's guess. It's when they're up to it again, because I don't think we can handle it in London anymore. We need a bit of a rest to pull ourselves back together. Yusuf in Hampton says, I cycled over towards Heathrow and joined what felt like 500,000 people at the roadside. Saw Elizabeth Coffin, felt very moved since the news first broke. Yes, it is. It's odd when you say it. We walked one day years ago to watch Bradley Wiggins and all these other people cycling through Bushy Park, and we stood there and queued to get a good position in line, and then they went past really fast. I was a bit disappointed, but our little feet were so tired at the end of it. Me and Lynn went up there, had a very nice time. A stateswoman, they never say meet your heroes. Barbara Taylor Bradford's done a piece, but Her Majesty was as warm and charismatic as I'd imagined. Yes, she was. She smiled a lot. The smiling was a big thing. In the early days, she didn't smile so much. But I think as she got a little bit older, she smiled a lot. I mean, you never hear bad reports from people who met her. Nobody's ever said she snubbed me or she looked right through me or anything like that. They've all said she was quite charming. And they had a picture that was the Queen and Prince Philip for their official portrait, rejoicing in 70 years wed back in 2017. And they needed each other. One without the other was no good. One without the other was no good. The Queen needed Philip. Philip was constantly being praised by members of the Queen's entourage and retinue and things like that. And he didn't take compliments very well. You know, somebody said to him, I think you're absolutely really fantastic. He would look on that as small talk. Small talk. Nice quote on the Financial Times. People of loving service are rare in any walk of life. Leaders of loving service are still rarer. Isn't that nice? And they've got a picture of the tomb of the unknown warrior. And the poor pallbearers who had to go all the way round it. They were constantly shuffling left to right just to make sure everything was perfect. The amount of steps they made them walk up yesterday. Did you see that? I couldn't believe how many steps, especially at... I think it's just mean. I think they actually picked the journeys with the most steps to get in and out. But it was lovely. The queue to visit the Queen's coffin stretched past Tower Bridge in the early hours of yesterday morning. We were sort of working it out, and Prince and Princess of Wales and Duke and Duchess of Sussex went on September the 14th, and then they all did their vigils, which I thought was absolutely brilliant. Loving the changes in weather recently, says Ashley. Have you had your flu jab? Yep, had it the other day. Takes but seconds. Because I'm over a certain age, you get a different flu jab. My arm was a bit sore for a day. But I mean, only when I pushed it, I'd remember which arm, because you've got to have it done in your left arm. I don't know why. I wanted it done in the right arm, but I wasn't willing to negotiate on it. Probably some right-handed. Well, I don't know. Is that on your medical records? Stephen is right-handed. You know, I've got to go back to the doctors today, because today is blood test, so they take about an armful, and then they phone you in about a week's time to say, "Can we discuss your blood results?" They're never very good. Never very good. It just seems I always have to look away. I cannot watch a needle going into my arm. I don't care what they say. It's so big. It's like 3 foot long, and it goes in and then comes out underneath the arm and all the rest of it. Yes, and pint glasses of all this sort of stuff. No, hate it. Hate it, hate it, hate it. Looking at all the headlines from the Mirror, really, it's very interesting. All they've done, the one for Friday, had a picture of the Queen, lovely picture of her sideways, and it just said underneath, "Thank you." Because that's all you can say to her. Thank you for being you. Thank you for doing what you did. Thank you for being so brilliant at it. And then when the pallbearers were carrying the coffin, they've got the final journey home. And the "We Will Watch Over You," Pride and the Pain. You've got William looking, I suppose, with sort of pride and the pain for Harry. The pain for Harry. I still think it was a bit mean to take away his ER epaulets, which were on his uniform. I thought that was, they didn't have to do that. But what's going to happen within the royal family, you will find out probably over the next few weeks and months. There will be changes, as Charles decides how to assemble his sort of committee of people. He will probably want to arrest first. I don't know where he goes. The trouble is, they don't ever go on holiday, do they? When I say on holiday, you're not going to find him on the beach in Ibiza, going to Lanzarote. They don't do things like that. They either stay in the country and they just go to Balmoral or something like that. But what they need is a proper holiday. If ever they're abroad, they're working. It's a working holiday. And you go, well, that's not much fun, is it? There's always got to be dinners and everything else. You've got to wear a suit. I'm sure that Charles will be just as happy in a pair of Hawaiian shirts, a Hawaiian shirt and some flip-flops, but not Not anything you're likely to see soon, as far as I know. Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast, Tuesday, September the 20th. You are probably going to need to sleep for a week after yesterday. All the soldiers and the sailors and the armed forces and all the people who were there cleaning up and everything else. It was a huge operation. A huge operation, and well done to everybody concerned. Liz Truss was due to land in New York last night, promising to keep pumping military kit into Ukraine. So she must have gone straight from the funeral to the airport and then off it. There's no stopping these people at the moment, is there really? And I have to give a word of praise to a great police officer, Steve, which seems like a good idea. On Saturday, my daughter-in-law took my granddaughter in her wheelchair to see Frozen. Among the thousands of people, she got lost trying to get to Covent Garden. She just stood and cried. The officer approached her and asked if he could help, and very kindly escorted them all the way to Covent Garden. Blimey. There are some great police officers out there, but they very rarely get the praise. Oh, no, we always give praise where it's deserved. Always. Always. They're human, exactly the same as everybody else, but what they have to put up with is nothing short of bullying of all sorts of people. When you look at the amount of police officers there were on the streets, it's quite an amazing thing. Quite an amazing thing to see. I wouldn't want to go out there, not for the money they earn, thank you very much indeed. And then 2 got stabbed the other day around here. And you worry about it because there are people, out on the streets who have illnesses. People just go out there. I thought we'd managed to abolish knife crime, and then I suddenly realised, don't be so naive, Stephen. Of course we haven't abolished knife crime. There are people who have knives and they use them quite freely. I was watching something the other day. It was Border Crossing America, and the way that the Mexican drug cartels smuggle drugs into America, and it is quite amazing. They're so sophisticated. One of them, it was a lorry that came in, and it had, what was it? It was like charcoal, bags and bags of charcoal. So they x-rayed one of them, and they have machines which they can do for, and there was something like, was it 150 pallets? Whatever it was a huge amount. And they discovered big blocks of cannabis in each one. So they had to literally get skips in, empty them all out, and it filled up the back of a transit van with all this cannabis. The other one, they looked at the lorry. They couldn't find anything. It's built into the tyres. They had to take the tyre off the lorry and cut it with a saw, like an electric saw, and the cocaine had been formed around it in packages. He said they're very, very experienced. You never expect them to check the tyres. They do now. And every single tyre had, I think it was cocaine worth £5 million for the whole lot, £5 million all in, an awful lot of money. And a lot of people as well get caught on the border of Mexico, drug smuggling. There was one man who'd been caught before and he went for it again. And he had it strapped. They had to strip him to find it was strapped to his legs and his body and everything else. It's, such is the power of the drug lords over there, and there's so much money in it that they can afford to sort of create all this stuff. Sometimes they actually get sort of a family's camper van, and they will build in a hidden compartment with things. It's very sophisticated, very sophisticated. Listening in Pontevedra in northern Spain. Pontevedra, that sounds quite nice. You mentioned that any train can be the Royal train, but did you know in the States any plane can be Air Force One? It's simply the call sign. Yes. Although I do believe that the one that they use as Air Force One, it is fitted out somewhat differently. Because, strange enough, they had that film on the television the other day. Funny you should mention it, because I'd seen it first time round. It's called Air Force One. And I thought it was brilliant because we saw it as well in the film Independence Day, as they're trying to get out the White House before the thing is blown up. And they managed to get away. But Air Force One has got this lovely lounge and all the rest of it, and places, and it's full of high-tech equipment and very nice to do. Well, you saw Biden's car, the Beast. Although actually, did he really need all those FBI Secret Service agents that go along with him? And for goodness sake, he didn't get a good seat, did he? No. He was sort of shoved away at the back, poor soul. Mind you, I was trying to work out, they were saying that Kwasi Kwarteng was on his telephone and laughing away during the proceedings. And I thought, I'm sure he wouldn't be. Why would he be on his telephone? Surely there must be things, unless he wasn't particularly bothered about being there. Andrew was the one who told us about Air Force One. But yes, any train can be it. They just go, I think people think it's parked up in a siding somewhere and then becomes the Royal Train. No, it's anything that they've got. And she's more than happy to sit on normal seats. She's not particularly fussy. If you look at some of the early Royal Trains, there's a very lovely one in India, the Royal Train over there, which you can book on, and it looks beautiful. Sort of thing I'd definitely go. Keely Hawes says she sobbed in front of the One show in order to switch off whilst filming her intense drama Crossfire. I spoke to somebody the other day, and I can't remember who the dickens it was. It was somebody who was saying, as I get older, I cry more. And I said, join the club. I find more things to actually cry about. There's a lovely interview with Paul Nicholas. Now, he was Britain's favourite heartthrob, Vince, in the hit sitcom Just Good Friends. 40 years on, he is very grateful that he's no longer deluged with letters covered in hearts and sprayed with 1980s scents. He's 77. And I've interviewed Paul on a few occasions, and he's quite amazing, actually. He's got no plans to retire. No plans to retire at all. He's written his autobiography, Music, Marigolds and Me. He says, I don't do any exercise, but then I never did. I'm slimish and pretty much the same weight. He says, I was never a big drinker, half a shandy and I'm anybody's. Such a good line, isn't it? Such a good line. And he also met a lawyer representing the Beatles and Sean Connery. He's been married to his second wife, Lindsay, for 38 years. He's got 6 children, 13 grandchildren and 3 great-grandkids. And he's in the Best Exotic Marigold Hotel. And they're at the Theatre Royal Brighton from tomorrow to Saturday, then Glasgow, and then they go to Newcastle. You can find more details on marigoldshow.com. But he talks about Jan was lovely to work with. We're still in touch, but actors move on. I thought Just Good Friends was brilliant. Just Good Friends. He was like sort of, all right, a bit of a geezer, and she was sort of fairly sophisticated type family. Did you ever see it? It was a great, great sitcom. We got pictures from the Royal Train. Here we go. Look at this. Now, that's what I call a Royal Train. This is very, very nice. It's an awful lot of sort of blue crushed velvet decor and everything. It looks beautiful, doesn't it? It looks absolutely beautiful. And there's a desk there, and the Queen can use the telephone, which is more than I can do when I'm on the train. 9 out of 10 times I can't get a signal. Very frustrating. But they have sort of it's got 9 carriages. There's a Queen's lounge, bedroom and bathroom. But now what happens is they fly to places, or they take the cars, so the train isn't as used as much. Certainly not 9 carriages. Certainly not 9 carriages. Oh, I'm so pleased that Paul Nicholas is still working. He was an 80s heartthrob. He was on top of the pops. He had hit singles in the charts. He was amazing. Absolutely amazing. What else do we have in the papers for today? I mean, if you try and find something, that isn't anything to do with the funeral yesterday, you're a very lucky person, because the papers are all full of it. Pages and pages and pages. I think the Daily Mail today is a 120-page historic souvenir edition. The producer said, is there anything else in the papers? I said, I don't think so, no. We did have a good look. It's all the pictures of everything, but you've seen it if you were watching it together. But I like the idea that they've got a picture of Together Again for All Eternity. And this is that they're all buried now in Windsor Castle's King George VI Memorial Chapel. Philip Mountbatten, Princess Elizabeth, the Queen Mother, King George VI and Princess Margaret. This picture from 1948, all together in the same vault. All together in the same vault. I think that's lovely. I think that's really nice. As I said before, I would like to think they're all having a bit of a chat about how well it all went and how lovely their life has been and everything else. The state crown removed during the ceremony at St George's Chapel. There was no chance that was going to be disappearing from view down on the lift. And the lone piper, this is the Queen's personal bagpiper, Pipe Major Paul Burns, playing the final lament before his poignant departure. And also the stone in the King George VI Memorial Chapel. It's very small. It's very, very tiny, but the stone is moved away, and then the coffins are lowered into the tomb and placed on a frame. Together with Princess Margaret's ashes. It's interesting, isn't it? Because you don't see things like that. You can't go down there. It's not open to the public. You can go in St George's, You can go there when they don't have services and stuff like that, and that's always worth it. Why is it Margaret's ashes? Well, because she was her sister. Why? I've got no idea why she was cremated. I have no idea at all. And that I cannot help you on. I just know that out of everybody, she was cremated. Everybody else, yes, I'm sure there'll be some information that somebody will now find and say, well, actually, Steve, it was because of this. So she was cremated. She went to Slough crematorium, and it's believed there was no room for a conventional burial. It's interesting. It's sort of a break with royal tradition. The Mail reported her decision to be cremated was driven by her wish to be laid with her father. Well, there was room. They managed to get everybody else in there, so they could have stood her up on end. At the time of her death, the Scotsman newspaper also reported the late princess told her lifelong friend, Lady Glenconner, she found the alternative royal burial ground gloomy and didn't want to end up at Frogmore in Windsor Great Park, where Queen Victoria and Albert are buried. That's another nice place. Now, that is open. You can go there certain times of the year. It's not open all the time, but certain times of the year you can go. And you can go to St George's Chapel. You just can't go down into the crypt because that's private. But they're all down there. But so that's obviously why they didn't think that there'd be enough room to get Margaret in. And so, but she's in there, so they're all together again, which I think that's more touching than anything else. Actually, I read this morning. I think that's the loveliest thing. Ian says, I understand the royal train is parked up at Wolverton near Milton Keynes when not needed. Yeah, well, you certainly don't need all of it. You certainly don't need all of it. You can do with one or two carriages, mainly because they either fly or take the cars. Mainly they fly now, because it's so much quicker. The train belongs to a different era. Shirley in Woolwich says, both my daughters were working yesterday as stewards, both in the Mall near Buckingham Palace. The company they work for had 400 staff in place. Wow. That's amazing, isn't it? Well, I thought they all did very well. Congratulations. You've got the best memories of everybody if you took part in anything yesterday.
This is a passenger announcement. You can now book your train on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on Uber Eats, so you can order your own fries instead of eating everyone else's.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. 3 minutes past 5. Well, the excitement over the past week, the anticipation of the funeral and the huge success that it was and the fantastic send-off for Her Majesty dominates every single newspaper today. As I said, the Daily Mail have got a 120-page historic souvenir edition. In other words, every page is taken up with the pictures from yesterday and what pictures they were, because they had so many cameras involved. I think nearly in total about 150 cameras. And so they managed to capture all the images, and everybody did it. People were in different places, so different people got to cover it. The outfits that spoke volumes about their wearers. Everybody managed to find black outfits. I don't think I could possibly find a black outfit in my wardrobe unless it had glitter on it. I don't think there's anything else. But it's amazing, actually. Presidents and PMs take the bus, and Biden has to sit in row 14. I don't think he was particularly bothered by it. I think if anybody would have been particularly bothered, it would have been Mrs. Biden, who was wondering why they weren't up the front with everybody else. But you had the New Zealand people, Albert and Princess Charlene of Monaco were there as well. Some people wearing their military uniforms. There was an odd assortment of dresses. Some people, I think, thought it was a fashion show. The Princess Haya bint Al Hussein of Jordan, I don't know where she got her outfit from. It is the most bizarre outfit. It's very nice, and it probably costs an arm and a leg. But how you sit in this thing, I've got no idea. It's like sort of a puffball skirt or an upside down lampshade. I couldn't quite work out what it was, but it's in black, so traditionally it's absolutely fine. But it was a very odd outfit. I suppose people wear different things, don't they? Ukraine's First Lady, who is Elena Zelenska, she turned up, and New Zealand's Prime Minister, I think that Scotland Yard's new commissioner breathed a sigh of relief after the biggest security operation in British history. 15,000 officers. 15,000, that's more than the soldiers, of which there were 1,500. There were rooftop police snipers. You saw them on the turrets at Windsor Castle, and they were also on top of Buckingham Palace as well. SAS teams, anti-drone technology. Apparently, officers having to stop 18 people attempting to fly the technology over the capital. So they just sort of close it down, so they make sure that people can't fly. Well, I suppose people had cameras on them, and with most of the drones that you buy nowadays, you can buy a drone for less than £100 actually, really, if you go to some of the shopping channels, and you can put, it's got cameras on it which move, and it will transmit back to your telephone. I mean, if you've seen the Sky drone, you could lift men. This thing is huge. And I think the broadcasters use drone cameras now. Strangely, a lot of the estate agents out in the countryside have been using drones for years to get an overhead picture of the property. Otherwise, what do they do? Climb a tree? No, they use drones. It's much, much easier. Steve, there's only room for 4 coffins where the Queen is buried, so they cremated Princess Margaret so they could all be together. Might be so. I don't know. I mean, put it this way, they're on shelving in there, so there isn't a great deal of room. So don't want anybody else in there, so it'll stay the same way. But Margaret didn't want to go to Frogmore. And I can understand it. It's a bit of a gloomy kind of place, and you're stuck with Queen Victoria, and she was hardly a laugh. So, and she wanted to be with the family. That's the way it was. Steve says, Susie, I thought yesterday the whole thing was magnificent. For me, when the Queen was passing Buckingham Palace for the last time, I felt so sad. And I thought that George and Charlotte behaved beautifully being so young. I thought they were perfect. I thought that was a baptism of fire for them to go to something as huge as that, because generally speaking, you don't take children to funerals because they don't quite understand what it is, apart from Gan's not here anymore, and they won't be able to go there at Christmas and stuff like that. They were at the Jubilee, which was only 3 months ago, but to dress up in black, and they looked immaculate. They did look immaculate. You couldn't fault them, but there again, they should be. They've got everything. What is Princess Haya bin Al Hussein wearing? It really is the oddest outfit. Look, so I have to show the producer. It's odd, isn't it? You think it's a dress from that country? What, people want to look like lampshades? I mean, it's very lovely, and I bet, as I say, I bet it costs an arm and a leg. Westminster Abbey, it's been the subject and the home of so many major events over the years, but we've not seen anything like this before. Really haven't. Also paying their respects. Harry and Andrew, both wearing morning suits. Charles and Anne were saluting. They're allowed to salute because they're wearing uniform, but Harry wasn't allowed to salute. Neither was Andrew. It's amazing you can say to somebody, isn't it, you're not going to salute, and they go, it is a bit petty. I mean, they actually could have been allowed to salute. They're only saluting, somebody in the same family. I didn't quite get it, but they very much are a family of tradition. They've always done it like this, and that's the way it will be done. You can't just start making up the rules as you go along. I mean, the Queen did like the tradition. She was a stickler for everything like that. She was a stickler for basically doing everything. If she said this happens at 10:22, it happens at 10:22, not 10:23 or 10:21. It happens at 22. And that's why she'd have been very pleased. I think everybody did her proud yesterday. I think we did ourselves proud as a nation. I think there can't have been many people who watched that yesterday who didn't have a little tinge of sadness, a little sort of tear in the eye when you saw it, especially when I saw the Canadian Mounties. I thought that was amazing, especially riding horses, which belong over here. So they're riding new horses, and then you see the state gun carriage, which I think looked amazing. They had to get it on. I've lost track of how many times they took it on, took it off, took it on, took it off. Have to make sure it doesn't move anywhere. And when she went past the palace, someone just said a moment ago, for the very last time, that's her house, really. I think she preferred everywhere else. I think Buckingham Palace became just a working palace. where you had all sorts of things. Connie says, believe me, I'm gutted. I miss the lying in state, but I think my feet and my legs would have not allowed me to queue for all those hours. So I had no choice than to watch it on television. No, I mean, I don't think there's anything the matter with that. Nobody said you had to sort of do it. I mean, a lot of people wanted to do it, and a lot of people didn't want to do it. And there were those people who came down. I felt sorry for the two ladies who travelled all the way down and then got there and they went, it's too late. And they went, oh, we went to the wrong place. So they didn't get to go in, which was a shame. I don't know. You've come all that way. I was well done to all the trains for operating, though, to get people away from the scene, because I was in bed long since. I didn't need to sort of worry about it. But I'm assuming London emptied out fairly quickly, because the moment the cortege had passed you, if you were on the Mall, there was nothing more to see. You could then start packing up. I wonder how many tents were left there. Somebody said, oh, let them keep it. Let them give it to some homeless people. Because we have homeless people in London who sleep in tents. I've seen them on the Strand when I go back in the morning. And it's quite nice, because it's, if it rains, at least they've got somewhere to keep dry. Some people just sleep in doorways. But Stephen Glover's done a piece in the Mail today. He says, to my great relief, the BBC grasped the public's mood and reminded us what a unifying role it can play in national life. I think so too. We're paying for it. If they weren't paying for it, or we weren't paying for it. Somebody was very upset. Jan Moyer wasn't particularly interested in seeing Alan Titchmarsh on the television talking about a cover case, but she always gets upset, Jan Moyer, so I didn't see that. But she said seeing the corgis made many gulp with emotion. I think Jan Moyer also wasn't particularly interested in seeing Maureen Lipman on there as well. But these are people who, I think one of the other news channels had Biggins on there with Dawn Neeson. There were all sorts of people on there talking about it. Some people, I have to be honest, were sort of dragged out to talk about something you could tell they didn't really know an awful lot about, but they're a little bit lightweight. But given us special places, Angela and Tall Paul and other staff given special places, which was lovely. Because, in fact, Angela Kelly must have more pictures of herself with the Queen than anybody else, because they went to a catwalk show, the Queen, and Anna Wintour was there. This is the one who wears the dark glasses all the time. We've talked about her before. But thousands of mourners missed the Queen's funeral. They were stranded by rail cancellations. Didn't know we had any. But there were damaged power cables, caused all trains between Reading and Paddington Station in West London to be cancelled from 6:30, just when you'd be getting the train. More than 1 million people were expected to pour into London, and rail bosses said the network was ready for one of its busiest days ever. Oh, Gabby Thomas, who travelled from Castle Carey in Somerset with her father, said, we were meant to arrive at Paddington Station at 8:30. We're still hoping to catch the end of the procession. It's a typically British thing to happen. Yes. Barry Boffey, ex-head of inclusion and diversity at British Transport Police, was invited to Westminster Abbey after being awarded an MBE, but his train from Bristol was cancelled at Slough. And you're kind of stuck there. I mean, all sorts of people. No trains have been able to enter or leave Paddington Station in West London since 6:30 on Monday because of damage to overhead electric wires near Hayes and Harlington. National Rail said the disruption was expected to continue until midday on Tuesday, today, just in case you've sort of lost out and missed out on whether things. Oh, that must be a nightmare, an absolute nightmare. The Queen was Colonel-in-Chief of the Grenadier Guards. I forgot actually as well, she had 600 charities that she fronted up. They had people there from the Entertainment Artists Benevolent Fund, who look after Brinsworth House and another house as well. They were being interviewed, which was very pleasing. And soldiers from the Queen's Company were flown back from Iraq to carry her coffin. So that's where they've been. The company's colours were draped over the coffin by King Charles III just moments before she was lowered into the royal vault. And the Queen's Company traditionally selects the very tallish soldiers, with its guardsmen usually standing at an impressive 6'2". A bit like the Bluebell Girls in Paris, because they have to be very tall as well. So by the time you put heels on them and big headdresses and cover them in lights, they look absolutely ginormous. Absolutely ginormous. But watching the Queen's coffin, in fact, I began to wonder whether it was my eyes that had got a bit funny when I was watching the St George's Chapel thing. And I'm sort of seeing the the priest behind, and he was doing this sort of eulogy or whatever it was, and I remember thinking, is the coffin moving or is it me? And it was very slowly going, and they kept looking up as well to check where it was in their speech, and it went down there. It's amazing when you think all these things were built years and years ago, but looking at the tributes, Charles was very emotional. I'm sure that he will fully recover, and with Camilla by his side, hopefully we're on to new, bigger, I was going to say better things. I don't think better things, but certainly new, and we should embrace everything with both arms. Do you know, I was just reading in one of the papers, I couldn't believe it. In one part of the crowd, they were 80 deep. 80 deep. I mean, that sounds like it's going back into Hyde Park. But again, huge crowds, you know, all over the place. But at the very end, away from the eyes of the world, a deeply private burial. Deeply private burial. It's interesting. I mean, the main chapel, if you know Windsor at all, has been the resting place for royals for centuries, going back to 1483. And Edward IV, Henry VIII's remains are interred in the choir along with those of Charles I. So his remains. So does that mean that they open the coffin after a while and sort of check? I mean, I really don't know what the procedure is. All I know is the royal family would have gone down there for this small little ceremony. If indeed all of them went, I don't think the children would have gone to something like that. But the pictures are just phenomenal. It was such a good turnout, apart from those people who missed it because of the blooming trains, which didn't get them there on time. Sunil says, I took the risk from Slough to Windsor by train at 2 p.m. No issues at all. Got straight into the long walk. There were good crowds there, weren't there? There really were. Very, very good crowds. I was very pleased by that. The blooms, which were on top of the coffin, as you now know, were cut from the gardens of Buckingham Palace, Clarence House and Highgrove. And lovely picture of everybody. I quite like it when people look solemn. You know, I mean, I know that we had this discussion the other week about the amount of funerals that have been going on recently where they've said, listen, can you not wear black? Can you please not wear black? It's, you know, suddenly good. But Sarah Vine's done a piece saying suddenly the whole country is on the same wavelength. What an incredible legacy. Yes. I mean, monarchy is so much more than a source of plot twists for Netflix. I mean, who else, she says, could stir such a depth of feeling? If there is such a thing which could exist, it was a fairy tale funeral. It could... No, this wouldn't happen for anybody. I remember them saying, though, I think after Margaret died, you know, she wasn't going to have a huge state funeral. The Queen Mother, Diana, Duke of Edinburgh, and now the Queen. And if you read the Archbishop of Canterbury's Westminster sermon, I felt sorry actually for it was Liz Truss's, wasn't it? She had such complicated words to read in her speech. Some of the words, it was, you know, cometh and this and that. I mean, I remember listening to it thinking, I bet she's struggled with that. I bet she really has struggled with it. It was quite a difficult thing to read. I don't know if we've got it. Have we got a copy of what she said? Because I'm not going to attempt to read all of it, believe you me. But it was just some of the words on it, and I thought, I bet they went, let's pick something really difficult. Let's pick something that it's like a bit of a tongue twister for her to get round. And so she did it. She did it very well. But I did listen to it thinking, oh, I bet she's rehearsed this no end of times. But when London comes to a halt for things like that, it really is amazing. And they had all the boards up round Trafalgar Square, letting people through, but being very mindful that the police are watching. And they had, you know, people on the roofs throughout London. They'd have been on Admiralty Arch. You can see them actually on Admiralty Arch, see them on the top of Buckingham Palace. And they're there just to make sure that everything goes according to plan. So is this it? I'll just read you a little bit of this one. Let not your heart be troubled. Ye believe in God, believe also in me. And if I go and prepare a place, I will come again and receive you unto myself. That is where I am, there ye may also. And whither I go ye know, and the way ye know. Thomas saith unto him, Lord, we know not whither thou goest. And it was all of that kind of talk. It's quite hard to scan, actually. Jesus saith unto him, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh unto the Father, but by me. If ye had known me, ye would have known my Father also. And from henceforth ye know him, and have seen him. Philip saith unto him, Lord, shew us the Father, and it sufficeth us. Jesus saith unto him, have I been so long time? And so it goes on. I mean, I'm surprised she got through it, to be honest with you, because as she's reading it, I'm listening to it, and I'm looking at her thinking, is this pre-recorded? It's because it's such a complicated thing. But as I say, I bet somebody sat there and went, go on, let's give her this one. Give her this one. See how she copes with it. She coped very well, actually. The sparkling tribute to Diana and the Queen in Kate's jewels, including earrings, a wrist bangle, the necklace worn by the Queen and Diana. Both of them had worn it. The Queen's earrings. So it was nice. It was nice. But Alan Titchmarsh. You see, I'm a big fan of Alan Titchmarsh. I think he's great. He was the human side of it. Eamon Holmes was sort of having a bit of a side of it and having a bit of a laugh at the expense of Pip and Holly, because people had accused them of jumping the queue, whereas in fact they hadn't jumped the queue at all. They were accredited journalists who were going there to do a piece on it. They didn't have to queue because none of the other journalists had to queue. And Eamon was sort of saying, I wonder if they'll be mentioning it on This Morning. They did issue a statement at ITV, which I thought was very interesting. Obviously, because you know what these things are like on the internet. Something will build up about nothing, and you think, listen, so what if they did jump the queue? But they didn't. That's the whole point of it. But people start some ridiculous thing going, oh, they were jumping the queue. They weren't. They were working. They were working, and that's why. I noticed that... was David Dimbleby doing anything? I think he must have done a load. There were loads of contributors. The bills for contributors must have run into thousands, if not millions of pounds, because I don't know how much people cost, but you can't exactly just shove them out the door after the interview. You have to sort of get them a car. And trying to get cars was a bit of a nightmare, as I discovered. But still fairly interesting. The sailors marched at 75 paces per minute. That seems quite fast, doesn't it? Doesn't it seems quite... No, even I don't walk that fast around the building. But anyway, apparently even mild COVID, they say, is now being linked to long-term heart trouble. There's a doctor here who says 2 weeks after I caught COVID, I had to rush to hospital and had my heart stopped and then restarted again. That always frightens the life out of me. I don't like things like that. And which gadgets really help the medicine go down? Because there is a gun that pops out tablets. I get all mine in a pill box. In fact, it's a Dosset box. I have 4, which I get every month, and they're absolutely brilliant. Some people have the blister packs, which are done by some places where you sort of rip it open. But I was worried I'm going to lose the tablet. As it is, the amount of tablets I take in the morning. But they've got all sorts of different things here. A masking gel, a grabber for needle phobia. This is it's only $14.95 actually. And what it does, it's a small grabber-like accessory. It fits onto the end of a standard insulin injection pen, and it makes injecting a safer, more comfortable, more consistently and worry-free procedure. It's never going to be like that. Take my word for it. Nothing for taking blood. Well, not as far as I know, actually. We've got a talking pill box. Quite like the sound of that, which is, and it's only £74.86. It says, hello, Steve, I suppose. I don't know. They've also got a pill grinder. It's about the size of a pepper grinder. You place up to 50 tablets and then grind the pills into a fine powder. Does it still have the same impact, do you think, if you grind your pills down? I mean, I just swallow them whole. I don't sort of think about anything else. There's also a lid opener. And that's about it, actually. I'm interested. A talking pill box. What, you can have a conversation with you or something. That could be quite fun. That could be quite funny, couldn't it? So, how's your day going, Steve? Well, it's going very well, thank you. Suddenly, gout, by the way, is on the rise. So why do so few patients get treatment they need? I think my brother's had gout. And I think what I got for him was, I seem to remember, cherry juice. Cherry Active, I think it is. It's a special cherry juice, and it's not cheap. I don't know what gout is. I can't remember, but I know it's very painful. That's what people tell me. And this Cherry Active, I bought him loads of it. They were selling it in Costco. You can still buy, as far as I know, and you can get it on Amazon. It's about £15 for a bottle of it. And I think what you get is swelling on your big toe or knees. It can be treated with anti-inflammatories. Reducing alcohol can help prevent attacks. So that's good. So it's a form of arthritis. But it was definitely this cherry juice, which everybody had sworn by. And it was specifically, concentrate. You don't mix it with anything. You drink it as is. And he's never mentioned it since. He's never mentioned gout or anything else. I'm assuming it must have subsided. Steve, Dave in Plymouth. Her Majesty's funeral was a source of great pride. It's a comfort to know this country is still capable of great things, especially when politicians are removed from the organising process. Yes. I think we'd all agree there. Lovely Kim says, thought the corgis were a very sweet touch, Steve. The wee guys must be wondering where she is, where their mummy is. Yes, that's what it appeared to me. One of them sort of looked around, looked up at the person who was holding the lead, and then probably lay down on the ground there, because they look as though they were carrying a wee bit of weight. A little bit top heavy, but they're very well looked after dogs, aren't they? Very well looked after dogs, but now they're going to be looked after by Prince Andrew. And I'm sure that'll be absolutely wonderful. Millions line the streets for the final journey. They haven't put down how many they estimate were there. But you've got the guns fired in Hyde Park by the King's Troop. Royal Horse Artillery's Big Ben chimed 96 times, once for each year of the Queen's life. But it was, people were sort of chatting away. And then the moment the coffin appeared, went really quiet, very, very quiet. Some people cried. Some people got very, very emotional, and just perfect, writes one of the writers in the Express Day. God must know how much she meant. She did, because we wanted her to be here forever. We don't want her to get older. We weren't interested in getting older. As far as I'm concerned, the royal family lived for ages and ages and ages. Like sort of the Queen Mother, who is over 100. And I thought maybe the Queen would have done over 100 as well. But I think after Philip died, I think that's when it sort of took a turn downhill, which was a great shame. But somebody wrote this piece here. We all sang the national anthem, and then we burst into tears, which I think is the way a lot of people felt. Also, putting differences aside, Harry and William united in grief. Where this goes to, I'm not even going to speculate on, because we've got no idea. The Queen would have wanted them to get back together again, but as I say, not having spoken for 2 years, I don't know whether they spoke during the service. We'll have to wait and find out, because that speculation will persist, or whether they've flown back to America already, because the kids are in America. Sounds like the title of a song. I might burst into it today, but I won't.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. 27 minutes to 6. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. I hope you are well. And if you came to London yesterday recovering from the amount of people, I've never seen so many people in the capital, and I left before it all took off. They were still pouring in off the trains. It was interesting. So there were 2,000 people at Westminster Abbey for the state funeral, and then St George's Chapel there were 800 people. Some of them looked as though they'd done both services. Some of the former prime ministers. The Royal Navy ratings tasked with pulling the state gun carriage, 142 of them there were, more than 10,000 police officers, and the last time a funeral was held at Westminster Abbey for a British monarch was King George II's funeral, held at the Abbey in 1760. 262 years, I think. Also, 22 miles of barriers erected in Central. It's all gone. They've managed to clear it phenomenally fast. I mean, even faster than you can ever imagine. They were out there, working their little socks off, making sure it was all clean. The streets are all tidy again. And as I say, if you just sort of visited today, you'd never know that anything happened at all. Estimated to have visited the capital on Monday, about 1 million, say London Transport Authorities, and there's 250 extra rail services running to move people in and out of the city. 8 kilometres of people who lined up to file past the Queen's coffin. They don't know how many people went. They're still waiting. The initial estimates were, I think, about 400,000 people, but I think there's bound to be more, I think. 125, what that would be for. Movie theatres, they opened their doors to broadcast Monday's funeral live. And how many diamonds? Well, the Imperial State Crown has 2,868 diamonds, along with 17 sapphires, 11 emeralds, 269 pearls and 4 rubies. So there you go. It rested on the Queen's coffin as it lay in state. That's one crown, yes. Yeah, and they have quite a lot of crowns. Quite a lot of crowns. I mean, but 2,000... I mean, I suppose, excuse me, if you're making a crown, and this was made years and years ago, you're going to you're going to demonstrate your wealth. I mean, when I used to see the Queen on television at a party in the evening at Buckingham Palace, she would be dripping in jewels. There'd be a huge thing around her neck. She'd have the earrings. She'd have brooches. It was absolutely unbelievable. All resurrected from the vaults. But when you look at the crown, and so I remember going to see the crown jewels at the Tower of London and saying to somebody, I felt a bit mad saying it, I said, are they real or are they just fake? They went, no, they're real. And they've got huge silver salvers there, enormous. I mean, just to polish the thing alone would take you the best part of a good weekend. And they've got all the jewels there. I mean, some of it, you know, it's priceless, absolutely priceless. And then you've got the orbs, then you've got the sceptres as well, all different ones, all different types for different occasions. But the Queen hated wearing it. For the state opening of Parliament, she hated wearing the crown. She said because it weighs so much. And if you look at it, you can imagine it weighs a lot. You've got to kind of keep your head up. Otherwise, the whole thing just sort of collapses. 2 minutes of silence at the end of the funeral at Westminster Abbey. I thought that was very nice. I always like it when people do that. It's always quiet. It's a very reflective period. And I think especially for members of the royal family. But they all did tremendously well. It can't have been easy. You know, it's not just losing the Queen, which we look on it as. It's losing your mother. That's what it comes down to. That's why Charles's little card that went on top of the flowers was so special. Devoted, he said, absolutely devoted. But we'll meet again. And the Archbishop of Canterbury, as you know, yesterday hailed the Queen's life of service. The Most Reverend Justin Welby says, all who follow the Queen's example and inspiration of trust in God can, with her, say, we will meet again. And I would think that would be it. But all the Prime Ministers were there, the ones that are still going. John Major, who, as I say, turned up Westminster Abbey and turned up in St George's Chapel. Turned up. Well, I don't know how they managed to get there on time. I mean, they really did quite well. Tony Blair was there, Gordon Brown, David Cameron, Theresa May, and Boris Johnson. And they all looked fantastic. They all looked very nice. Also, Carrie was there. And Miss Truss takes her seat at the Abbey before she launched into the Verily, Verily speech, which is how I've decided to name it. But it felt personal. They said she lives on in us all because there can't be many people in the country who could show her picture to somebody. They would know instantly who she was. Yes, in the world, you could show in the world. You're talking about... says Darryl, thee and thou reminds me of my granddad. He was born in 1911. Used to make me laugh with the Lord said to them, come forth, and they came fifth and won a teapot. Thank you. The old ones are the best. That's so stupid, isn't it, really? So the Lord said to them, come forth, and they came fifth and they won a teapot. It's like the man walking down the street with a teddy bear. And somebody said, where'd you get that from? And the teddy bear says, I won him. Again, stupid. The Queen liked to joke. The Queen liked to joke. She did smile a lot. And that's what I think we'll miss. We'll miss the human touch. We'll miss the touch of, you know, the fact that she was always there reassuringly. Even if she was tired, even if she was ill, she made an appearance. Alinka says, a friend at Westminster Abbey, yes, in his academic robes, Biden had to wait for them to advance first. I love it. I love it. It's a fabulous picture. Fabulous picture. There's so much ceremony, isn't there? There's so many robes for this and that. And you can imagine how many wardrobes the Queen must have. Because every day there will be something taking place. If she's going out to do an appearance, if she's going to open eyes, I mean, just organising. You know, sending out invites and the dress codes. And then on the way there, she'll be briefed by the lady in waiting. You're going to meet, first of all, so-and-so, who's been involved here for 45 years. Don't have to know her name because that's all on the card, and somebody will introduce you anyway. So everybody's got to know where to stand. And that's why I was amazed at the logistics of all these people in the Abbey. So you're here. So they've got people who are very discreet, because I didn't see a load of people going this way, over here, seat 14. I didn't see any of that. Will they have markers on the floor? Well, so will they have markers? I thought we were taking the mickey out of poor Miss Truss's speech. No. But, I mean, the President of the United States, I mean, do you think he's really cross that he was shoved away at the back? Because it wasn't exactly the most prominent seat. But it doesn't matter. It's the fact that you were there. It's the fact that you were there. And also, he's so old, he won't remember where he's been. He's not going to remember. Is he back at the White House already? They don't hang around, do they? I suppose really because what they'll do is they'll whiz him back. He only spent one night in Regent's Park, and then they'll whiz him back there. Somebody else will send on all the luggage. Somebody will have packed it. I mean, that's the advantage to being either a member of the royal family or a head of state, because you don't have to get the case down from the loft and find all these different things and then put them in there, and you don't have to iron any shirts because somebody does it for you. And if you stay at the American ambassadorial place in Regent's Park, there's a whole army of staff there, and that's what they do. They look after people. Windsor Castle's got it. Buckingham Palace has got it. Holyrood Palace has got it as well. All these different places, they've got a team of cleaners and a team of people what do for you. So it must be quite nice. So he can go straight to the airport, get back on Air Force One, take off. You know, they don't really have time slots as the rest of us do. You just got to find a little slot in the schedule and then just pop or just hold them back. The President's taking off. That's the way it goes. Pete the Pullman says Monday ran Windsor Great Park, arrived at 6:15, came across a lone piper. It was a moment. Take a look at this video. He said, still got loads of pools today, and I'm still heated and business as usual. Dear God. How on earth do you find a piper up there? Is he part of a... Well, I guess, how long have you been... Is he rehearsing? Or is he part of something? Is a piper standing by this sort of copper horse? Copper, is it? Oh, right. The copper horse. And perhaps he's sort of outside rehearsing, or it's just, what a thing to come across. Pete, for goodness sake, took a wrong turn and ended up there, so might as well play it. Because I never seen them. When they're playing the bagpipes, you're supposed to pump it up under your arm, and then you keep it going with a bit more, sort of pump it up. And, but I never see anybody doing that. That's why it always sounds at the beginning a bit, and then it gets to the key that they're looking for. Roads lined with love. I don't think there's any doubt of that, and all the pictures in the papers will show you. So if you were lining the route, who knows, you'll probably find yourself in the papers today. It could be anybody, I suppose. It could be a young person or an older person. 477 soldiers, sailors, Royal Marines and RAF personnel watched. They presented arms as the coffin moved past, standing with their heads bowed and pointing down. And also had 40 household staff as well, turned up outside Buckingham Palace. And at the moment, they don't know if they've still got a job. We were discussing that last week, because it depends where Charles decides to base his operation. Another one that says, Steve, I've driven out along the A4, this is Ken, and I've noticed that the road for the first time in ages has been swept clean of the trees and plants growing on the central divide. They were cut away. The grass has been cut at the roadside, and all roadworks were temporarily suspended. And that's in both directions. Well, they just wanted to make it look nice, because obviously the cameras were following them, the drones and all the other bits and pieces. And they want to make sure that it looks neat. And you don't find the place covered in graffiti, which we seem to have a proliferation of in London. Not as bad as in Rome. Rome is the worst place I've ever been to for graffiti. It really is. On the whole circle of Rome, absolutely covered in it. Complete bunch of idiots who put this stuff, their little moniker and everything like that. It's ghastly, really is. But the Queen's Piper's saying goodbye to Her Majesty. It was Pipe Major Paul Burns' duty to play beneath the Monarch's window for 15 minutes every morning at 9 a.m. You can imagine, can't you? Go away! She's trying to sleep. She had a heavy night. But yesterday he marked her passing at Westminster Abbey with a renditioning of, it's a traditional lament, Sleep, Dearie, Sleep. Doesn't sound very traditional, does it? Sleep, dearie, sleep, dearie. Go on, you sleep. You'll be all right. That's okay. And yesterday marked her passing. And then at St George's Chapel in Windsor, as the body was lowered, he played a salute to the Royal Fendersmith, which movingly faded as he walked away. It did exactly the same in Westminster Abbey, didn't it? I think he walked away then. I think it's lovely. It's such a lovely tribute because I saw it exactly as it was. I thought it was lovely. It's 6:45. Should we get the LBC travel for you this morning with Joanne Webb?
Thanks, Steve. In central London, the Mall, Constitution Hill, Birdcage Walk and Horse Guards Road are all still closed following the funeral yesterday, but all the other roads are now back open. Elsewhere, the North Circular Road in London is closed southbound from Henley's Corner after an accident, and in Clapham, Wandsworth Road is closed both ways, and that's also following an accident. In Cumbria, on the M6 northbound, just after junction 37 at Kendal, there's been an accident, so one lane is closed. Now, the major problems on the trains do continue because of the overhead wire problems. Great Western Railway services therefore can't run between Paddington and Slough. Heathrow Express services are completely suspended, and Elizabeth Line services remain disrupted at Ealing Broadway.
LBC.
With her new iPhone 14 Pro, Izzy can now see every tiny feather on the robin hiding in that holly bush. Amazing. See the world at its most beautiful with the incredible new iPhone 14 Pro. Get it from Vodafone today with the UK's only phone buyback guarantee. And get a guaranteed buyback price when you trade it in.
Selected devices only. Trade-in in good condition from September to October 2023 via our trading tool. Airtime and device eligibility checks and terms apply. See vodafone.co.uk/buyback. Credit by Vodafone.
Your friend's latest binge watch. Your mum's go-to cheesecake recipe. We all love a recommendation. So when you need a job doing, why not go somewhere with hundreds of thousands of them? Trustatrader.com. From plumbers to pest controllers, we only let the very best tradespeople become members. So each one comes with reviews, history and chat options. And we'll find the ones closest to you. So whatever the job, you can always trust a trader.
Trustatrader.com. Today's tale begins the night the internet went down at the Smith family. Son? The dad watched on powerless as his son aged before his eyes.
The game has been loading forever.
Save yourself from broadband nightmares. Get BT's unbreakable hybrid broadband backed up by EE, the UK's best network. Search BT Hybrid Broadband. 88% UK availability. 4G connection takes up to 175 seconds. Best for mobile network performance. Verify at ee.co.uk/claims.
For every friend, there's a beautiful hand-tied bouquet, plant or gift just for them at zingflowers.com. Amazing every time.
Steve Allen on LBC.
No? Oh, sorry. Oh, so I was just waiting for my cup of tea, which I got. Thank you very much indeed. Steve from Colin in Israel. We know that a lot of people here, and not just expats, were tuned in and watching proceedings. The coverage was excellent and the pictures were impressive, but there's a lingering feeling here, which will never go away, that Queen Elizabeth was remiss in never coming to Israel on an official visit. Shame. Not going to happen now, is it? Not going to happen now. You never know. Charles might. Charles might. I mean, I think what he needs, first of all, Charles, is a big rest. I think he needs a long rest and yet when you think that people have flown off, Liz Truss has flown off to America. Biden, I should imagine, must be back there already, and everybody else is doing all their little bits and pieces. They don't hang around, do they? Don't hang around. Catherine says, Steve, queued for 13 hours with my husband and 3 newly made friends on Saturday at 10 p.m. Paid our respects to the Queen at 11 a.m. The queuing was an endurance test at times, but everybody kept each other going, getting one another coffees and chatting for England. That's it, actually. I like that. I like that idea that friendships have been formed. People saying, I met loads of people in the queue and we would chat. Because what else can you do? They're standing either in front of you or behind you. You're bound to say something. And there was that boy and girl who met, wasn't there? Bad news? Broken relationships? Both in relationships? Oh, right. Oh, they're just going to be friends. Oh, well, that's okay. That's okay. Could be, yes. I don't know. Well, they might actually finish with them. They might finish with their respective boyfriends and girlfriends, decide to go out with each other, because it was such a touching story There's a very good chance that they'll probably turn up on Celebrity MasterChef or something like that, you know. They put anybody on these programmes now. I was watching a cooking programme yesterday. If only I knew who any of the people were. The only person I knew was Kerry Katona. I didn't know anybody else. Nobody else at all. They one bloke they laughingly called a presenter. I couldn't quite work out what he was presenting. Catherine says, thought of you at one point when we saw a building called the Mudlarks. Felt surreal walking through the Docklands in the early hours. Thankful to the Globe having toilets open for us queuing. Yes, I thought that was very good of them. Very good. Yeah, so Jack and Zoe, it turns out they both got long-term partners and met up just as friends. Yeah, whatever. How many times you heard that? Oh, we're just friends. Jack's a great guy. We get on brilliantly, but we both have long-term partners. In fact, I'm getting married next year, says Zoe. Not only that, but there's also a 10-year age gap between Jack and I. Really? Didn't look like a 10-year age. Mind you, I watched... There's a 10-year age... Well, is she older than he is? Or... We don't know, do we? There was one of those television programmes the other day looking at somebody in A&E. And it was a lad who was in his... He was obviously a mummy's boy, because she was sort of in there and she looked after him and all the rest. But she couldn't do this, so he had to go to hospital. And I was looking at him thinking, I wonder how old you are, still to live with your mother. You know, he looked about, to be honest with you, he looked anywhere between 25 and 30. 16. I was so out. When they said, and of course, you know, for every other 16-year-old, and I'm thinking, 16? Blimey, what's he eating for breakfast? Must be that kind of thing where they go, I'm only 16. And you go, well, you don't look it. You look an awful lot older than 16. What else we got? Mick and Sandy, loyal to the end. Prince Andrew bending over to pat them. You just expect them to go grab him. What else we got? A delivery driver has completed a personal challenge of working for 24 hours, completing 77 jobs. I would have thought that was highly dangerous, because you start falling asleep, don't you, after a while? 6 million people, this was good news, whether or not it works, I don't know, will receive a one-off £150 disability cost of living payment from tomorrow. Many of those eligible will be paid by the beginning of next month. The cash is intended to help disabled people with soaring prices and the extra costs they face for care and mobility needs. Because I think it's quite expensive to be disabled. I think it really is. Payments will be automatic to those on a qualifying disability benefit. People are being warned to watch out for tests and emails from fraudsters asking for their personal details. Do not give them. Do not give them. People's eating habits are not much healthier today than 30 years ago. Rating diets from only junk food 0 to totally healthy 100, the average score was 40.3. People munch more vegetables and nuts than they used to, but they consume more red meat, fizzy drinks and salt. See, I don't have any salt in, and I don't do fizzy drinks. I do red meat though. But I'm trying not to have it all the time. I'm sure, I don't know. I had fillet steak yesterday, which because I didn't have anything else in. I just had to suffer, as you can imagine. Fillet steak, honestly. And I did it, it was a pauper's dinner. I did it with some onions, which I don't cut or anything like that. I buy a bag of cut onions. I'm all for the economy side of it. All this malarkey about, get the onion out, stuff. No, thank you very much indeed. You just go and buy a bag of onions, which are chopped. And they either do red onions or they do the other ones. And I put those in a frying pan, cut up some steak. And then what did I chuck on the top? Oh, I chucked some egg fried rice on the top. Left it for 15 minutes, perfection. Squirted a bit of Hellmann's mayonnaise over the top, and again, I'm obsessed with rice. I shouldn't be eating that sort of rice. I should be eating basmati rice, because it's better for you. But to be honest with you, I don't like it. Yeah, I wanted egg fried rice, and it had to have Thousand Island dressing on the top. Not Thousand Island dressing, although I do like Thousand Island dressing. Is basmati white or brown, isn't it? Basmati rice, isn't it? Is it white? I don't know, I've never had it, so it doesn't... You think it's white? Oh, right, okay. I don't know, I've never had the stuff. I'm sure it's very nice indeed. I'm trying to have a look. Oh, it's white, there you go. How to cook it. Stick it in the microwave by the look of it. I think you just you cut out, because most of the packets now, you just tear open the top a little bit, stick it in the microwave. Much quicker than cooking in an oven. Much quicker. And so, who'd have guessed? Who'd have guessed? It must be cheaper on the electric. Do you not think so? I mean, I would think so. I'm all in favour of saving a little bit of money. Putting rice in the oven. But I just do it in all of it in a saucepan with a lid, and I steam it, and it's lovely. I mean, I think I'm fairly adept in the kitchen, you know, but I'm not that adventurous. I mean, sometimes I might substitute the rice for Brussels sprouts or asparagus, but at the moment the asparagus is coming from Peru, and it's a bit flavourless, I'm afraid. Steak and sprouts is a popular dish in our house. I would do it with some sauté potatoes if I could be bothered, because I quite like sauté potatoes. And they used to do packets of them in Waitrose, and you would tear open the top. It was a foil package, and you would empty it, and it was sort of bacon and egg. No, not dauphinoise, no. It was just sort of sauté potatoes, but with a little bit of egg in there, or bacon, I think, egg and bacon. And you poured it into the frying pan, which was hot, and it sort of crisped it up, and it was particular. Well, I haven't found it for ages. Must be a world shortage. There you go, bacon and egg potato sauté. There you go. Sorry, it's not available. This must be something the matter with it. It's obviously not, but it hasn't been in there for over a few weeks. And they do another one as well, which I think is a Swiss potato rosti. I think it's a Swiss rosti, which makes me sound as I know loads about food, but I promise you I know absolutely nothing about food at all. But I used to buy these things because they were long life, and they used to last for ages and ages. And I was mind you, I found a tin of beans the other day in the kitchen. I'm so excited. Found a tin of beans. I was going to add those, but I thought by that time I'd already opened the egg fried rice, so there was no point. Well, I just sort of found them in a cupboard I hadn't bothered looking at before. It's like living in Windsor Castle. You open up a cupboard and you go, what the hell's that? Tin of beans banging on the door, trying to get out again. Luckily, it was within sell-by date by about a year. I do like beans occasionally, but they've got sugar in, haven't they? Everything's got sugar in. That's the only problem, isn't it, nowadays? Everybody's got sugar. And then I watched this programme on the television. Is it Ninja Warriors or something? Oh, my God. What a pile of rubbish. What a pile of rubbish. It's had to have 3 presenters on it. It's got Ben Shepherd. You'd have thought we're getting up early in the morning and struggling through the programme and then doing Tipping Point. Then we don't want to see him anymore, thank you. Rochelle Humes for about the umpteenth time. And is it Chris Kamara? Cammy. Oh, he's called Cammy, is it? Oh, right. And I thought to myself, 3 presenters on a programme? God, dear, honestly. I mean, it looked as though it was a little bit above Rochelle, so I thought I'd kind of leave that to one side. I didn't think it was her sort of thing at all. Thomas says, hope you're well. On the way to the cafe for a bit of brekkie. Been grafting all morning. It was fantastic to send off Her Majesty yesterday. Makes you proud to be British. Get yourself down, Bosch Jim. So Thomas is having his breakfast already. You're not going to lose that weight, are you? If you keep having these fry-ups and all the rest of it. Although I'm slightly jealous. Slightly jealous. Do you know, once I've only once had a Subway. I've only ever once had one, and it was in the car, and I was driving somewhere, and it was a late-night garage, and they had a Subway that was open in the garage on the road leading up to Hanger Lane. So I went in there, and I got very confused by the whole thing, and he said yes, and I said, I'm struggling with the menu, and in the end, I had steak and something, which was nice. I can't remember what it was. You had a steak one? Oh, spicy Italian. Oh, you only had 6-inch. I had much bigger, and it was very nice. It could have been a foot long, and I walked out of there thinking I'm going to be mugged. You know, it was that part of London. I thought it didn't look so safe, but the thing I haven't had for ages, and I need to find it, but these blooming places aren't open early enough. They do the little hash browns in Burger King, but they're bite size. I don't want a big hash brown. I want little ones. Because I told you, there used to be the girl at Waterloo Station when they were there, and she liked me. I knew she liked me because she'd always put extra hash browns in. She would pull them into the bag, and they closed down shortly after. Perhaps they ran out of money or something. I don't know. Just to feed my habit. But all the McDonald's were closed yesterday. I was amazed at how many places were, but in Twickenham, a few of the coffee shops were open. I saw a girl in a Starbucks uniform. I'm assuming she did work for Starbucks as opposed to just had the uniform. And Costa were open, and a few other places. And at Waterloo Station, Pret a Manger was open, Marks and Spencer's, and some of the other places. Obviously, as they will explain to you later, to cater for all the people who were going to the funeral. Bit disrespectful, but, you know, listen, there was no reason why people had to close, and had I not had to get a train, I'd have bought myself a little flaky pastry thing in Pret a Manger or something like that, because the bacon rolls, they've seemed to have given up with bacon rolls now. They shove this ghastly egg in there. which is so awful. It looks a bit dehydrated. It does nothing to me whatsoever. If it was a fried egg, I could understand it, but it's not a fried egg. It's like they do another egg in McDonald's. It's a different sort of egg. It's like a poached egg, but sort of flatter and rounder. Honestly, I wonder how I get through the day sometimes. Seriously. And then yesterday, see, bacon and egg roll. You know, smoke dry-cured British back bacon wrapped in a freshly... Yeah, but what's the point of paying for it if I'm going to take it out? That's a dreadful waste of money. What, give it to somebody homeless or something? Sorry, would you like my egg omelette? But you can't have the roll because it goes with my bacon. That's never going to work, is it? Goodness sake, honestly. It's Tuesday. This is the news.
On your radio, on Global Player, and
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 6 o'clock, Liz Truss is committing to match or exceed UK military aid for Ukraine in 2023. £2.3 billion has been spent this year on helping the nation fend off Vladimir Putin's invasion. The Prime Minister is heading to the UN General Assembly in New York, as LBC's James Goodison reports.
The annual summit in New York comes fresh after successful Ukrainian counterattacks. And for Liz Truss, a fortnight in the job, it's a real opportunity to show the world that the UK support will continue. The new Prime Minister also wants discussions about ending energy dependence on Russia as a difficult winter looms for Europe.
The royal family is observing another week of mourning for the Queen following her state funeral. No official engagements will be carried out during that time, and flags at royal residences will remain at half-mast. Elizabeth II was laid to rest with her husband, the Duke of Edinburgh, during a private burial service at Windsor last night. Around 6 million people with disabilities are due to begin receiving a £150 cost of living payment. The government says those who are on eligible benefits will get the one-off sum automatically from today, but Katie Stiles, an unpaid carer and founder of the We Care campaign, thinks it won't even scratch the surface.
As a disabled family, you're going to be using more electricity, so that might be for things like
$4.56 million. 456 real contestants. But there can only be one winner.
Eliminated.
The biggest Netflix show ever.
Squid Games, let's get real.
Becomes Netflix's biggest reality competition series.
I will absolutely double cross you.
Outshine the competition.
This is insane.
Steal the show. Squid Game, The Challenge. The real game begins November 22nd. Only on Netflix.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. 27 minutes to 6. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. I hope you are well. And if you came to London yesterday recovering from the amount of people, I've never seen so many people in the capital. And I left before it all took off. They were still pouring in off the trains. It was interesting. So there were 2,000 people at Westminster Abbey for the state funeral. And then St George's Chapel, there were 800 people. Some of them looked as though they'd done both services. Some of the former prime ministers. The Royal Navy ratings tasked with pulling the state gun carriage. 142 of them there were. More than 10,000 police officers. And the last time a funeral was held at Westminster Abbey for a British monarch was King George II's funeral, held at the Abbey in 1760. 262 years, I think. Also, 22 miles of barriers erected in Central London. It's all gone. They managed to clear it phenomenally fast. I mean, even faster than you can ever imagine. They were out there, working their little socks off, making sure it was all clean, the streets are all tidy again. And as I say, if you just sort of visited today, you'd never know that anything happened at all. Estimated to have visited the capital on Monday, about 1 million, say London Transport Authorities, and there's 250 extra rail services running to move people in and out of the city. 8 kilometres of people who lined up to file past the Queen's coffin. They don't know how many people went. They're still waiting. The initial estimates were, I think, about 400,000 people, but I think there's bound to be more, I think. 125, what that would be for movie theatres. They opened their doors to broadcast Monday's funeral live. And how many diamonds? Well, the Imperial State Crown has 2,868 diamonds, along with 17 sapphires, 11 emeralds, 269 pearls and 4 rubies. So there you go. It rested on the Queen's coffin as it lay in state. That's one crown, yes. Yeah. And they have quite a lot of crowns. Quite a lot of crowns. I mean, but 2,000... I mean, I suppose, excuse me, if you're making a crown, and this was made years and years ago, you're going to you're going to demonstrate your wealth. I mean, when I used to see the Queen on television at a party in the evening at Buckingham Palace, she would be dripping in jewels. There'd be a huge thing around her neck. She'd have the earrings. She'd have brooches. It was absolutely unbelievable. All resurrected from the vaults. But when you look at the crown, and so I remember going to see the crown jewels at the Tower of London and saying to somebody, I felt a bit mad saying it, I said, are they real or are they just fake? They went, no, they're real. And they've got huge silver salvers there, enormous. I mean, just to polish the thing alone would take you the best part of a good weekend. And they've got all the jewels there. I mean, some of it, it's priceless, absolutely priceless. And then you've got the orbs. Then you've got the sceptres as well, all different ones, all different types for different occasions. But the Queen hated wearing it. For the state opening of Parliament, she hated wearing the crown. She said because it weighs so much. And if you look at it, you can imagine it weighs a lot. You've got to kind of keep your head up. Otherwise, the whole thing just sort of collapses. 2 minutes of silence at the end of the funeral at Westminster Abbey. I thought that was very nice. I always like it when people do that. It's always quiet. It's a very reflective period. And I think especially for members of the royal family. But they all did tremendously well. It can't have been easy. It's not just losing the Queen, which we look on it as. It's losing your mother. That's what it comes down to. That's why Charles's little card that went on top of the flowers was so special. Devoted, he said, absolutely devoted. But we'll meet again. The Archbishop of Canterbury, as you know, yesterday hailed the Queen's life of service. The Most Reverend Justin Welby says, all who follow the Queen's example and inspiration of trust in God can, with her, say, we will meet again. And I would think that would be it. But all the Prime Ministers were there, the ones that are still going. John Major, who, as I say, turned up Westminster Abbey and turned up in St George's Chapel. Turned up. Well, I don't know how they managed to get there on time. I mean, they really did quite well. Tony Blair was there, Gordon Brown, David Cameron, Theresa May, and Boris Johnson. And they all looked fantastic. They all looked very nice. Also, Carrie was there. And Miss Truss takes her seat at the Abbey before she launched into the Verily, Verily speech, which is how I've decided to name it. But it felt personal. They said she lives on in us all because there can't be many people in the country who could show you her picture to somebody. They would know instantly who she was. Yes, in the world, you could show in the world. You're talking about... says Darryl, thee and thou reminds me of my granddad. He was born in 1911. Used to make me laugh with the Lord said to them, come forth, and they came fifth and won a teapot. Thank you. The old ones are the best. That's so stupid, isn't it, really? So the Lord said to them, come forth, and they came fifth and they won a teapot. It's like the man walking down the street with a teddy bear. And somebody said, where'd you get that from? And the teddy bear says, I won him. Again, stupid. The Queen liked to joke. The Queen liked to joke. She did smile a lot. And that's what I think we'll miss. We'll miss the human touch. We'll miss the touch of, the fact that she was always there reassuringly. Even if she was tired, even if she was ill, she made an appearance. Alinka says, a friend at Westminster Abbey, yes, in his academic robes, Biden had to wait for them to advance first. I love it. I love it. It's a fabulous picture. Fabulous picture. There's so much ceremony, isn't there? There's so many robes for this and that. And you can imagine how many wardrobes the Queen must have. Because every day there will be something taking place. If she's going out to do an appearance, if she's going to open eyes, I mean, just organising. Sending out invites and the dress codes. And then on the way there, she'll be briefed by the lady in waiting. You're going to meet, first of all, so-and-so, who's been involved here for 45 years. Don't know her name because that's all on the card, and somebody will introduce you anyway. So everybody's got to know where to stand. And that's why I was amazed at the logistics of all these people in the Abbey. So you're here. So they've got people who are very discreet, because I didn't see a load of people going this way, over here, seat 14. I didn't see any of that. Will they have markers on the floor? Well, so will they have markers? I thought I'm taking the mickey out of poor Miss Truss's speech. No. But, I mean, the President of the United States, I mean, do you think he's really cross that he was shoved away at the back? Because it wasn't exactly the most prominent seat. But it doesn't matter. It's the fact that you were there. It's the fact that you were there. And also, he's so old, he won't remember where he's been. He's not going to remember. Is he back at the White House already? They don't hang around, do they? I suppose really because what they'll do is they'll whiz him back. He only spent one night in Regent's Park, and then they'll whiz him back there. Somebody else will send on all the luggage. Somebody would have packed it. I mean, that's the advantage to being either a member of the royal family or a head of state, because you don't have to get the case down from the loft and find all these different things and then put them in there, and you don't have to iron any shirts because somebody does it for you. And if you stay at the American ambassadorial place in Regent's Park, there's a whole army of staff there, and that's what they do. They look after people. Windsor Castle's got it, Buckingham Palace has got it, Holyrood Palace has got it as well. All these different places, they've got a team of cleaners and a team of people what do for you. So it must be quite nice. So he can go straight to the airport, get back on Air Force One, take off. You know, they don't really have time slots as the rest of us do. You just got to find a little slot in the schedule and then just pop or just hold them back. The president's taking off. That's the way it goes. Pete the Pool Man says Monday ran Windsor Great Park, arrived at 6:15, came across a lone piper. It was a moment. Take a look at this video. He said, still got loads of pools today, and I'm still heated and business as usual. Dear God. How on earth do you find a piper up there? Is he part of a... Well, I guess, how long have you been... Is he rehearsing? Or is he part of something? Is a piper standing by this sort of copper horse? Copper, is it? Oh, right, the copper horse. And perhaps he's sort of outside rehearsing, or it's just, what a thing to come across. Pete, for goodness sake, took a wrong turn and ended up there, so might as well play it. Because I never seen them. When they're playing the bagpipes, you're supposed to pump it up under your arm, and then you keep it going with a bit more, sort of pump it up. And, but I never see anybody doing that. That's why it always sounds at the beginning a bit, and then it gets to the key that they're looking for. Roads lined with love. I don't think there's any doubt of that, and all the pictures in the papers will show you. So if you were lining the route, who knows, you'll probably find yourself in the papers today. Could be anybody, I suppose. It could be a young person or an older person. 477 soldiers, sailors, Royal Marines and RAF personnel watched. They presented arms as the coffin moved past, standing with their heads bowed and pointing down. And also had 40 household staff as well, turned up outside Buckingham Palace. And at the moment, they don't know if they've still got a job. We were discussing that last week, because it depends where Charles decides to base his operation. Another one that says, Steve, I've driven out along the A4, this is Ken, and I've noticed that the road for the first time in ages has been swept clean of the trees and plants growing on the Central Divide. They were cut away. The grass has been cut at the roadside, and all roadworks were temporarily suspended. And that's in both directions. Well, they just wanted to make it look nice, because obviously the cameras were following them, the drones and all the other bits and pieces. And they want to make sure that it looks neat. And you don't find the place covered in graffiti, which we seem to have a proliferation of in London. Not as bad as in Rome. Rome is the worst place I've ever been to for graffiti. It really is. On the whole circle of Rome, absolutely covered in it. Complete bunch of idiots who put this stuff, their little moniker and everything like that. It's ghastly, really is. But the Queen's Piper's saying goodbye to Her Majesty. It was Pipe Major Paul Burns' duty to play beneath the monarch's window for 15 minutes every morning at 9 a.m. You can imagine, can't you? Go away! She's trying to sleep. She had a heavy night. But yesterday he marked her passing at Westminster Abbey with a renditioning of, it's a traditional lament, Sleep, Dearie, Sleep. Doesn't sound very traditional, does it? Sleep, dearie, sleep, dearie. Go on, you sleep. You'll be all right. That's okay. And yesterday marked her passing. And then at St George's Chapel in Windsor, as the body was lowered, he played a salute to the Royal Fendersmith, which movingly faded as he walked away. It did exactly the same in Westminster Abbey, didn't it? I think he walked away then. I think it's lovely. It's such a lovely tribute because I saw it exactly as it was. I thought it was lovely. No? Oh, sorry. Oh, so I was just waiting for my cup of tea, which I got. Thank you very much indeed. Steve from Colin in Israel. We know that a lot of people here, and not just expats, were tuned in and watching proceedings. The coverage was excellent and the pictures were impressive, but there's a lingering feeling here which will never go away, that Queen Elizabeth was remiss in never coming to Israel on an official visit. Shame. Not going to happen now, is it? Not going to happen now. You never know. Charles might. Charles might. I mean, I think what he needs, first of all, Charles, is a big rest. I think he needs a long rest and yet when you think that people have flown off, Liz Truss has flown off to America. Biden, I should imagine, must be back there already, and everybody else is doing all their little bits and pieces. They don't hang around, do they? Don't hang around. Catherine says, Steve, queued for 13 hours with my husband and 3 newly made friends on Saturday at 10 p.m. Paid our respects to the Queen at 11 a.m. The queuing was an endurance test at times, but everybody kept each other going, getting one another coffees and chatting for England. That's it, actually. I like that. I like that idea that friendships have been formed. People saying, I met loads of people in the queue and we would chat. Because what else can you do? They're standing either in front of you or behind you. You're bound to say something. And there was that boy and girl who met, wasn't there? Bad news? Broken relationships? Both in relationships? Oh, right. Oh, they're just going to be friends. Oh, well, that's okay. That's okay. Could be, yes. I don't know. Well, they might actually finish with them. They might finish with their respective boyfriends and girlfriends, decide to go out with each other, because it was such a touching story. There's a very good chance that they'll probably turn up on Celebrity MasterChef or something like that. They put anybody on these programmes now. I was watching a cooking programme yesterday. If only I knew who any of the people were. The only person I knew was Kerry Katona. I didn't know anybody else. Nobody else at all. They one bloke they laughingly called a presenter. I couldn't quite work out what he was presenting. Catherine says, thought of you at one point when we saw a building called the Mudlarks. Felt surreal walking through the Docklands in the early hours. Thankful to the Globe having toilets open for us queuing. Yes, I thought that was very good of them. Very good. Yeah, so Jack and Zoe, it turns out they both got long-term partners and met up just as friends. Yeah, whatever. How many times you heard that? Oh, we're just friends. Jack's a great guy. We get on brilliantly, but we both have long-term partners. In fact, I'm getting married next year, says Zoe. Not only that, but there's also a 10-year age gap between Jack and I. Really? It didn't look like a 10-year age. Mind you, I watched... There's a 10-year age... Well, is she older than he is? Or... We don't know, do we? There was one of those television programmes the other day looking at somebody in A&E. And it was a lad who was he was obviously a mummy's boy, because she was sort of in there and she looked after him and all the rest. But she couldn't do this, so he had to go to hospital. And I was looking at him thinking... I wonder how old you are, and still to live with your mother. He looked about, to be honest with you, he looked anywhere between 25 and 30. 16. I was so out. When they said, and of course, for every other 16-year-old, and I'm thinking, 16? Blimey, what's he eating for breakfast? Must be that kind of thing, where they go, I'm only 16. And you go, well, you don't look it. You look an awful lot older than 16. What else we got? Mick and Sandy, loyal to the end. Prince Andrew bending over to pat them. You just expect them to go grab him. What else we got? A delivery driver has completed a personal challenge of working for 24 hours, completing 77 jobs. I would have thought that was highly dangerous, because you start falling asleep, don't you, after a while? 6 million people, this was good news, whether or not it works, I don't know, will receive a one-off £150 disability cost of living payment from tomorrow. Many of those eligible will be paid by the beginning of next month. The cash is intended to help disabled people with soaring prices and the extra costs they face for care and mobility needs. Because I think it's quite expensive to be disabled. I think it really is. Payments will be automatic to those on a qualifying disability benefit. People are being warned to watch out for tests and emails from fraudsters asking for their personal details. Do not give them. Do not give them. People's eating habits are not much healthier today than 30 years ago. Rating Rating diets from only junk food 0 to totally healthy 100. The average score was 40.3. People munch more vegetables and nuts than they used to, but they consume more red meat, fizzy drinks and salt. See, I don't have any salt in, and I don't do fizzy drinks. I do red meat though. But I'm trying not to have it all the time. I'm sure, I don't know. I had fillet steak yesterday, which because I didn't have anything else in. I just had to suffer, as you can imagine. Fillet steak, honestly. And I did it, it was a pauper's dinner. I did it with some onions, which I don't cut or anything like that. I buy a bag of cut onions. I'm all for the economy side of it. All this malarkey about, get the onion out, start. No, thank you very much indeed. You just go and buy a bag of onions, which are chopped. And they either do red onions or they do the other ones. And I put those in a frying pan, cut up some steak. And then what did I chuck on the top? Oh, I chucked some egg fried rice on the top. Left it for 15 minutes, perfection. Squirted a bit of Hellmann's mayonnaise over the top, and again, I'm obsessed with rice. I shouldn't be eating that sort of rice. I should be eating basmati rice, because it's better for you. But to be honest with you, I don't like it. Yeah, I wanted egg fried rice, and it had to have Thousand Island dressing on the top. Not Thousand Island dressing, although I do like Thousand Island dressing. Is basmati white or brown, isn't it? Basmati rice, isn't it? Is it white? I don't know, I've never had it, so it doesn't... You think it's white? Oh, right, okay. I don't know, I've never had the stuff. I'm sure it's very nice indeed. I'm trying to have a look. Oh, it's white, there you go. How to cook it. Stick it in the microwave by the look of it. I think you just you cut out, because most of the packets now, you just tear open the top a little bit, stick it in the microwave. Much quicker than cooking in an oven. Much quicker. And so, who'd have guessed? Who'd have guessed? It must be cheaper on the electric. Do you not think so? I mean, I would think so. I'm all in favour of saving a little bit of money. Putting rice in the oven. But I just do it all of it in a saucepan with a lid, and I steam it. And it's lovely. I mean, I think I'm fairly adept in the kitchen, but I'm not that adventurous. I mean, sometimes I might substitute the rice for Brussels sprouts or asparagus. But at the moment, the asparagus is coming from Peru, and it's a bit flavourless, I'm afraid. Steak and sprouts is a popular dish in our house. I would do it with some sauté potatoes if I could be bothered, because I quite like sauté potatoes. And they used to do packets of them in Waitrose, and you would tear open the top. It was a foil package, and you would empty it, and it was sort of bacon and egg. No, not dauphinoise. No, it was just sort of sauté potatoes, but with a little bit of egg in there, or bacon. I think egg and bacon, and you poured it into the frying pan, which was hot, and it sort of crisped it up, and it was particular. Well, I haven't found it for ages. Must be a world shortage. There you go. Bacon and egg potato sauté. There you go. Sorry, it's not available. This must be something the matter with it. It's obviously not, but it hasn't been in there for over a few weeks. And they do another one as well, which I think is a Swiss potato rosti. I think it's a Swiss rosti, which makes me sound as I know loads about food, but I promise you I know absolutely nothing about food at all. But I used to buy these things because they were long life, and they used to last for ages and ages. And I was mind you, I found a tin of beans the other day in the kitchen. I'm so excited. Found a tin of beans. I was going to add those, but I thought by that time I'd already opened the egg fried rice, so there was no point. Well, I just sort of found them in a cupboard I hadn't bothered looking at before. It's like living in Windsor Castle. You open up a cupboard and you go, what the hell's that? Tin of beans banging on the door, trying to get out again. Luckily, it was within sell-by date by about a year. I do like beans occasionally, but they've got sugar in, haven't they? Everything's got sugar in. That's the only problem, isn't it, nowadays? Everybody's got sugar. And then I watched this programme on the television. Is it Ninja Warriors or something? Oh, my God. What a pile of rubbish. What a pile of rubbish. It's had to have 3 presenters on it. It's got Ben Shepherd. You'd have thought we're getting up early in the morning and struggling through the programme and then doing Tipping Point. Then we don't want to see him anymore, thank you. Rochelle Humes for about the umpteenth time. And is it Chris Kamara? Cammy. Oh, he's called Cammy, is it? Oh, right. And I thought to myself, 3 presenters on a programme? God, dear, honestly. I mean, it looked as though it was a little bit above Rochelle, so I thought I'd kind of leave that to one side. I didn't think it was her sort of thing at all. Thomas says, hope you're well. On the way to the cafe for a bit of brekkie. Been grafting all morning. It was fantastic to send off Her Majesty yesterday. Makes you proud to be British. Get yourself down, Bosch Jim. So Thomas is having his breakfast already. You're not going to lose that weight, are you? If you keep having these fry-ups and all the rest of it. Although I'm slightly jealous. Slightly jealous. Do you know, once I've only once had a Subway. I've only ever once had one, and it was in the car, and I was driving somewhere, and it was a late night garage, and they had a Subway that was open in the garage on the road leading up to Hanger Lane. So I went in there and I got very confused by the whole thing. And he said yes. And I said, I'm sort of struggling with the menu. And in the end, I had steak and something, which was nice. I can't remember what it was. You had a steak one? Oh, spicy Italian. Oh, you only had 6-inch. I had much bigger. And it was very nice. It could have been a foot long. And I walked out of there thinking, I'm going to be mugged. You know, it was that part of London. I thought it didn't look so safe. But the thing I haven't had for ages, and I need to find it, but these blooming places aren't open early enough. They do the little hash browns in Burger King, but they're bite size. I don't want a big hash brown. I want little ones. Because I told you, there used to be the girl at Waterloo Station when they were there, and she liked me. I knew she liked me because she'd always put extra hash browns in. She would pour them into the bag, and they closed down shortly after. Perhaps they run out of money or something. I don't know. Just to feed my habit. But all the McDonald's were closed yesterday. I was amazed at how many places were. But in Twickenham, a few of the coffee shops were open. I saw a girl in a Starbucks uniform. I'm assuming she did work for Starbucks as opposed to just had the uniform. And Costa were open, and a few other places. And at Waterloo Station, Pret a Manger was open, Marks and Spencer's, and some of the other places. Obviously, as they will explain to you later, to cater for all the people who were going to the funeral. Bit disrespectful, but, you know, listen, there was no reason why people had to close, and had I not had to get a train, I'd have bought myself a little flaky pastry thing in Pret a Manger or something like that, because the bacon rolls, they've seemed to have given up with bacon rolls now. They shove this ghastly egg in there, which is so awful. It looks a bit dehydrated. It does nothing to me whatsoever. If it was a fried egg, I could understand it, but it's not a fried egg. It's like they do another egg in McDonald's. It's a different sort of egg. It's like a poached egg, but sort of flatter and rounder. Honestly, I wonder how I get through the day sometimes. Seriously. And then yesterday, see, bacon and egg roll. You know, smoked, dry-cured British back bacon wrapped in a freshly baked omelette. It's an omelette. But I didn't like it, and I don't like it. I just want the bacon. Yeah, but what's the point of paying for it if I'm going to take it out? That's a dreadful waste of money. What, give it to somebody homeless or something? Sorry, would you like my egg omelette? But you can't have the roll because it goes with my bacon. That's never going to work, is it? Goodness sake, honestly. It's Tuesday. This is the news.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, 26 minutes to 7. Steve Allen's early breakfast on LBC. Albert in Croydon hits the nail on the head. He said people were happy to get into line and wait 24 hours for the Queen, yet they go berserk having to wait for a bus for 10 minutes. There's nothing... Because I hate it when you get to the bus stop and you try and see if they've got one of those little readers inside which says, you know, the next bus will be along in 5 minutes or 4 minutes or whatever it is, and then it keeps... You get there and it's not working, which is even more frustrating. We used to have people, I remember meeting them in Twickenham, they'd be like bus inspectors, they'd be hanging around the bus stops, and you could ask them, you could say, what time's the next bus to Tolworth or to Kingston? Yeah, I remember those very well indeed. Very well indeed. God, it makes me sound quite ancient, actually. But no, it was a nice thing to have, actually. But Albert's, yes, it was a trolley bus. Albert's quite right, actually, but the Brits do complain about 10 minutes. And then when, of course, the bus gets here, get out of the way, edging people here. I just develop a limp and people let me get on. It's so much easier. Adam says, queued for 8 hours Sunday to say goodbye to my Queen. Hard work on the back and knees, but well worth it. Got a return train ticket from Rochester. As I heard on the radio, there were extra trains and tubes running through the night. At 1 a.m, Westminster and Waterloo tube stations were shut. There was only one train running to Southampton. I was the only member of rail staff on the concourse where I could find a welfare train that I'd heard about. I've never even heard of a welfare train. But she knew nothing about them. Found myself stranded with another family trying to get to Ealing. Cabs wouldn't take us. They couldn't get a fare back. That never bothers them. The fare there covers for them coming on the return journey, which is very good. Mary says, lovely to hear your voice after such a dignified and emotive day, which I spent with my dad, who, after losing my mum, I didn't want to be alone on such a day, which evoked so many memories and tears. Charles is my dad's 4th monarch, who I suspect will have his coronation on Feb the 6th, which is the day his granddad, George VI, died. So there you go. But the news story from the weekend, mainline train stations staying open in London throughout the night in the coming days as transport authorities prepare to look after the huge number of people. Restaurant and toilet facilities will stay open with special welfare trains on platforms to seat vulnerable passengers who may have long waits to travel. I've never even heard of a welfare train. Have you heard of such a thing? Unbelievable. But they weren't there. Oh, well. That's the way it goes. Perhaps nobody told them. Niall says, when I worked in Iceland, the sun didn't come up till 11:15 in the morning. Yes, well, in fact, Iceland, like the Arctic Circle, this is not the frozen food place, this is probably the country, they have half light a lot of time. When we were there at Christmas, the days, but we didn't get sunshine. You had gloomy days. It was permanently gloomy. Which it is for, I think, about 6 months of the year, something like that. So you don't really see it, which actually it didn't bother me after a while. It just meant that you went to bed early and you were grateful because you would climb into bed when we were inside the Arctic Circle, and we were inside the Arctic Circle in a place called Kittila. And then we went to Luosto. And I can't tell you how cold it was. It was freezing, absolutely freezing. But there again, you're inside the Arctic Circle. The only people who survive are the Lappish people, the reindeer and the huskies and everybody else. But the rest of us sort of poor lily-livered Brits, people like that who were off to see Father Christmas. Beautifully done, don't get me wrong. But it was so cold. And I've not seen Frozen Planet yet, although I can't remember. Did I see anything? No, I was watching something the other day. And, it was Gogglebox, and they had a piece on there where there was a seal on a piece of ice, but it was a big piece of ice. And so these killer whales, to make them sound friendly, they call them orcas, but they're killer whales. They eat other whales. They will separate calves from the mother, and they will drown it and then effectively eat it. And they all went together to create a huge wave underneath this big block of ice. And the ice cracks up. Literally, the seal is clinging on for grim life. The force under the water, they managed to split that huge piece of ice. And, of course, it's still moving, so the seal is clinging on to it, because seals are okay in the water, but not up against 3 or 4 orcas. And I think when they were showing it on Gogglebox, it was a case, oh, no, we don't want it. And look, and it comes up right next to it. I mean, it must be quite... What they're doing is they're gauging exactly where it is so they can then push it off. And that's all they want to do. They want to push it off. And this poor thing is stuck in the middle of a diminishing piece of ice. But you're not allowed to get involved, are you? You're not allowed to get involved with this sort of thing because it's called interfering with nature. It didn't survive, by the way. It didn't survive. What they do is they sort of... I mean, they're huge, these orcas. They're quite frightening to watch. But it's so sophisticated to actually get this sort of seal, one seal between 6 orcas. Oh, I tell you where I went the other day. I went to the circus. I bought a ticket, cost me £28. Very reasonable, I thought. I thought it was expensive. I thought that was very reasonable. Front row, ringside I was, and it was to Zippo's Circus, who were in Twickenham. Ironically, they finished on the Sunday. Their tent was packed up, and they were leaving as I was coming into town on the Monday morning. They were leaving already. They should have been there till Monday, but they couldn't, of course. And I thought it was the best I've ever seen them. The place was, I would think, 3/4 packed with kids, and they were all running about at the beginning. It drives me, and I think, oh no, please don't run around. And this is kids probably about 10, 11, something like that. And they've all got these lights that light up and everything else. And then the ringmaster comes in, and we do a minute's silence. Everybody fell totally silent. All the kids were really silent. And then the lights dim, and the circus starts, and they had everything. They had a couple of clowns, one little man, and one taller one who played the sort of the foil for it. They had tumblers. They had a rocket ship which comes down and goes round and people suspended from it. It was really super. It was really super. And how much do you get? You get a show. Yeah. Yeah, it's just like going to the theatre. You're watching a performance. About an hour and a bit. But the kids loved it. They were spellbound with sort of people. They had these... I don't know what they call them, actually. How many do they do a day? 2 or 3, depending. 2 or 3. They had these tumblers, I think from South Africa, jumping on each other's shoulders, spinning over, backflips and all the rest of it. The kids loved it. And then they had a girl who, they took the rocket ship off this hook, and she clips on her long bits of material, and she winds herself up on her arms above the ring, and then just drops. Well, I tell you, the kids went balmy for it. They loved it. I've never heard so much noise. Seriously, they loved every minute of it. It was a really, if you get a chance to see the show, it was good old-fashioned fun. My friend Paul Smith and I used to go to see Zippo Circus, but this was even better than the last time. Even better. And also, if you work a circus like Zippo's, there's no airs and graces. The people who you see performing in the ring will be the people who take all the seats out at the end of the performances, the people who take the tent down, the people who serve you ice creams, and the people who serve you your popcorn and everything else like that. They literally, you're involved in it. Also, all the acrobats and the people like that, they're all working the crowd. It was really something, because I kept thinking I've seen you before, and some of them pop up in a couple of other acts. Really brilliant, really brilliant. It was. So I tweeted on how good it was, hoping that they got more full houses, because it can't be easy in this day and age to actually get people in to a set. But it was brilliant. Brilliant. I knew I was going to mention something. Steve, I'm listening to your show from my phone, and my partner uses a laptop. We both realise we get different ads. Yes, you would. Listen, even I'm confused by it, so don't even ask me. I have 3 different sets, but it'll be brilliant. It'll be brilliant. Steve, I'm listening to your show. Oh, I got it twice, actually. I got it twice. When I worked at Poundland in Dartford, it had no exterior windows. So if you were on full-time hours in the winter, you never saw sunlight unless you went out for a cigarette, says Stephen. Yes, there are no windows in our Poundland. It's an old Woolworths. The only windows it's got are at the very front of the building. At the back, there's nothing at all. I've got no windows. In our Poundland, there's no windows. I've got no windows in here. Well, I can see you next door. Mind you, I'm having that bricked up next week. Steve, an amazing day, says Marie in Surrey. For Her Majesty, I can't believe she's gone. Watch Westminster funeral service, then decided to jump on the train to Windsor. Is not very far, but they'd closed the long walk, offered directions to big screens nearby to jump back on the train and watch it at home. Shame, but felt like we needed to try. Winnie says Zippo Circus is now at Norwood Green. We're going to see it on Wednesday. You love it. Seriously, I thought the kids, and some of them were very little kids, and it's very difficult to keep little people interested in something. But they had their popcorn, they had their lights. You know, everybody engaged in it. It was the best I've ever seen them. Somebody picked them really well. So they're at Norwood Green, and then from there they go to Broomfield Park. So they're literally setting up the tent, taking it all down, taking all the seats out, and then they're in Guildford in October, Finsbury Park, and then also in October they're doing Hampstead Heath. If you get the opportunity to go see them, because it's the circus that travels. And they were really good. I mean, top price seat, 28, because I said best seat in the house. And it is actually a seat. It is actually a chair you're sitting on at the ringside. And it was brilliant. The kids, as I say, I couldn't believe how involved they got watching it. And watching all the tumblers and the rocket ship that goes around with flames coming out of the back. And then this bloke drops down and he does... Well, I mean, you can read it you see it on all their adverts. But it was brilliant. Winnie, you love it. I know you love it anyway, but really good. Steve, the only time Attenborough got involved with nature was when a dolphin was spotted wrapped in plastic, says Tony in Southend. Yes, I think if it's to do with animals hunting, I mean, you'd want to shout, wouldn't you, to warn the poor old wildebeest. There's lions. Run for your life. And of course, what the lions do is they're so organised. But when you look at the orcas or as I prefer to call them, the killer whales. You know, you suddenly realise how super intelligent they are. There was one, they were driving themselves up a beach, but they found a little inlet to get up the beach, grab a seal, and then wiggle back down into the sea again. Quite something. And they do it every year. Seals are so dumb. They are so dumb. They go back to the same beach every year to give birth, and every year the killer whales are waiting offshore, and they just pick them off. Terrible, isn't it? Morning, nice to have your company. 10 to 7 is the time. Nick Ferrari with you at 7 o'clock this morning after his marathon stint yesterday. Goodness sake, I bet he slept really well last night. Steve, myself and daughter, 11 years old, queued for 13 and a half hours overnight. Was enjoyable. Very enjoyable. London Bridge was beautifully lit up in purple lights. Feet felt like they were battered with a baseball bat, but worth it. Also bumped into the new Met Commissioner and his deputy, who were very pleasant, and posed for a photo with my daughter. Lovely. Lovely. And another one from Helen, who says, when I went on holiday to Lapland in January, the sun came up after 3 days. It was very beautiful, with the coldest night being about -25. Yeah, we had roughly the same temperatures, -25, -30. We learnt how to build an igloo. Oh, God. Drive a sledge pulled by dogs and survived a night sleeping in the Ice Hotel, for which I was given a certificate. Yes, we weren't near the Ice Hotel. I didn't want to do that. We stayed in the biggest log cabin hotel. They had the biggest log cabin hotel. They had, because I stayed in that, but the rest of the families, because I think there was about 10 of us all together, they stayed in the woods in these log cabins, which came with a sauna and huge beds that were sort of built in. And I'm in a massive hotel built out of logs with a wooden room, and the whole bathroom was the shower. The whole bathroom was a shower. So it was one of those showers in the middle of the room, and all the water sort of went down the middle. I don't know what there's a name for it, and it was very good. But it meant that I didn't have to get dressed, because every morning for them to have breakfast, they had to get changed into their ski suits and put their boots on and all their mittens and all the rest of it, and trudge up the hill to the hotel to get the breakfast. Whereas me, I was already there. And of course, mine was the room that they used for putting all their ski suits in, because you can't eat your breakfast with your ski suit on. I love the story of a dog owner who was stunned after finding out her pet is the brother of one of the Queen's corgis. I know. Nadia Smith got her puppy Wilbur in Feb 21 and was amazed to learn the pup had a connection with Her Majesty. After spotting a post on a Facebook group about the Queen's new corgi, Mick, the 28-year-old quickly realised they'd come from the same breeder. Nadia and her partner, who live in Yorkshire, had toyed with the idea of adopting Wilbur's brother, but had decided against it. Nadia says, I was in shock when I realised. I originally thought it was a weird coincidence. You never think anything like this will happen to you. We loved corgis because of the Queen. Isn't that cool? And, Mick. I still can't believe we've got a corgi called Mick. I mean, that is the most bizarre thing ever. Kids television channel, CITV, completely axed its regular schedules and aired the Queen's funeral. Apparently the decision didn't go down very well online. As you can, there's always going to be those people who are going to complain about something. Somebody says, I'm not sure why the children's channel is showing the Queen's funeral. Surely children's programmes would have been the right choice. No, I think they did exactly the right. I mean, Channel 5 had kids' movies all day. There were different things. But the decision, as I say, you know, people always complain about stuff because we like to complain. You know, I think you told him it's a children's channel. Why is it you're showing the Queen's funeral? Because, you know, that's what they want to do. Ever heard of Netflix? However, celebs hit out at this morning's Pip Schofield and Holly Willoughby after they were accused of jumping the queue to see the Queen lying in state, which, of course, as we now know, is not true. Newsreader Hugh Edwards said of David Beckham, he was praised for having queued hours and hours, not jumping the queue because he's a superstar VIP. Eamon Holmes also appeared to wade into the row. And after TV's Christopher Biggins says everybody has come together, Holmes says, except not everybody came together, Biggins. ITV bosses denied the two filed past the comment. They were doing a report on it. They were there as journalists. Can't believe that they're getting all hoity-toity about it. Goodness sake. You know, they say, in fact, this morning issued a statement. Hello, everyone, because they're very friendly. I like that. We would, hello, you. we would like to clarify something. We asked Philip and Holly to be part of a film for this Tuesday's programme. They did not jump the queue, have VIP access or file past the Queen lying in state, but instead were there in a professional capacity as part of the world's media to report on the event. End of statement. You know, I mean, they wouldn't do things like that. I don't know if anybody ever did. Tilda Swinton went in. She kept a very low profile. And nobody knew she was queuing or anything else. She went in. It's only when she sort of bowed her head that somebody took a picture because they took a screen grab and went, "That's Tilda Swinton." And there were a few other people. You know, the fact that David Beckham went is of no interest to anybody as far as I'm concerned. What's that got to do with it? I was more interested in the fact that the wife never went. But I suppose standing up for that amount of time, a little bit difficult. But also, you don't want loads of celebrities standing in line. It takes away the solemnity of the event and the fact it was about the Queen. It's not about different people. Pete the Pool Man says pool number 3. He does pools, just in case you're a new listener. And he says, I'm running on all cylinders today. I built this one, by the way. Oh, right. It's not difficult to dig a hole in the ground, is it, Pete? I mean, I don't want to sort of decry what you do for a living. But the man who invented the wind-up radio, do you remember him? He used to live in Twickenham. He used to build... No, not Marconi. The man of... He's dead now. He invented the wind-up radio, and then somebody pirated the blooming thing, and he didn't make as much money as he should have done. He was an inventor, and his name was Trevor Bayliss. And I went to his house, and as you go in the house, immediately you walk through the front door. There's a swimming pool there, because he used to build swimming pools, and so you have to walk round the edge of the swimming pool to get to it. I mean, it was a ramshackle affair, it has to be said. Yeah, I mean, if you got drunk and fell in it, you'd be in dreadful trouble. But he used to build swimming pools. That's what he did for a living. But he invented the wind-up radio for people who couldn't afford to buy batteries in other countries, and then it got pirated, as indeed you would imagine it would. It would. Lovely picture of Charles. In fact, the lovely pictures of every member of the royal family. Which is called, they say, Lost in Thought. Charles looks back with love and devotion. And there's everything. The wreath included myrtle as a symbol for happy marriage. I didn't know that. Rosemary for remembrance, and oak to represent the strength of love. And it was taken from royal palaces, which is lovely. And then one last goodbye as the coffin slowly sinks down into the crypt. And it was done beautifully. The Lord Chamberlain breaking his staff. He didn't really break it. He just pulled it apart. I hate to be pedantic about it, but as I said to you before, magicians have a ceremony. When a magician dies, they do the breaking of the wand over the grave, and it gets buried with them. But it was Pipe Major Paul Burns playing this final lament at St George's Chapel before his poignant departure. And it was the fact that he played, and then he turned round and he walked slowly, still playing, and then it just gets fainter and fainter, and then he goes round the corner and you don't see him again, and it's still playing very faintly, and it is as if he's taken her by the hand and led her to a nicer place. The corgi pictures are great, and the pony that Her Majesty adored as well was there with the trainer. It was just beautiful. It's something that you're not going to forget. The coverage, I thought, from all the teams was absolutely amazing. It was just brilliant. Nobody fluffed. Nobody did anything wrong. Everybody did, because I think you just wanted to make sure that it was going to be as good as it could be, because we'd never done anything like it. We'd never done anything as big as that. And Nick Ferrari did well, and Sheila and Martin and everybody else, and all the team behind them as well, because you have to thank, because behind all great presenters, there are great producers. Morning, nice to have your company. I think we're relatively back to normal, but I don't like to think about it as being back to normal. I like to think of the whole thing. There are calls today in the paper for the pallbearers to be given awards, and I couldn't agree more. They're all very, very young, very strong. The other person who needs to be very strong at the moment is Holly and Phil. They make the front pages of all the papers because... oh, well, the story's just so stupid, I can't believe it. They do a programme daily on the television, for which they get well paid for, because they've got good audience figures and everybody likes them. And now people are accusing her of queue jumping to go and see the Queen. They were there in a professional capacity. They were doing a feature on the Queen's lying in state. They didn't queue jump or anything. They didn't just barge their way in. 25,000 idiots have signed a piece of paper saying they should be fired. I mean, you just couldn't make it up, could you? She's distraught, as you can well imagine. I've never heard of anything so stupid in my entire life. They're being walked by officials at Westminster Hall in there. They didn't jump the queue at all. Did you see any of the other cameramen and all their reporters queuing to go? No, you didn't, because there wasn't. They were reporting on it. That's why. What else we got today? Channel 4 have shelved a Frankie Boyle show. It was a bit rude about the royals. Well, he's rude about everybody, isn't he? I didn't think there'd be anything new with that one. 32.5 million of you tuned in to watch the funeral. I was one. Just one person. The McCanns have lost their 14-year legal fight, which, I mean, I can't believe it's gone on for 14 years. It was over a book and the allegations that were made, but they have 3 weeks to appeal. 3 weeks to appeal, so we'll wait and see what happens there. The train drivers to walk out for 2 days. They can't wait. I believe this is on October the 1st. I believe. I think there's one that's on October the 1st and everything else. So here we go, round the mulberry bush yet again. It'll be fine. We'll manage. We will cope with it. The only person who loses out will be the train drivers, I suppose. Where they're from, I've got no idea. So 12 operators. So they're going to do 1st of October, Saturday. That's good, because I don't use the train on a Saturday. And on Wednesday, the 5th of October. Wednesday the 5th. So is Wednesday the 5th? Saturday 1st, 2nd, 3rd, yeah, 5th. Well, there you go. So it's the following ones that are doing the strike. Avanti West Coast. I might as well just have this on a tape loop, because it's the same ones as I read last time. Chiltern Railways, Cross Country, Greater Anglia, Great Western Railway, Hull Trains, LNER, London Overground, Northern Trains, South Eastern, TransPennine and West Midlands. Wait a minute. I'm in luck. My train server is not on that list. South Western trains are not there. Bit tough, isn't it, really, if you're on sort of Hull, because your trains have gone up the Swanee and London Overground. And, well, I feel quite good about things, actually. You watch, it'll change. Somebody will go, I've just heard Steve Allen say that South Western trains are not on strike. Get them out. Get them out. Hurricane Fiona roars in next month. We get these hurricanes, don't we? They've got a very bad hurricane going on in Japan at the moment, but then it's a country. Is it a typhoon? Yeah, whatever it is, it's a lot of wind, basically like the Houses of Parliament, and a lot of people have their cars blown away, and trees will bend over and everything else. I mean, I've seen it a million times. Robbie Williams wants to return to Glastonbury. Well, you go, pop it. You go and have a wander around there. As long as you're not singing, we should be okay. Nessie Hunter believes he has captured sightings of the beast. Another one who's got slight problems in the upstairs department. The lights are on, but nobody's home. The lift does not go to the top floor. There is no Nessie. There are no sightings. You have no photographs. It's just a load of old baloney. Stop telling lies. It really, really annoys me. Jeremy Clarkson was laid into the BBC bosses for firing the stars due to their age. Well, I mean, for goodness sake, honestly. If you can't have an elderly person, you know, reading the news on the BBC, because some of those are on their last legs. You can see them being pumped full of adrenaline. Keep going, love, you've only got 3 minutes to do. And in other stories, the Titanic's gone down. You know, I can't think of anybody off the top of my head, but you do tend to find that they like, although there is a new breed of very young newsreaders on the BBC. Quite camp, actually, most of them, which I'm finding sort of quite appealing first thing in the morning. It's nice to see somebody sitting there going, well, today's going to be a day, isn't it? Goodness me, eggs have gone up in price. How are we going to cope? And the price of petrol, I don't know. Sam Ryder hoping to knock Lad Baby off the #1 slot at Christmas. Well, do hope not. We like we built this city on sausage rolls. The producer hates it. Absolutely hates it. He said, I hope not. I said, honestly, you're Mr. Misery at Christmas, aren't you? I was watching QVC yesterday, boys and girls, and what were they doing? Christmas. Christmas food, mince pies. Where was Andy Peters? I don't know. Where was Andy Peters? Andy responded to somebody who'd been to, I think, New York on British Airways, and they took a photograph of their food and said, it's marvellous. And Andy said, they've had you, mate. He said, I'll take a picture of my food and show you what I got served. Obviously not as happy as other people. We could do like Andy. Also, the Wanted singer, Siva, He was in a group called The Wanted. Has been tapped up for the next series of Celebrity SAS. Well, at least it's a job. You know, at least it's a job. Dawn Neeson's column is available today in the Daily Star. We'll read that later on. And believe it or not, if you go to Qatar, and I wouldn't advise anybody going there, ghastly place, absolutely revolting, human rights issues really, really bad, you can drink beer watching football. Slight problem, non-alcoholic. And it's got to be Budweiser. Budweiser non-alcoholic. And you think to yourself, why would you want to go to a dump like Qatar? Why would you really want to go there? Have I ever tried non-alcoholic beer? Of course not. I don't do beer. I've never done non-alcoholic spirits. What would be the point of that? Might as well just drink tap water. Non-alcoholic spirits, honestly, how ridiculous. Going out to a pub and having what's commonly known as a girly drink. Oh, have you got any non-alcoholic vodka? Oh, aye, we got one of those, lad. Well, don't give it to me. I want the stuff that makes you go, woo! Everything looks fantastic. The Victorian Fort, up for sale for £500,000. There you go. Frixnet, which is 100% alcohol-free. So basically you're paying for a bottle of nothing. Nothing. What's the point of it? Pretty bottle, pretty colouring on it, and that's about it. I'm not remotely interested. Not remotely interested. Woody Allen says he has no intention of retiring. I thought he was dead. I had no idea. No idea at all. And Paris Hilton has hired a dog psychic to find her missing pooch. If the dog's got any sense, it's living the lap of luxury anywhere but that with Paris Hilton, one of those ghastly women who holds the dogs. Put it on the floor, it's got legs. Oh, I hate those sort of people. Ghastly. Adam in LA says the Dirty Noodles were amazing. Now having cocktails on the 70th floor of the LA Intercontinental. The 70th floor? Blimey, how big is this place? Life is so tough, he says, back to the UK and eating turnips very soon. Dirty Noodles. I like that idea. Once I've got into cocktails, I'm great. I like trying all sorts of... I've had all sorts of different ones. I used to go to a place called Christopher's, which is in Covent Garden. Oh, that's where you are, is it? Oh, it's got a nice pool, Adam. Nice pool. There's 70 floors in that bit. You see, I couldn't go that high. I'm always worried that you'll get near the window and it will just drop out. And that frightens me a little bit. It's double glaze. So it's a luxury hotel in Los Angeles downtown. I like Los Angeles. It's a bit... I wouldn't want to live in LA. Peter Andre's going to go and live in Australia. Whoopee! Soon, apparently. Soon. He's thinking of decamping with the whole family. He's got to finish his commitment, I think, in Greece, where he's got a minor part playing the teen angel. I mean, blink and you'll miss him. And he's going to take the family over there because I think his mum's ill. So he says he's going to stay there for, the foreseeable future. Well, you can imagine how that's going to go down with Katie Price, can't you? What do you mean the kids are going over there? Well, you take them away on holiday. He's taking them to Australia, which is good news, which is all good news. There was a shocking video of a brawl outside McDonald's, which has gone viral. Can you imagine what sort of people brawl outside McDonald's? And yesterday at Waterloo Station, all the soldiers who'd been at the Queen's funeral were getting their McDonald's and pasties and all sorts of bits, all in combat gear. Because I thought I'd wandered into another celebrity SAS game show or something. I was prepared to sort of run up and down, with a ball or something like that. And it wasn't that at all. They were all grouped downstairs with loads of them. Must have been a good 100, 150, something like that. All looking immaculate. Everybody's haircut immaculate. You don't find anybody in the army with a bad haircut. Everybody's got the close haircuts, and of course they're all fit. So you can imagine how bad I felt, can't you? I'm walking past all these... Yeah, I've got a nice haircut as well. But I mean, I'm walking past all these sort of buff people, and you think, you work out every day. I used to get exhausted watching them training. Not that I went intentionally to watch training. I used to get it on the television. They saying, if you want to be in the Blues and Roars, this is what you've got to do, and you've got to do this and all the rest of it. Oh, Prince Edward lasted about 5 seconds. Far too butch for him. He couldn't do anything like that at all. So opted out. Didn't even get as far as doing anything. And yet wears his Cadbury's CDM medals. I got a bar of chocolate once and there was a free medal in it. So he's basically wearing a load of old tat. But I like the idea. I like the idea that Prince Charles has gone back to Balmoral. It's the first chance he's had to go back there when there's nobody there, there's no press, and he can go and reflect. And I bet you anything, he will sit in the room where his mother died and he will talk to her. I see, because he talks to plants. So he would definitely be talking to his mother, saying, everything. It'll just be an outpouring, I should imagine. Very emotional. Very, very emotional. Oh, yes, they've opened some McDonald's in Kyiv as well. I thought Kyiv, 3 are open. They've got pictures. They've only just opened. They've got all the pictures of people queuing up and walking out with bagfuls of McDonald's burgers and everything else. Of course, in Russia, they don't have as much luck. They've closed them all down. So they've taken away that little bit of pleasure for them. Anne Widdecombe on the Royals. Basically, she's not very happy because they only like dogs. They don't like pussycats, whereas, you know, Anne Widdecombe's a bit of a cat woman, because I'm sort of everything. Hamster, cat, dog, not big dogs, although my dad used to have a big dog years and years ago. He used to have a long-haired Alsatian, when he was in the foot. I always get on well with dogs, actually. Dogs seem to like me, well, my legs, and it was interesting because we've had a few dogs over the years, not many. One went round the bend and the other one we gave away. And my godchildren had a number of dogs because they've come from rescue places and things like that. And sometimes they come with issues. And one of them couldn't bear to be left indoors. So every time they went out, it would wet the floor. So they used to have a bucket and a mop by the front door because the dog used to get so stressed out when everybody left. One of them scaled the back fence and went off for a walk because it was so, you know, you've got to be with them all the time. Which I quite like, the idea. If I had a dog, it would be sitting with me in the studio. You know, I quite like that idea, but, you know, I haven't really got with a white cat. So, Mr. Bond. Yes. Steve, I love the Queen as much as everyone, but I'm glad you're back on the radio normal show. Well, we mention it all the time. I don't ever want to forget or ever want to stop talking about her because I thought she was fantastic. And because you see the pictures, and they're all in the papers today, loads more pictures. Not as many as yesterday. Dee says, you mentioned the name of one of our late Queen's corgis. You wondered why. Well, we now know why it was called Mick, because they're over the road from Balmoral. There is Loch Mick, quite large and lies in a bowl of the mountain, so the views are fantastic. And there's a long walk all around which takes you past a fine house built by Queen Victoria after Albert died. Oh, she was a miserable old devil, wasn't she? Oh, my godfathers. Miss Misery. Always wore black after Albert died. It took an awful lot to get her to sort of come back. Yeah, Prince Albert, which apparently is a name for something else which you can have adorned. Never seen anything like that before, have you? Goodness sake. Apparently, Matthew says on the English Heritage website they have their Christmas range, which includes vegan jelly beans. Oh, well, everywhere's selling Christmas stuff. I mean, Costco have nearly sold out. I know it's 3 months away, but I mean, I bought these two, they're like quite tall vases encased with this water inside with glitter, and you turn them on, their battery, and it's, what? And it swirls the water around. I took them down I bought a box set of 2 to my brother. They thought they can't wait to get them out for Christmas. See? A thoughtful brother. I've decided it's my New Year resolution, and I don't make New Year resolutions. I'm going to be more thoughtful. Yeah, in September, New Year resolutions. You can make them any time. It's normally about booze, drink, and sex. Well, the sex thing I just threw in at the end because it's just one of those things. I think Noreen's on holiday. I'm pretty certain she's on holiday somewhere. I'm pretty certain. This woman never stops. Seriously, it is unbelievable. And Chris Moyles was talking about me yesterday, but I've no idea what he was saying. It's only because somebody had said to me the day before, do you see him? And I said, yeah, I see him every single day. And then when we go out for these Steve Allen memorial lunches, normally about once a month, he's there with us and everything else. But I see him every morning as I go out and I wave. And he waves back to me, and that's our relationship. Yeah, and then, of course, he's really awful about me. No, it's not. It's always very nice. Everybody's very nice to me. I think it's out of sympathy. Morning, 19 minutes past 4. It's Steve Allen's early breakfast, Mr. Bouncy in the morning, which I quite like, actually, although the day before yesterday, was it yesterday or the day before? I was so tired. I think it all kind of caught up with everybody because our sort of shift times had changed, and then sort of getting home and having to do a bit more walking than I would have done normally. And obviously walking, we know it's good for you. Especially, you know, subject of diabetes back in the papers again. They reckon by the year 2060, we're all going to be overweight. Well, thankfully, I won't even be here in the year 2060. Couldn't care less what happens. I really couldn't. It's another 40 years. Another 40 years. I'll be 106. Can you imagine? Hello, everybody. Can you imagine? Well, it's not that far-fetched, is it, really? What was the other one that I quite like? Oh, Rita Ora on her secret wedding. I wish she would keep it secret. 2 boring blooming pages in The Sun this morning of dreary old Rita. Also, what was the other one that I quite liked? We'll probably come to it. Charles will be crowned next spring. It will be pared down. There's also talk he's going to demote various members of the royal family. There's too many hanging on the coattails and not really pulling their weight. So, and they could have their HRHs taken away. But he always said, I remember this from years and years ago, he said that after Her Majesty passed on, there would be a scaling down of the royal family. They think he's not going to move into Clarence House. They think he's going to move into Buckingham Palace, which is nice, you know, if you like a place like that. I should imagine Clarence House could be an Airbnb. You'll probably see it in years to come popping up on 4 in a bed, you know. I told you, for years it never had central heating. The Queen Mother practically sat there wrapped in blankets and embalming fluid. It was just amazing. How many stars? She had a few hundred. How many? Was it 80 or was it a few hundred? I can't remember. The Royal Yacht Britannia had about 200 staff on it. Couldn't quite work out that when there was never very many people on it. Which was a bit of a disappointment. All these people arguing in Leicester. What a bunch of silly old women they are. Over a football match. Go, Struth. Honestly. All they're trying to do is... And you look at them and you think they've just got aggression in their faces. It's so unnecessary. So unnecessary. A student flew 3,500 miles to visit a Wetherspoons and ended up falling in love with a local lad. This is Felicia DeSalvo. Heard so much about the pub online... Chess pal from online chess pal Zach brought her. She decided to fly over. Ended up going to the Moon Underwater in Deansgate on all 5 days of her trip, and she and Zach fell head over heels for each other. She's 21, he's 22. It's called infatuation, not falling head over heels. They don't know anything. It's ridiculous. But apparently they used to have fish and chips with curry sauce. Class. Really, you can't buy this, can you? You can't buy it. Apparently it's a place I can fall into no matter what I'm after. Breakfast after a long night, something to eat on my break at work, a drink with my friends at the weekend, and now I met this bird. And we're having fish and chips with curry sauce. My God, they know how to live in Manchester, don't they? They really do. Felicia comes from Staten Island. She spent 1,300 quid on the flight, so she went economy. But to have to afford all the fish and chips. She said, when I visited, I loved it and wished they had such an incredible pub in America. Oh, just wait your turn, dear. You'll end up with them. You'll end up with them. It'll all be very lovely. The Holly and Pip story goes on for ages. Holly in fight to keep job. She's in no such thing. She's in no such thing. The management have issued a statement, and I sent her a message saying, listen, you'll have a week of this, and then it'll just vanish. As fast as it arrives, it will vanish. And we'll all be going, oh, right, so carry on as normal. Did you see that thing with Dame Edna Everage and with Alison Hammond and Dermot O'Dreary? That was very funny. Dame Edna Everage was on, Barry Humphries, yeah. And he said, I must congratulate you, for what you did the other year. And Dermot looked a bit puzzled because he's not the brightest penny in the box. He said, when you actually came out and discussed your sexuality. And I don't think Dermot knew. Alison Hammond couldn't stop laughing. But, Barry Humphries is really super intelligent. And what he used to do, when he used to come into LBC, he would ask you about the producer. Is he going out with somebody? Who's he going out with? And he would weave it into the conversation and go, as Dame Edna, oh, so I hear you and your little girlie still getting it together, and all that kind of stuff. But Dermot didn't, he just doesn't pick up on things. He spends most of his time, it's not on the script, Dermot can't comment. It's a bit of seriously, he normally has to hold the script and look through it. So if ever the camera pans and does a double shot, you'd think they'd warn him. Dermot, love. Dermot, Popsikins, we're coming to you. Can you try and look interested in the guest? I know it's not easy. Kim says, I've noticed the old mince pies in the supermarket, Steve. I don't allow myself one till the 1st of December, so I'll refrain from buying them just now. I'm turning into my mother. We're all turning into the people our parents warned us about. That's what's happening. We're all turning into that. Because I was watching this sort of Christmas food and chocolates and mince pies and everything else, and I was thinking, oh, I could have done with that. I really could have done with that. I could have done with a mince pie with some nice hot custard over the top of it. I might do that today, but I've got to go to the bank. And seeing as they're closing branches, it's all good. Do you know what's in my life yesterday? Because I had the doctor's appointment, which was very nice. I went and got my blood taken, surprisingly, from my left arm. How was it? Thin. Very thin, my blood, because I'm on blood thinners. And I had that done, and that was fine. And then I thought, she said, I've got another appointment for you because of your diabetic check. So you have to, and it's feet. So I thought, I'm going to get my feet done. So I went up the road, and I've been there before, and they do a sort of a renovation of your feet. Had a little pedicure, so they sort of cut your nails and then, sand them down, and then they massage them and all the rest of it. And that was quite nice. They sand them down. She had a machine because if the nail gets too thick, you said they look beautiful now. She said you'll be able to wear flip-flops. I said I don't think so. But anyway, so I went in there and I said, I need an overhaul, and so the lady said, well, luckily I've just had a cancellation. 9:30 suit you? Absolutely. So I got that done. And I was very pleased. Very, very happy. It's nice when you get it done, because I don't have it done very often. I said to the lady who was doing it, I said, how often should I have it done? And she said, well, about every 2 to 3 months. Oh, God, I can't wait that long. So I'm going to go about every sort of month and a bit. Because if you're diabetic, you've got to look after your feet. Well, it's feet problems, unfortunately. And when I go back in, they're going to do a little needle. They have a plastic needle, and they stick it. You have to look away, and they stick it in your foot. And you have to tell them when you feel it. Of course, I can't feel anything. I've got no feeling in my feet. Yeah, I've got no feeling in my feet whatsoever. And that's the dangerous thing, that you could tread on broken glass and not know you trod on broken glass until you see the blood. Because I've got no feeling at all. So, she could have cut into my skin. How do I walk? Quite badly, actually. Quite badly. But yeah, no feeling. I mean, I did used to have a little bit of feeling, and now I've got no feeling. So, not long before the old peg leg comes out and I'm sort of dragged along the road, I should imagine. Can't wait. But no, so all in all, it was a very successful day. And then Faye Barker tweeted about my thing. She's constantly tweeting my thing. She's eating my sweets. This morning, she's fine because she's got Haribo. I went to Costco. I've been there 3 times, and they didn't have the big packets of Haribo, which are all in individual packets. They had them in yesterday, so I bought 6. And bought a tin of Quality Street. And unfortunately, I had a moment of weakness. I had a few Quality Street this morning, but I only have the soft ones. I don't like the toffees. So I do strawberry and orange and, yeah, the strawberry. And they're really nice, actually. And then I felt really awful after it. Really awful after it. So today I've got to go to the bank. What time do banks open? About 9:30, isn't it? Is it 10 on a Wednesday? Oh, for God's sake. Oh, I might have to go to Pret a Manger and go and try, because that's where I got my my bacon roll from Pret a Manger. So we've got to find out the number of the bus I've got to get as well, from Trafalgar Square to, I think it's a 29. I'm pretty certain it's 29. I don't know why, because I went there for so many different times to try and, you don't think it is? That's your one. Well, there might be another one that does 29. I don't know why you're so confident. One of those sort of things. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. We take all your texts and emails. And there is still little bits coming out. The reunion, a one-off, not a comeback. This is between Harry and Wills. Harry to carry on with his book. Yeah, why don't you just stick the knives right in, darling? They've just buried, their mother and your grandmother, and you're coming out with a book to basically do the dirty. So it's a shame. Great shame. In fact, they've held it back to add a few more bits in. Oh, we went to the wedding. And not the wedding, the funeral. I just like to think of it as a celebration, because that's the way that it was, as far as I was concerned. Columns today. Britney Spears says she won't see her 2 teenage sons until she feels valued in their relationship. Parental respect has to be earned, not demanded, and a period of silence might now be advised if that is to be achieved. Centre Parks, God, they got bad publicity. Oh, my goodness me. And one of the columns today said it was going to kick guests out early because of the Queen's funeral, a decision later rescinded. One woman tweeted, as a mum with a 3-year-old, I'd be absolutely traumatised. This is what she wrote. And so Jane Moore wrote, no, dear, you would.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for search Universal credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
You'd merely be inconvenienced. People are such drama queens nowadays, aren't they? And she says, I do wish people would stop diminishing such powerful words by using them in such a relatively trivial circumstance. Oh, I was so traumatised. Somebody refused me a coffee in a shop once, and they didn't have any more chocolate left, and I went into meltdown. Grow up and get over yourselves. You know, I was traumatised because I had to stay in. Probably Janet Street Porter, I should imagine. She was very upset by the whole thing.
Steve Allen on LBC.
Good news. Looking for an early Christmas present. This is not for you. It's Victoria Beckham and her fabulously successful shop where she sells clothes. She's released a onesie. There you go. So she's finally brought herself into the modern era. It's the VB monogram outfit, dubbed a jumpsuit on her website. It's said to be a key piece for autumn-winter 2022. Although it's made of merino wool and covered in the VB label, the all-in-one is yet to receive much praise from fashion fans. I mean, does she learn nothing? It's £890 for a onesie. Have a lovely picture of it? There it is. You've never seen such rubbish in your entire... Perhaps she's obsessed with VB. You know, VB everywhere. And unless you've got a figure like... You know what's going to buy this? It's going to be people who aren't going to fit into it properly. Because if you're slightly overweight, this is not for you. £890 worth. I mean, I don't know who'd be buying it. I can't think of anybody. Another disaster for Victoria Beckham. I mean, it's just ridiculous. You know, it says here, monogram merino fabrication, part of our wider thing. It's a slim, form-fitting... So it's hopeless for 99% of women in this country. That's why the business has lost £54 million. Nobody's buying this. You know, the model who's wearing it is a standard IT40, which equals a size S. Size small. Can't we see somebody, you know, maybe of the fuller figure? Victoria, do you not know anybody that size? They say wear it on its own or paired with a tailored skirt or our VB monogram coat for the complete look and look like a complete turnip. I mean, God in heaven, dear. I mean, surely you've learnt. People are not buying this stuff. You know, unless you're, I mean, you know, what would you rather have? Dolce & Gabbana? VB. You know, there's no guarantee of anything, is there? Steve, you should get Netflix, because on Netflix you'll find so many Christmas movies. I found really nice ones, says Connie. Oh, I get all the Christmas movies. I own nearly all the Christmas movies. I remember going on to Amazon years ago and I just put in Christmas in the search box and every film that came up I bought. And then I decided to buy them all over again for my brother. So he ended up with but some, unlike me, some people I know get DVDs and when they've watched them a few times, they give them to the charity shops. I thought, I paid for this. Why would you want to give it to the charity shops? You know, yeah, they're part of a collection. It's like saying, oh, I wore this piece of jewellery once. I'm not going to give it away because I've worn it 3 times. Be like the Queen, wouldn't it? Oh, get rid of this tiara. I've worn it 4 times, for goodness sake. Steve, have you managed to get to a Toby Carvery yet for a roast dinner? I have not. Far too busy at the moment. I mean, with Christmas around the corner, it's ridiculous. You know, you've got to plan, you know, how big a tree should I get the tape measure out, is that going to go there? Yeah, and I've got to give blood. That in itself, I had to get a pedicure the other day. Oh, there's loads of things to do. I mean, there really is. It's sort of, you know, do I buy an ice-making machine? Do I not? Do I go and get some more kebab meat from Iceland, which I'm particularly partial with mashed potato? And then I thought, no, you can't have mashed potato all the time. So I have had it twice this week. I do like it. It's ready-made. I don't do homemade mashed potato. That would be ridiculous. What's the point? Yes, I'm rationing the mash, and I love it. It doesn't matter what I've got, I chuck mash or rice into it. Yesterday I had rice, and it made a rather nice little stew. And then I sort of emptied it out, and I ate that. I was very happy with it. So today I'm going to be waiting forever and a day for the blasted bank to open. But I always like sitting in banks, or sitting outside banks waiting, because you get the first one who goes in and checks. Here, there's one very near us, and they put a sign in the window so the other members of staff know it's okay to come in. If the sign is not put in the window, they don't go in. They have you don't just find the staff turning up in the morning and all going into the bank. There's one who's got to go in, turn off the alarms and everything else and check everything's okay. Then they go outside and collect the other ones. I watch it on a daily basis. Natalie in Dubai says, I know it's a morbid thought, but I wonder how they organise the Queen's clothes. No, they don't auction them. No, they hang on to them. In the same way they hang on to all of Diana's clothes. All of the clothes would be kept. All of the uniforms that the royal family wear will be kept. They've got huge storage, all over the place. Let's face it. I mean, the Queen Mother's house sitting there empty. You could use that. The one at Clarence House. Although she died at the Royal Lodge, which is one that Andrew and the ex-wife have got at the moment. But there you go. Very hard part of the process. I watch from morning to evening here and close our offices in Dubai. We'll always love the Queen. Everybody does. She was perfection, but she wasn't to be messed with. They were going, oh, Harry and her got on really well together. I think she was very wary of him. Very wary of him. And as for Andrew's going, oh, I loved the Queen and all that. I thought, of course you do. She gave you £12 million to give to a woman that you'd never met. I was thinking of writing to her, and of course the ultimate happened, which was a shame. Paris Hilton has hired a pet detective and a dog psychic in a bid to find her missing pooch. She's offering a big reward, and she said there'll be no questions asked. Listen, it's left you, dear, because you're boring, okay? It's left you. The heiress. She's not an heiress to anything at all. Absolutely nothing. She called on her millions of followers to keep an eye out for a dog. Yeah, well, I'll do that today, dear, as I'm waiting for the bank. Holly's been in floods of tears. The duo claim they didn't bend the rules. They didn't. They've issued a statement from the programme. They say she may quit after the backlash. It's because she only gets good publicity. She doesn't get bad publicity. But as I said before, and Philip will have to tell her this because he knows what it's like. And he came out as gay. Why? We're still not quite fully understanding. If he'd had a new boyfriend to introduce us to, I could have understood it. But, we didn't get that. He'll be saying to her, listen, it'll run for a week. They'll be outside your house. They were trying to get pictures of you, saying, how do you feel about it, jumping the queue and all the rest of it. And all you do is you just keep your head down, get on with your job, leave it, and that's it. After a week, they'll be bored. They'll be quite bored. But it's the people who've trolled her. Who are these sickos? Were you in the queue? Did you not make it in to see the Queen lying in state? What's the matter with you? It's very worrying, isn't it, really? Very worrying that these sort of people exist. But they do. So the Nessie hunter believes he's captured sightings of the beast on a new webcam. Owen O'Fagin recorded clips of a giant eel-like shape moving on the surface. Oh, honestly, these people are so stupid. An eel-like shape. Perhaps it was an eel, dear. Perhaps it was an eel. An object visibly appears on the left near the shore and moves steadily to the right of the screen. It's black and it's about 6 to 8 feet long. Well, that's not the Loch Ness Monster, is it, dear? That's an eel. 6 to 8 feet long. What's it done? Shrunk over the years? The first one was a fake, as we all know, and there's been nothing sighted for hundreds of years. But they've managed to keep a tourist industry going, which turns over 30 million quid a year to fool gullible or stupid or desperately sad, lonely people into parting with money to get a sort of a fake Nessie. It looks like this. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. It's not in there. You could drain that lock and you'd find nothing, apart from a lot of old camera equipment. And have you noticed as well, all the camera images are so blurred, and yet all the cameras that we've got in our telephones are perfect. Perfect. I forget how many million pixels they've got. Ridiculous. Steve, you're very lucky, says Shane. Your bank branch hasn't closed. Well, it's not. I mean, I'm with the bank, but it's the only one. They closed the one in Richmond, which I was a little bit fed up with. And he said, my branch of the Commonwealth Bank has closed. There's no banks in my suburb now. Well, you know why? I can do everything on my account on my telephone. Everything. I can see all my accounts, and my brother will. If I say to my brother, "Can you move, £200 from here to your account?" I can see it on the phone. It'll then say £200 has gone from your account into your brother's account. Opens at 10 o'clock today, does it? Go Victoria Street. Yeah. I shall be there. I don't know why they open so late. It's like saying, "Welcome to the early breakfast on LBC." Yeah, they open till 2. I know. Yeah, they're very sweet in there. So they close Saturday, close Sunday. But banks don't do 9 to 5 anymore. They really don't. But there's loads of banks that within the Royal Bank of Scotland, including Coutts. And the National Lottery is with Coutts. Well, Royal Bank of Scotland they're with. And the Royal Family are with Coutts. That's where the Queen Mother had her overdraft. She had an overdraft. She was hopeless with money. Hopeless. Really. Didn't make an inch. I think she just thought that, You just kept spending, and that was it. You didn't sort of worry about it. I said, you're overdrawn. Am I? Yes, you're overdrawn. So the Queen had to keep paying to sort her mother's account out, in between coughing up 12 million for Andrew to give to a woman he'd never met, which was all very odd. If you've got one of the new iPhones, £1,749, there's a gremlin stopping the camera working. That's a bit bad, isn't it, really? Yeah, that's what it says. The embarrassing glitch in the Tech Titan's flagship iPhone 14 Pro Max causes its camera to grind, rattle and shake when third-party apps such as TikTok are opened. Oh, dear me. Shan't be buying one of those, then. Definitely not. Britain could face a battering from very fierce storms as Hurricane Fiona roars in. Forecasters have warned the tail end of the US hurricane season is set to bring gales and heavy rain. We've still got a hosepipe ban where we are. I think everybody's still got it. They haven't taken it away. So you can't use it, which is a little bit embarrassing. Yeah, the baskets have gone, yes. We took those out and threw those out. And then probably over the next week, might do a little bit over this weekend, and if I get this letter, which I'm looking to get from the Royal Bank of Scotland today, I just want a line, so it's fairly simple to do. And then I think then I'll run it down to my brother tomorrow, because it needs to be with the man who's sorting out the pensions. It's all very confusing because I've got two pensions, I told you before, which I'd completely forgotten about. Well, I hadn't really, but they weren't worth very much money. But now, when you look back on it, I think they're worth quite a bit of money. But you can take 25% out of the combined pot tax-free. So I'm going to take 25% out tax-free. But, yeah, £50, that'll go a long way. And then the rest of it goes into the investment. I can still take money out of that at odd periods of time. But 25%, nice, like a little nest egg. Also, if I feel like changing the car, I've got money to change the car, so I don't need it. Somebody wrote to me the other day and said, what colour is your car? And for a brief moment, I couldn't remember what colour it was. It's what, fountain blue, is it? I don't know. Sky blue, fountain blue, I don't know. I never remember these things because they always give them. My friend Mr. Chris will tell you, they give them those peculiar names. Yeah, so that one's there, fountain blue. That's nice, isn't it? That's very nice. How much is that? Oh, there's only 2-door. See, I can't have a 2-door car. I only have 4-door cars, and mainly because I don't want to start pulling seats forward and clambering over them. And if you're taking people out in it, it's horrible. I just want them to be able to open the back seat and get in. But if you've got to move your seat forward and then you've got to put it back again and push the buttons, and it's, oh, I can't believe it. So nice one. I don't know if you get a bigger boot. I've got a huge boot in mine. I told you, it's got the thing in to put your skis in. So you can actually fit a pair of skis, which will pop up in the back seat. Which is lovely. It sounds a bit pretentious, but, you know, for goodness sake, you're only young once. Wasn't I? Morning, nice to have a company, 12 minutes to 5. Got a house for you. Want to buy a house? Guess who's selling their house? It's in Hampstead. I'll tell you how much. Jonathan Ross? Oh, no, definitely not. He's having to do as many shows as possible. I think he needs the money to keep it going. No, Boy George is selling his house. He's lived there for 40 years. And the price? 17 million. 17. It's sort of gothic with a few bits added on. And you can see it if you go down the hill. It's you know. And I don't know what he bought it for. Oh, God, nowhere near 17 million. 40 years, yeah. No idea. I should imagine it would have been a few million. It's in a good road. It's only 6 bedrooms, though, but the interior has been done by Kelly Hoppen. It used to be very black, but it's quite nice. It's not bad. It was built in 1868, and he had a 3-year renovation. The entrance hall is quite something, with a staircase that links everything. I mean, see, I could live there, and that's quite nice. You've got to put the right furniture in. It is a bit I don't mind gaudy. 6 bedrooms, 5 with their own dressing rooms and 5 bathrooms. There's a meditation room, that'd go. Cinema room, roof terrace and a large landscape front and rear gardens. But it's this sort of mix of Gothic and Italian net architecture. And it looks nice, doesn't it? I mean, I could live there. I could live there. And then he's got that sort of extension at the back, which is a big kitchen. See, I wouldn't want to watch people, you know, watching me cooking and things like that. People used to write all over the gates and everything else. But, you know, if you've got a spare 17 million, can be yours. I wonder where he's going to move to. I think he's probably downsizing And he's brought the estate agents round, and they've said about 17 million. He's gone, really? How nice. How very nice. Dawn Neesom's column today, talking about the real military heroes, and that was the pallbearers, the 8 young men from the Queen's Company, 1st Battalion Grenadier Guards. But surely nothing on earth, says Dawn, can be as terrifying as the task they had on Monday, and thoughtless they were too, weren't they? There's been so much fuss about which members of the royal family were wearing or not wearing what military regalia. But if there's anybody who deserves medals, it's those 8 soldiers. Absolutely. I think they will get them. They were quite young, 19s, 20s. And that coffin weighed a ton, an absolute ton, at least 38 stone. You could see them that they were, because they couldn't. You imagine if all of a sudden you go, I'm going to drop it. You know, then the others would have to take the strain on it. And they moved so slowly. You could see the pain in their faces. They're sweating because the eyes of the world are on them. What a brilliant thing to do. Imagine all the rest of the people in the regiment going, why weren't we picked? And they go, well, because this lot looked better. They looked better. They carried it. What an honour. What an honour. Out of all the honours you can have in the world, it's like being a lollipop man outside Buckingham Palace, you know, same sort of thing. But, I mean, it's just tremendous. And the amount of steps they had to go up and down. But no, I thought they did very, very well indeed. And Dawn reckons they were the real heroes, and I agree. She also says they told us we lived in an impoverished backwater. They told us we were racist, hate-filled hellhole of gammons and Karens. They told us nobody cared about our place, which we call a country. They told us we were loathed and laughed at by every country around the world. They were wrong. Because if losing Her Majesty has surely taught us all one thing, it's that there is still and will always be the great in Britain. You'd be a fool to pretend it's perfect. But the coming together, the outpouring of emotion, the genuine inclusiveness, not that virtual signalling, point-scoring stuff, the strangers sobbing on one another's shoulders over the past week has been beautiful. And that is the right word, beautiful. It was not for the sniping, the sneering or the pot stirring. We all know there are all kinds of problems around the corner financially. But maybe if we take the compassion and kindness of the Queen's funeral into the coming months, we'll get through it, you know, like together. And that's what it is. People will get through it. We've got through it before. You know, all the sort of people who went there. Dawn says I was one of the lucky ones to be estimated 400,000 in the queue. And I paid my final respects. It only took 6 hours and 10 minutes, but the experience will last a lifetime. And that's what I said. It will last a lifetime. You will always remember that. It, like attending Winston Churchill's funeral. You will always remember the day that you went there. The sun shone. Everybody was immaculate. The forces, everybody, all the people from the charities, everybody. We just couldn't believe that she'd actually gone, because it just seemed to happen. But as I said before, it happened, I think, really, you know, when we started noticing it after Prince Philip died. I think that knocked her sideways, and that image of her sitting in St George's Chapel was one of the saddest I've ever seen. But the loyal pets provided the last comfort. Her pony, her fell pony Emma, waiting for her mistress in Windsor Great Park was heartrending, especially as you consider in horsey years Emma, who the Queen had loved for 26 years, is nearly as old as the late monarch. That's how it works. And it was when Emma appeared to stamp her feet and nod her head as the hearse drew close that you really had to wonder whether she, on some level, appreciated what was happening. Then there was Sandy and Mick, the corgis, so tolerated by Philip, who wasn't a huge fan. I don't think so, no. He had to put up with them. One of the Queen's last great pleasures was to go riding on Emma and stroll the grounds with her dogs at her side. It's loyal pets that provide that last comfort, isn't it, says Dawn Neesom. But she's been very busy over the period of time, as indeed have so many people. So many people. Jane says, I held my breath when those brave pallbearers carried the Queen's coffin. Definitely an honour is in order. Oh, I would hope so. I would hope so. I thought they were great. Pete the Pool Man, he says, it's great to have you back. I've still got 46 out of 50 heated swimming pools open. The torture continues. He really hates it. Must be the only person who's got a job that he absolutely can't wait for it to finish. Oh, Sylvester Stallone made some of the papers. They had a picture of him alongside his estranged wife and their 3 daughters. They don't know whether or not this is an old picture or a recent picture, and whether or not they're getting back for good. We don't know. I mean, to be honest with you, he's looking fairly ancient now, isn't he? Whereas she looks absolutely fantastic. Gary Barlow took painkillers for 7 years before he solved his back issues with a cold shower. So that's what sort of solved his back. He was trying all sorts of things. Bad back? Just one cold shower? Well, he was told he went to an alternative medicine doctor, and he was told it's muscular. You can solve that with cold water. Pete Murray was very good at sort of getting your shoulders back working again. If you sort of went, oh, it hurts, and he'd sort of put his knee into your back and all the rest of it and sort of massage your shoulders. Well, at least that's what he told me he was doing. And it worked every time. He just kneed me in the back, basically. Steve, I agree with you, says June, about the bearer party. I think they should have a medal. I think so too. What they did was, and also how fantastic for them. How fantastic. Dinosaurs may have already been going extinct before they were hit by the giant asteroid that wiped them out for good. But fossils show the prehistoric beasts were largely in decline anyway. Scientists studied more than 1,000 eggs and shells from central China. Most of them seem to be in central China. They find all sorts of things, don't they? Look at the terracotta warrior. You know, they found loads of them. But apparently they found all these bones in the area. They found there were very few species living there before the asteroid strike 65 million years ago. Wang Qiang of the Chinese Academy of the Science says our results support a long-term decline in global dinosaur biodiversity. I was only saying the same to the producer the other day. I said, this dinosaur biodiversity, where do you stand on that? And he said, Steve, I don't. Yeah, one of those sort of things. So sometimes you try and have a conversation with them, which sort of takes them onto a different level, and sometimes they just totally ignore you. Didn't want to have for lunch today, actually. Boris Johnson has no idea how he'll be portrayed in a drama about the COVID crisis. He's going to be played by Kenneth Branagh in This England, which is about the controversial handling of the pandemic. Still around. And Tori Spelling. He looks good, didn't he? As Boris, very good. Tori Spelling will front a new MTV game show, Love at First Life. It sees couples compete for a cash prize. How boring, dear. How very dull. How very uninteresting. They can't think of anything new, can they? They find it very difficult to come up with new ideas, so they go, do a quiz show. We'll have a quiz show, shall we? Who can we find? Who's sort of current? So then try and find, current people. Somebody bizarrely has written to the Daily Star saying, could you show a picture of Amy Childs, please? His name's Kevin. Kind of figures, doesn't it, really? So we've got a picture of Amy Childs. Yeah, he actually wrote to the paper. He obviously hasn't got a computer. He's obviously not the brightest person. And, can you show a picture of Amy Childs? Just don't let her speak. So I said like this and that. And then because I had like shops and all the rest of it. All like 3-year-olds, aren't they? Mind you, the good news is we haven't heard from Gemma Collins for what seems like years. But I realise it's only a short amount of time. I'm sure she'll bounce back with something really interesting. Just I don't really care about it. Holly and Phil make the front page of all the papers, barring only a couple. It's a something and nothing story. They're journalists. They do a programme where they deal with all the current affairs and bits and pieces. They interview former prime ministers. They interview current prime ministers. They interview big-name celebrities. They do everything. And they just went down there because it was part of the brief. You're going to go down there. They were taken in by the staff. They didn't muscle in. They didn't jump the queue because they weren't in the queue. Like the cameramen, like all the reporters. Did Eamonn Holmes queue? No. Of course not. Not with his feet. Not with his feet. I don't think he was in the room. But they all had different areas. I mean, he works for a company that, to be honest, nobody's watching him, so it doesn't make any difference. But no, they do it, and they were taken to a platform at the back so they can see exactly what was going on. Makes perfect sense to me. I mean, Eamon's as old as the hills anyway. He probably wouldn't have wanted to go there. People shouting out, Eamonn, where's Ruth? Where's Ruth? Yeah. Is she helping out? Is she doing anything? The Queen's favourite horse paying a tribute. The funny thing is, it looks so small. But she loved riding. She absolutely loved riding. I see that Kwasi Kwarteng will use a mini-budget to set out the Truss government's economic plans on Friday. This is included with £30 billion worth of tax cuts. Oh, that would be a blessing, wouldn't it, in disguise? Won't happen, but, you can dream, I suppose. And Trump says Biden was snubbed at the funeral because he was 14 rows back at the Queen's...
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Funeral, saying it meant America was no longer respected. Oh dear, honestly, you're a silly old man, aren't you? Get your hair cut properly, love, and stop looking like a complete prat. Goodness sake, honestly. I mean, I thought Biden was a bit of the way back, but it doesn't matter. You were there. You were invited to the funeral. He didn't have to go. You know, he could have got up and done a tantrum or something, but he didn't. He just sat there and wallowed in the pageantry.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Wednesday, September the 21st. Seems ages ago, doesn't it, the funeral? It really does. I think it's sort of, people work so hard on it. I think it was mentally draining. Now we're working hard on Philip Schofield and Holly Willoughby, who are sort of issuing statements left, right and centre. But they revealed yesterday that they used media accreditation to film segments for the ITV show, which then aired. Somebody said they're absolutely devastated by the reaction and the way that the false claim that they skipped the queue took off on social media. Holly's been in tears, but they were determined to face the criticism. They just went there like loads of other people did. There were loads of people. I mean, I know that some media and MPs were able to bypass the queue. The MPs could take up to 4 people in. They didn't have to queue. And Holly and Philip didn't either, because they were there. Susanna Reid waited in line, and Eamon Holmes, who was given the boot by this morning. I never quite understood that, actually. I never quite understood why they kept Ruth, but they didn't want Eamon. I didn't. Did he get poached? Oh, right. Well, we can't complain about it then. You can't complain about anything. But he appeared to stick the knife into the duo, this is Pip and Holly, when he liked to comment on social media suggesting that him and Ruth Langsford should have hosted the show instead. And yesterday, Holly said in a voiceover, like hundreds of accredited broadcasters and journalists, we were given official permission to access the hall. It was strictly for the purpose of reporting the event. The rules were that we would quickly be escorted around the edges to a platform at the back. None of the broadcasters and journalists there took anyone's place. We respected the rules. But it says, please know that we would never jump a queue. Well, they didn't. They were invited. They had press accreditation. We had press accreditation here. A number of people in this building, our journalists, had press accreditation. I don't quite understand who would be the idiot who would start something like this? Is it somebody who's a bit sort of screwed upstairs and they have no idea what was really going on because they don't understand what press accreditation is? You know, because it's, the snobs and the trolls. Oh, we had to wait for ages. Well, that's your business. Why would you worry about somebody else? They've issued a statement. The statement has come from this morning, and it's as simple as that. Tom Bryant, head of showbiz for the Mirror, says dive into the cesspit of social media and people have seemingly made their minds up. He said, labelled shameless queue jumpers, Holly and Phil have endured a disgusting barrage of abuse, but the backlash is unwarranted, unfair and just plain wrong. When This Morning explained the pair were there in a professional capacity as part of the world's media, that should have been the end of the matter. With breathtaking snobbery, some right-wing commentators suggested they were not entitled to media accreditation given their daytime TV credentials. He says, what utter hogwash? They do one of the most successful programmes. These sort of other ones, they've got nothing. For 20 years. For 20 years. They've not just wandered in. 20 years, Philip and later Holly have interviewed prime ministers, but they're equally adept at chatting with a reality TV star or unpicking a complex consumer story. Yesterday, they aired footage collated from Westminster proving they were very much working. Well, that appeased the pitchfork-wielding internet mob. Your guess, he said, is as good as mine. I mean, it's just ridiculous. To people, it's the sort of outraged, isn't it, of Surrey. I think it was disgraceful. We actually queued there for ages and ages. But I'm telling them now, I've told Holly before, this will die down in less than a week. because they'll suddenly realise they're making themselves look like complete and utter dipsticks. Complete and utter dipsticks. They did it for a piece on the programme. And these people do go, oh, they only do a little daytime programme. Yeah, that's garnered more awards than you'll ever be garnering. That's the difference, isn't it, nowadays? So it's nice when sort of people stick up for them. Listen, they're very good at what they do. That's what it is. I mean, sometimes I don't like the guests, but then that's the whole idea of programmes. If you liked every single thing that you ever heard on the television or saw, you know, on the television and listened to on the radio, you know, it'd be a very sad world. Very sad world. But, you know, 25,000 people have signed this online petition. You'd like to find them all and go round to their house and find out exactly what they did for the funeral. Did you go in queue? No, I bet 99% of them never even bothered. Couldn't be bothered, but they don't want to see, you know, Holly and Phil going inside the hall to do press accreditate. That's what they were doing. Like all the cameramen and like all the other people who were in there. You know, it was as simple as that. It wasn't some closed shop. It's not a union thing. It's ridiculous, honestly. People get so excitable about things, don't they? Perhaps it's a feeling of belonging. Perhaps they're all orphans or something, and they decided to write in and just sort of because they feel as though they're part of it. As if, when you read some of the headlines, you know, Holly, wait a minute, got one here. Holly and Phil devastated over Queen Q row, and the other one which says, Holly and Phil distraught at Royal Q jump row. There is no row. It's a bunch of sad little people who've signed a petition online. You know, what you really want to do is take Holly and Phil round to these people's place and go, so why did you write this? And you're just jumping on a little bandwagon. You know, and the answer is yes, of course they are. They've told you what they were doing there, and they've already shown it on the television. I don't quite understand what the problem is. Otherwise, if they jumped the queue, there'd be people going, excuse me, can you go to the back of the queue? But they didn't jump the queue. They were taken in by Westminster Hall security. It's as simple as that. Steve, I wanted to take my mum to the Ritz again for Christmas, says Sidcup Julie. Unfortunately, they're fully booked until March next year. Well, that's good. That's good. You see, I like to hear that because it means that we're getting back slowly but surely, but you've still got these bills to come, haven't you? And that's the bit that's going to sort of do it. Mini budget on Friday. That'll be exciting. When we used to I covered quite a number of budgets on LBC, and the only thing people were interested in was our mortgage going up, how much was a packet of fags, and what about booze? And because most of the MPs are sort of, you know, people who will have a little drinky poo and prop up the bar, there was always sort of discount on a bottle of scotch or something like that. Steve, I agree, says Steve in Glasgow. Her Majesty's bearers did a great job, and let's not forget the Scottish bearers, who did an outstanding job outside St Giles's Cathedral in Edinburgh. Yeah, they didn't do it as long, though, did they? I mean, I agree with you. I agree. To actually have that is great. Faye Barker, who's slowly but surely opening a sweet shop, sent me a text and says, I'm off to my regular home at ITV News this morning, so we'll be missing your treats in the LBC newsroom. And this morning there are treats. There are, what have we got this morning? We've got Quality Street, 10 Haribo today. But they're only little packets. They're the ones that you give to children. You go, and they think it's like the biggest amount of sweets they've ever seen. It's not, little tiny packets with all different Haribo, including those sour ones, which I quite like. And Tang Fastics. You can buy a big tub just of Tang Fastics, which are very nice. And there's those, and there's Satsumas, because we're coming into Satsuma season. So we've got the healthy side of it as well. But it's the quality. To be honest, I have had a few of the Quality Street. I can't help it. I'm weak and feeble. I admit it. But fancy the Ritz being fully booked for Christmas. Amazing, isn't it? Amazing. There are other hotels. You could go to. I like the Goring. I can't. But I suppose people are sort of getting in now, because there will be a lot of people, probably listening, I should imagine, for whom, you know, big bills are not going to make any difference to them. You know, I shouldn't imagine Charles sits there and goes, well, we'll have to start economising and cutting off lights. You know, that's not going to be happening anytime soon, is it? I love it. Ministers are re-examining plans to privatise Channel 4. That'll be good. Nadine Dorries, aren't they checking her out for something to make sure if she's suitable for a peerage? Yeah, she's going to be in the House of Lords. As far as I'm concerned, she's achieved nothing. Nothing at all. I think James O'Brien's a huge fan, isn't he, of Nadine Dorries? He seems to have it in for certain people. But I always thought the moment she sort of turned up on the television, the first time I'd ever even heard of her, doing the I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here, I remember thinking, oh dear, you're an attention seeker. And she's not actually achieved it. She's a bit like Priti Patel, bland, beige and useless, which is the way it goes. Top 10 ugly cars. They've done a list of cars that look ugly, which is quite interesting. At number 10 is the Mitsuoka Orochi. Number 9, Hyundai Coupe, Mark 1 facelift. Number 8, the Mini Coupe. Yep, ugly cars. Number 7, the Dodge Nitro. Number 6, the Fiat Multipla. Is it horrible? Oh, right. Does look a bit naff. I apologise to people who are driving one. Get off the road. That's why people are laughing and pointing. Okay. Number 5, the Ford Scorpio Mark II. Number 4, the Subaru Tribeca, or Tribeca. Number 3, the Pontiac Aztec. Number 2, SsangYong Rodius. God knows what that is. And number 1, the Chrysler PT Cruiser. The Chrysler PT Cruiser. I thought people would like it, but they don't. I have to be honest, it is a squat, ugly car. That's a Cruiser Estate. How much are they? Are they very expensive? £1, £2, something like that? Would they be any more expensive? Oh, God, you're right, it is an ugly car. The Fiat Multipla is not very exciting, is it, either? That's a bit sort of, you'd see people driving that around in the Flintstones. That's what it looks like to me. I never get it. I don't know anything about cars at all. As I say, I just see a car and I like it for its colour. Strangely, I go for sort of colours and then the interior. I'm not bothered about, oh my God, what's that one? That's the Fiat Multipla again. Oh, what an ugly car. What an ugly car. I'm only just getting used to having my headlights on all the time. The moment you turn the car on, the headlights come on and they remain on all the time. It's a bit like being in Sweden. Yeah, well, you can't turn them off. No, they're fixed on. So I have to have a little slurp of my tea. I haven't had a slurp of my tea for ages, and I'm determined to enjoy it. I couldn't make up my mind, actually, the other day what to buy. I went in and I was going to get a loaf of bread, and I thought, no, don't get a loaf of bread. You'll have 4 pieces of toast and you'll throw it away. I'm not one of these people who goes and overfeeds the ducks, which round our way, they're so fat they can't even fly. Ridiculous. People pour endless amounts of food there. Perhaps it's an excuse. Half the staff of Waitrose appear to be going down there chucking rice and all sorts. I mean, you know, as if you're supposed to feed birds this kind of sort of stuff. You're not really at all. What else do we got? Oh, sailor sacked over carrier ladder grope. I mean, it makes you wonder how stupid some people are. And this one here, he'd been drinking, dismissed from the Royal Navy for groping a female sailor's bottom. He followed the sailor up a ladder on an aircraft carrier. This is the HMS Prince of Wales before the incident. And he was convicted of sexual assault and offered to pay compensation to the woman. But he's now got no career and he's been named and shamed in the newspaper. Who in God's name is going to give him a job? Answer, nobody. He was dismissed and given an 18-month community order. Unbelievable, isn't it? You think, I mean, have you learnt nothing in the Navy? Obviously, in your case, thick as a brick. Answer, no. Morning. Copies of the Times from the day after the Queen's death and the paper edition are being advertised on eBay for close to £100. I mean, how stupid do you have to be? You know, why don't you just go out the same as everybody else and buy a paper, you know, the morning after? Yeah. Do they sell out quick, though? I had a complete set of everything. I haven't missed any papers at all. And all mine will be going. I'll be opening a shop with the amount of papers that I've got. 26 million people saw the TV coverage of the funeral at the Abbey. Seen, as I say, 26 million people. That's an awful lot. Charles returning to Balmoral, I think, is a nice idea. And I hope you're very well, says Ash. He says, that was quite a list of cars. They are indeed ugly or challenging. None of them made by anybody anymore, which is probably a good thing. I'm surprised they didn't mention the Austin Allegro, which I quite liked, actually. Have a superlative day. Ooh. Steve, oh my goodness. I've just Googled the Fiat Multipla, and it's really ugly. Oh, I know. Oh, some of them are really ugly. I don't think any of them are made anymore. We've decided that, unless there's a few rogue ones that have popped out. Did I have a car that I was in? No, never, no. And I've had a fair number of cars. No, I had a Fiat Tipo. It's only because a friend of mine said, and I was in those days, and I bought it just off the Euston Road. There was a garage there, and they were doing a special offer. You know, it was your car as part exchange and 95 quid a month, I think, or something like that, over 4 years, which is how you bought them. I don't do that now. I save. If I want to change the car, I save up and do cash. well, do a bank transfer. It's so much easier. But it was, I don't know why, because, you know, to have a sort of car that you're paying for on the never. A lot of people lease cars now. Lease cars is sort of very, very popular. But then you've got to give a lump sum over at the end of it. You might as well sort of save up and buy it. But people want it now. I can remember when I went in to look at a car and I bought a Mazda MX-5. And this was in sparkle green. And it was lovely. It was really nice. I saw it in a showroom in Twickenham. There used to be a Mazda showroom there. And I looked at it and I went, I'll think about it. Well, of course, salesmen don't let go. So he then phoned me up. I don't know why he had my phone number. But anyway, he then phoned me up and offered me a really good deal on my car. And so I bought it. You know, he said, I'll fill in all the paperwork for you, Stephen. Now, they were just looking to sell. And I traded that Mazda in for my first Rolls. That's what I traded in. I had to add a bit of money to it as well at the same time. I used to go past this sort of place, seeing all these cars, thinking, that looks nice. But when I saw this sparkle green sounded exciting. It had like little flecks of sparkle in it, I suppose, like glitter or something. Yeah, that sold it. Although the garage told me afterwards when I did the part exchange that it hung around for ages. They ended up selling it on to another dealer because for some reason nobody wanted a Mazda. I thought, well, I bought it. Yeah. Perhaps I should have said who owned it. Might have sold a little bit quicker. But no, eventually he said, we had that car for ages and ages. Typical, isn't it, really? But no, I see a car now and I go, I like the look of that. That appeals to me. Because I think that cars have got what they call curb appeal. Curb appeal. You see something going past you and you automatically look at it and you go, that's nice. So then you look at what it is and it turns out to be a Chrysler or something. Steve, the Austin Princess was extremely ugly. Yes, you're right, actually. Is that the Austin Princess we're looking at? You're right, actually. They look very boxy, didn't they? That looks a bit like an old Lagonda. There was one up for sale the other day, and it was sort of this stretched out bit at the front. Although when you watch this Bangers and Cash programme, that's really interesting to see people who can put these cars back together again, and they seem to absolutely revel in it. I mean, the skill and the workmanship is absolutely amazing, and a lot of things look. That's a Lagonda, yeah. Actually, such boring colours. Blue, but dark blue. Not mine's a light blue. Mine's sort of like, fountain blue. It's like I did have one which was another blue as well, and I think I had that on that was on an Enage. I think I've had green, red. I quite like the green one actually. It was almost like a pistachio colour. That was quite good. I wouldn't have red cars ever again. Never. I would never ever, or black. I don't like black interiors in cars either. I like cream or white, and mainly the ones that I get are cream, which are quite nice. To be honest with you, it doesn't actually make any difference at all. It just depends what you like. I find it hilarious if I'm driving down the motorway, somebody will be driving and you see them slow right down when they get level with me. And I know that they're looking, so obviously thinking maybe I'm somebody important, which they look quite disappointed when they discover I'm not. Steve, I just got an Uber back from my cocktail reception at the LA Hotel and it smelled like old socks, says Adam. Honestly, there you are on the 70th floor drinking cocktails and you take an Uber. Oh, dear me, you've let the side down badly, very badly. Harry says, my phone committed a crime today. It's been charged. Right, you're barred. You'll never see the light of day ever again, I'm afraid. Goodness sake, honestly. Bad enough with Adam and his Uber car. I've never been. I think I might have been in an Uber once. My friend booked an Uber car because people have obviously got accounts with Uber or something like that. But oh dear goodness me, really way. Charles ordered Andrew to wear the uniform at the vigil. I think you're going to see some changes in the royal family. I think you're really going to see changes, very interesting changes. I think they're going to be scaling them down, as has been predicted. Kate and Jerry McCann have lost the latest stage of their legal battle against a retired Portuguese detective who claimed that they were involved in their daughter's disappearance. This was Goncalo Amaral, alleged they were responsible for what happened to Madeleine. He made the claims in a book, which I think they then managed to halt publication, and now it's available again. They said it breached their right to respect for a private and family life in the way the courts dealt with their libel claims against Amiral. But yesterday, the judges in Strasbourg ruled that the local authorities had given the parents a fair hearing. Amiral was sacked as head of the local police soon afterwards. I'd forgotten about that, because it goes back such a long way. It goes back 14 years. He then wrote this book called The Truth of the Lie, in which he claimed that Madeleine had died in an accident, and the couple concealed it. I always said, because the thing that we couldn't get our heads around is, how can they just vanish off the face of the earth? It appeared that nobody saw anything. Nobody knew anything. It was just unbelievable. I mean, unfortunately, there was no CCTV and there were no babysitters available. But 14 years that's gone on, that case, and they've ended up... And I think they've got 3 weeks to challenge it. So let's wait and see. I'm sure they will. I don't think they're going to let this rest, but we haven't heard from them for quite some time. Oxford faculty have dropped the word Oriental from their name to avoid offence. Everybody's offended. Everybody's offended nowadays. The former Faculty of Oriental Studies is now the Faculty of Asian and Middle Eastern Studies. Is that different? I'm not sure if it's different or not. Yes, I didn't think Oriental was offensive. The change comes after 2 years of consultation with the staff and students, many of whom wanted a more culturally sensitive name. There's a lot of precious people going to universities recently, aren't there? Goodness me. And chess. Do you know, at one time you couldn't get away from chess. You used to know all the chess masters, and I used to get books from a company called Batsford, and I can't play chess, no. And they produce books on chess, not just chess, but mainly things. One book would be one move. One book would be one move in chess. It was how do you get to this? How can you get out of it? What can you do? I couldn't believe it. I went down there to have a look at all the books that they did, and they did more books on chess than anybody else. And I said to the lady there, I said, aren't they all saying the same thing? She said, no. She said, each book is on a different move in chess and how you get there so that you can beat your opponent. I mean, I was staggered. Absolutely staggered by it. I was interested, but I've had various chess sets, including magnetic chess, carved wood chess, travel chess. I've had everything, and I still couldn't be bothered to get into it. I was still struggling with Tiddlywinks when they had Grand Chess Masters, Garry Kasparov and people like that. That's the only ones I remember, actually. Lovely pictures today. Oh, there's a woman who was swapped at birth. I don't know for what, actually. I mean, I'm tempted to be cynical and go fridge freezer, something like that. But anyway, she's Italian, accidentally given at birth to the wrong parents, who then mistreated and abandoned her, has been given 500,000 euros in damages after her real mother spotted her photographs on Facebook. Isn't that amazing? And she only gets £500,000. I don't know. I've got no idea. It was a mix-up in southern Italy decades later at a maternity ward in the town of Canosa di Puglia. So, I don't know. She was born to a local woman named as Caterina, just as a second woman called Loretta gave birth to a daughter called Lorena. They delivered 10 minutes apart, both with caesarean section, and so it went on like that. And then this woman obviously recognised. I don't know how that works. I really don't. And apparently mourners 3,500 years ago, if they were depressed at a funeral, and they're meant to be depressing times because you're not going to see the person again, they turned to opium. Opium was terribly popular. You go to a funeral and they go, you want a bit of O? We've got some O here, we've got some H if you want, and got some ketamine. You want ketamine? We've got ketamine. Get you through the funeral. And you think to yourself, it's funny actually, because I never thought about that at all. Never thought about it. Next time around. But opium, because you smoke opium, don't you? I think. I can't remember. To be honest with you, I've got no idea. I'm not sort of particularly well up on my drugs, but I think you smoke opium. Isn't that chasing the dragon? Or is that heroin or something? I don't know, honestly. I'm asking them next door because they're young people and they generally know these sort of things. They're immediately, they've gone on the defensive. You can always tell. You sort of say, we all should ask for us. Yeah. They haven't got the faintest idea where they are.
Attention all passengers. You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in Uber credits to spend on your next train journey. So no excuses not to visit your in-laws this Christmas.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
But apparently there's lots of flowers growing there. So that's pretty, isn't it? They're very happy. Steve, I used to sell Austin Rover cars. The worst looking car was the Morris Ital. It was horrible, says Tim. Funny, isn't it, really? I mean, the place where I get my cars from, he used to sell normal cars, and then he got into Rolls, and then it just sort of snowballed from there, and that's all they sell now, Rolls and Bentleys, for the discerning client, which is quite nice.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
There was talk, wasn't there, a short while ago, to put a statue up of Her Majesty on that plinth in Trafalgar Square, because there's the plinth where they keep moving things. It's an ice cream cone, I think, at the moment, with a fly that buzzes round. But we had a ship in a bottle and various other things. Why couldn't we have, something with the Queen on a horse or something like that? I mean, that would be perfectly feasible. And I believe that a lot of newspapers are getting behind it. This is for the fourth plinth. I mean, it's been empty, this plinth, for 150 years. It's had a temporary home as a little bit of art and things like that. And they've mostly been interesting. I pass it sort of on a daily basis. But no, I think Her Majesty on a horse would be quite nice. That would be a good thing. We wouldn't mind paying for that, would we, really? I think so. Every time I see Liz Truss, I keep thinking, how old is she? She only looks about 15. When you see her sort of coming out of number 10 Downing Street and waving to people, I think, you're going to buy sweeties, aren't you? That's what she does. She walks down the road. I quite like it. Yeah, so on the plinth at the moment, we've got this ice cream with a cherry on the top and a fly that buzzes round. It's solar. And that's quite nice. But I think one of the Queen would be appreciated. I know that there are other ones, but I mean, the ship in the bottle I quite liked. I thought that was very clever. So, it's been sitting there empty. Why not make a permanent home for it, or just move people around so she's right in the middle? I don't see any problem with something like that. Somebody will complain about it. Somebody will be saying, oh, no, you can't do that. We don't need more statues of the Queen, because they've got them all over the place. And you think, well, actually, in Trafalgar Square, why not? Why not? I don't mind having the art in there at the same time. But the Queen, how about the Queen standing there with Paddington by her side? How about that? I don't see any there, just like the picture. A corgi sitting at the back. I mean, they're not huge, these plinths. I mean, I don't know what size Paddington would be. But I think that'd be quite nice. Imagine trying to explain to tourists, this is the Queen and this is Paddington. Sorry? Paddington. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? I don't see any reason why it shouldn't be Paddington. Oh, my screen's gone all funny. How's that happened? I didn't touch it. And it's just all gone, I know, it doesn't have the phone messages on there. You'll probably have to come and look or something. I've probably done something a bit stupid, like sort of lent on it. I discovered the other day I couldn't work out why my computer was doing something. It turned out I had a pencil I was holding and it was resting on the keypad. Yeah, look at that. Look, that's interesting.
You've broken it.
Yeah, I was... Oh, no, they're back again. Clever, isn't it, really? That's why we got people like him. That's what he does for a living. That and eat and all the rest of it. But it's nice. Thank you. Thank you so much. So, any other ugly cars? Any other ugly cars? I do hope not. Plea for help as new tax bills hit 500,000 pensioners, because more than 500,000 will have to start paying income tax next year, which is not good. It means 7.7 million now pay tax on their pensions and earnings. Yeah, if you're working, that's the problem. With my pension's quite small. That's very small. You're never going to live on it. But apparently it would mean more than 1.7 million extra over 65s have been brought into a taxable rate. Now worth over... The state pension, now worth over $9,600 a year, edges closer to the personal allowance of $12,570. Oh, it's too depressing, isn't it? That just means I'll have to keep working till the bitter end. But then the Queen did it. I think she ever knew how much... I mean, she get a little pay packet every Friday with a little bit of money shoved in there. Did she get a pension? Did she take the pension? Or did she give it to one of her many charities? I don't know. I mean, she's entitled to a pension, isn't she? Charles is entitled to a pension, as is Camilla. So we'll have to wait and see. England football star Tony Adams says he's prepared for Craig Revel Horwood thanks to his spell in prison. Adams is a recovering alcoholic He was locked up for 57 days following a 1990 conviction for drink driving. Now 26 years sober, the former Arsenal player laughed when other contestants listed the tough times that would help them cope with the pressures of Strictly. It's just learning to dance, dear. That's all it is. It's just, 1, 2, 3, 4. I wouldn't want to do it, no. But they've got Kim Marsh learning from her face-off with Nasty Nigel Lithgow on Pop Idol. Will Mellor, he says, losing my dad has changed everything. Molly Rainford, no idea, not a clue, I'm afraid. Former Britain's Got Talent finalists, talking here about how Craig Rebel Horwood compares to Simon Cowell. Helen Skelton, God, we're going to be bored with this one. Whinge, that's all it is. Tyler West, he says, I've grown up on a racist estate, so it doesn't bother me. Very pragmatic. Fleur East, God knows what she does. What does she do? Oh, she's on Anton Deck sometimes. She says, I'm doing it for my late dad. Cheering subject, isn't it, really? And Kay Adams, she's banned her family from attending the show. Doesn't want them there. Well, you can't stop them, actually, dear. I mean, either you're doing that tongue-in-cheek, but I suspect, I suspect. And Matt Goss, still wearing that funny little hat. Goodness sake, what are they going to do? Dress him up as a cowboy? And sort of so you can wear Stetsons and everything else. He says that for me, less is less. Whatever that means. We've got no idea. Just as well in your case, dear. He said, I just want to go for it. I don't want to be a piece of broccoli or anything like that. Is he on something? I mean, what a funny thing to say. I don't want to be a piece of broccoli. I can't understand that. He says, I don't care about any curse or any of that sort of stuff. I know I'm not married, but I'm in here to learn and have some fun. Oh, good. That'll be nice. Will you be smiling? Can we see a bit of happiness? We'll have to wait and see. And they will meet Craig Rebel Horwood. Oh, you can just imagine, can't you? Oh, there's going to be tantrums. It doesn't bother me, actually. I'm not interested in the programme, and especially not this year. I haven't managed to find anybody who's particularly interesting. There's nobody that I sort of go, oh, I'd like to watch them dance or something like that. Steve says, Ron, the ugliest car must be the FSO Polonaise. Oh, right. Oh, apparently Jacob said the ice cream cone with the fly on it is gone. It was empty yesterday. Ugh. Oh, no. Perhaps it's having a clean or something. There's a new one, a new ice cream, or... So they've already said we've already lost the ice cream. Oh, for goodness sake, honestly. Mind you, we've had Trafalgar Square boarded up for a little while to stop people sort of heading... I don't know why it was all mayhem around here. That's a nice car, isn't it? This is the FSO Pollenza Caro, MR93. I think that's manufactured. Finished in green. Taken in Warsaw, near the entrance to the Botanical Gardens. Oh, that's nice. People like a botanical garden. I love the word. And so what's coming? Oh, that's replacing the ice cream. Who is it? Antelope by Samson Kambalu appears on the 4th plinth this September. That sounds quite nice. Quite nice. So there you go. And we've got... And in 2024, they've got one which is all cups stuck together. They are cups, aren't they? Or shells. What are they? Shells? Oh, right. That doesn't sound very exciting. Why can't we have the ice cream back? We like the ice cream. It was sort of better than most things around there. Perhaps you could have sort of pigeons. Just put a load of food there. Big pigeon, a very, very big pigeon, with a sign underneath that says, we own this square. I love all the notices. Do not feed the pigeons. And what do people do? Feed the pigeons. A bit more than tuppence a bag, I think, now. You can go to a little supermarket and go and get more of this sort of stuff. Cheryl in Farnborough says, why are places like Heathrow and Gatwick allowed to rip us off when we go through security? And have to buy toiletries because we're now limited on the amount we can carry in our hand luggage. My daughters are travelling from Heathrow this morning, and 2 shampoos that would normally cost £4 each in Boots the Chemist on the High Street are £7 each in Boots the Chemist at Heathrow. Yeah, unfortunately, you pay a premium. I know it sounds stupid. I don't get it either. You pay a premium. It's like W.H. Smith at the station. What do they do? Shampoo as well or something? Oh, they ramp the price up. Yeah, you always get things like that. It's like flowers. Flowers are very expensive at the stations because you're not that I buy flowers, but I've often looked at them. and sort of seen them there. And I've often thought, I told you, they're very expensive just before the funeral. Little pot of roses, growing in there. I mean, miniature roses, 10 quid. I saw them, almost identical thing the other day in Hounslow High Street, £2.50. And I'll tell you what I did see, and I was interested. I got company details through of, it's on my phone actually. Those things that light up that the kids like to play around with in theatre, and they sort of put lights on and it spins round and all the colours change, and it's fantastic. They've got little LEDs in there and batteries, and I thought they're nice. Well, generally speaking, if you go to a fun fair, you're paying on average a fiver for one of those, which comes with the batteries, and most of the time you can replace them, and they do all sorts of things. People love them. The kids love anything that lights up. They can hold it against them. Well, I discovered how much they cost wholesale. Some of them are from 6p up to about 30p. I was amazed at how cheap they were. I mean, if they're selling them for 6p, I remember sending off for something years ago from China, from a factory that advertised magic tricks, and they had a special box, and it was cheap. It was something like $20. So I ordered. I mean, it took forever to get here, because if you have stuff sent from America, it's about 6 weeks. If you're not having it FedExed over, or any of these other fantastic companies which bring stuff over here, and I generally wait 6 to 7 weeks for stuff that I've ordered. In fact, even nowadays, if you're just using surface mail, yes. I mean, different if you're sort of moving something that's fairly big, but if it's just surface mail and it's something little, I thought, well, I have had them flown over before, and you track it, and they're really good. DHL, amazing. Steve, the ice cream was taken down at least a week before the Queen died, says Brian of Bromley. Oh, right. Steve, Liz Truss is 47. Makes me realise how I'm failing at life at 46. Nicola in Haywards Heath says, love your show. Well, when I saw her coming out of Downing Street yesterday, she did look like a child. She did. She looked so young. And I remember thinking, she doesn't look old enough to be Prime Minister. But already I was hearing on Darren's programme of sort of when she goes. I thought she'd only just got the job. And just got it. Glyn says, would a more fitting monument to the Queen be similar to that of Queen Eleanor at Charing Cross? Perhaps crosses at Balmoral, Aberdeen, Dundee, Edinburgh, Northolt, Westminster and Windsor following her route? Could be. Yes, they used to that years ago where coffins rested, they would then put up. And in fact, the Queen Eleanor Memorial Cross at Charing Cross Station is a reconstruction. It's not original. It was done ages and ages ago. One of 12 memorial crosses. It's Victorian, and it doesn't occupy the original site of the Charing Cross, which I think was destroyed in 1647. And now they've got the equestrian statue of Charles I, the man that they beheaded down in Whitehall. Not a good day for him. But no, the actual cross is beautifully ornate and everything else, but it's a copy. You would think so. It's like you go to which museum is it? British Museum, I think. And they've got the hall of all these, they've taken like plaster casts, but of huge things, and they're all fake. It's just a plaster cast. They put sort of rubber all the way around it, and I keep hitting it. And then they sort of pour wax into the mould, and they make these things. I think it's called the cast room or something like that. Yeah, it's what? Frauds. It is, because the Lady Eleanor one, I thought, that it looks genuine. And it is. It's genuine copy. That's still good. Excuse me. God blimey, it's hot. Take the roof of your mouth off. Thank you very much indeed. I see Pete the Pool Man. He says, I've just stopped for a coffee, and I'm pleased to announce Christmas chocks have hit the shops. It's started, and I love it. Christmas is the most wonderful time of the year. En route to the gym for a 5-kilometre run, a sauna, and then it's more pools, and then presumably eating the chocolate reindeer, or whatever that other one is. What's the other one next to the chocolate reindeer? I can't read what that is. Oh, it's snowman. It's a chocolate snowman. I just like Christmas full stop. It doesn't matter what it is, big bowl of nuts on the sideboard. Cashew nuts. I've got a thing about cashew nuts. I think as a diabetic, you can have cashew nuts. The other ones you can't have. Can't have the dry roasted. I remember when they first came out, I remember thinking, this is a bit decadent. I quite like them. But no, Christmas time, we always have a big tin of Quality Street and stuff like that, because you have to, don't you? And nobody works over Christmas, except us in radio. We keep going. So many of the television programmes are recorded, but the news, of course, is live, because it has to be. And I always think it's good. Let's hope we have a good one this year, as they say. Steve, they made a statue of Sir Nigel Gresley. He designed Mallard, which was the fastest ever steam locomotive. The artist put a mallard duck at his feet in reference to this achievement. They vetoed the duck and wouldn't allow it when installed. I'm not sure, says Darryl in Paisley, if Paddington would get past the men in suits. Oh, I don't know if Paddington's been to Scotland. I don't know. Has he been to? He's been to. Well, they say he's been to Peru. We have no physical evidence of this, I don't think, unless they managed it in one of the films. I wonder if Great Aunt Lucy's passed on by now. She was in that home for retired bears in Lima. Poor little Paddington, honestly. But I thought that would be quite good. I mean, how can they be miserable and ban him? He's, it's that abiding image, isn't it, of the Queen talking to nothing. And yet then all of a sudden Paddington, but even she must have been impressed that she talks to nothing. And I always keep mine in here, she says. And then Paddington, I mean, it was great acting from her. But there again, they used to do lots of acting at the palace at Windsor Castle. Every year they would put on a pantomime, and the royal family would have, there's lots of pictures of Her Majesty the Queen and Princess Margaret dressed up for Aladdin or something like that. And they would always put on what they thought were very professional. They couldn't exactly go and do it on a proper stage. They had to do it when it was all manufactured for them. Oh, delish. Delish. I wonder when it will be that all of a sudden you sort of go off tea. Oh, good. Andy Peters is doing Christmas food today. Here we go. He says, I'm on at midday. I'll give you a wave. A wave. Hope I'm back from the bank by midday today. I'm hoping it's going to be fairly straightforward, but I've just got this horrible feeling it might not be. I haven't got an appointment. No, I'm just going in ad hoc. You're supposed to have appointments. Don't say that. I don't want to go all the way down there. I have to hang around for hours. It's all I want from them is just a little confirmation of I am who I say I am. And do they have counters? No, they don't have counters in this particular branch. They have a person with a clipboard. Hello. Oh, yes, take a seat. Somebody will be with you in a minute. And then you have to try and sort of précis everything down that I would say. But all I want them to say is, yes, we know who Steve Allen is. And then I've got to give that to my brother, who's got to give it to the man who's sorting the pensions out. And if we don't do it in less than 3 days, the interest rates will change. So the amount of money I thought I was going to be getting, I might not be. Mind you, there's a chance that the money could go up. But unfortunately, not many things do in this day and age, do they? So Andy Peters is going to be on QVC today. On at midday. Bless his heart, honestly. I wonder what we've got today. Hope it's mince pies. The funny thing is, I can do without the chocolates. I'm not bothered about the chocolates. I couldn't get excited over buying a box of chocolates. But anything sort of savoury or anything like mince pies, anything, I don't really care. As long as it's got the word Christmas on it. They were checking yesterday on whether or not the mince pies would be good for Christmas. They went, yeah, you can store them for up to 5 months. Now, there must be booze in there, and you know me and boozy mince pies, so we shall check out. But he will be giving me a wave. So there you go. If you watch QVC today with Andy Peters at midday, there'll be a wave just for me. Okay, nobody else. Yes. Did we find out what Mr. Moyles was saying about me? Did you do that one? Did you forget about it? You haven't. Oh, he was talking about my Prosecco lunches. I love the way it's my Prosecco lunches. Susie in Farnborough says, read chess. Years ago, a friend's 7-year-old son tried to teach us chess. We were 39 years old and never learnt how to play it. Oh, Susie, I can beat that. When I was working originally at LBC, the Rubik's Cube came out. And I don't know if you've ever seen anybody doing a Rubik's Cube. Like that. And a 13-year-old boy had written a book on how to solve the Rubik's Cube. So naturally, we invited him in for an interview at 13, and he came in with his mum, and he was demonstrating. There's a guy at Covent Garden here in London. He'll give you a cube, you mix it up as much as you want, give it to him, and he will solve it in, I think, less than a minute. Less than a minute, and if he doesn't, he gives you a fiver. The world record is 4.22 seconds. For solving a Rubik's Cube. You've never seen anything like it. It is quite something. It's quite something. But this guy in Covent Garden will do it. And you watch and you think to yourself, is it a trick? I know, it's you just go bum, 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 like that, da, 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 and then he drops it down and it's finished. I know, it's like 4 seconds, 4.22. Yeah, he's obviously, well, I'd be very cocky if I could solve a Rubik's. Anyway, I sat there stunned by this 13-year-old kid who could solve the Rubik's Cube, and he tried to explain to me what he was looking for, and I didn't get it at all. I just really didn't get it. So, I gave up, another avenue of pleasure which I couldn't do. And I still now, I mean, if ever I messed up the cube, the only way I was ever going to get it back together again is by opening it up. There's a key piece of the Rubik's Cube, and that hinges the whole thing together. You take that out and you can dismantle the whole cube. Of course it's cheating. I can't do it any other way. I'm totally used. Other people are very good at things like that. They have a very mathematical mind. I don't. So the idea of a 7-year-old trying to teach you to play chess, I mean, similar to chess, you know, people who play chess, I mean, I think it's boring. You're sitting there opposite somebody, staring at them, and then you're just going, da, 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 knight to rook, or something. I don't know. I can't remember who actually invented chess. If ever I find them, I'll kill them. Drives me mad. And Michael Chess, yeah. I wonder where it was invented. I wonder how far back it goes. I didn't do drafts. I could do snakes and ladders. But I couldn't. Drafts as well was another one that defeated me. I was sort of just not. I don't even know how it was meant to be. Is it easy? All right, so you say. Connect 4. No, I have seen Connect 4. I know what it is. That's why you sort of. It's one of those plastic things, isn't it? It's got a frame and you drop things in. Yeah. Very amateurish. Not for me at all, actually. I've had a bit of chocolate. If you want a bit of chocolate, Andy Peters, this is a box of chocolate bars sent to troops on behalf of Queen Victoria. Okay, this is way back 122 years ago. They had this box of chocolates. They were made by Rowntree's in 1899, and the tin has only one piece missing. They were a gift sent to soldiers, but sparked a row because the firm's owners were Quakers or pacifists. Did you know that? I didn't know that. They've got a picture of it. I mean, I wouldn't fancy eating it, but it's been sold in Lincolnshire, thought to belong to the homeowner's granddaughter who fought in the conflict. It got £440, which actually doesn't seem like an awful lot. The tin looks in lovely condition, and inside the chocolate is there. 440 quid. That's all. I'd have thought that would have gone for a few thousand, but not. Apparently, the earliest version of chess can be traced back to India in the 6th century. Of course. Why not? So they do that. It's amazing, isn't it, really? Because it's never interested me, but I did used to collect chess sets, especially ones where you sort of cut little bits of cardboard out and you can move them around on the board. I had magnetic chess, but if you lose one piece, if you've got magnetic chess, you're completely scuppered because you can't do anything else. Can't play chess anymore. Lovely, thank you. I could do definitely with something at the moment. Slow cookers are making a comeback. We talked about slow cookers on the programme the other day. The simple reason being they have low wattage, so even cooking something for 8 hours will use less energy than an oven or a hob. The average cost for a slow cooker is 5 pence an hour. 5 pence an hour. Microwaves use up to 80% less energy, but they cost, on average, 24 pence per hour to run. They've got air fryers. The reason that they're more energy efficient is because heating elements are only located on the top and are accompanied by a large, powerful fan. 30 pence an hour. 30 pence an hour. They've got gas and electric ovens, about £1, 2 pence an hour, and an induction hob, which uses more energy efficiently than a gas or electric ceramic hob, is 68 pence an hour. So the best one is a slow cooker. But, you know, there is a limit to what you can cook in it because it's cooking very slowly. So you can't put stuff in there and have it ready in 20 minutes. It doesn't work like that. It works on very slow heat and it's very low wattage. But at least it's only 5 pence an hour. And you laugh, but I promise you, come October when these bills start coming, you're going to be looking around to see whether you can buy. All these things will not be available. They'll say, oh, no, we've had a rush on those. Remember I told you some time ago, I went into a chemist to buy some sunglasses, and they went, no, this is winter. I said, listen, summer or winter, I'm still a celebrity. You know, it makes no difference to me whether the snow is falling down and we're all pretending to be Charles Dickens. She went from the all-action Bond girl to blonde girl. Ana de Armas has admitted that playing Marilyn Monroe left her in tears. Not surprised. Marilyn Monroe's life was tragic. It really was, poor soul. And Holly and Pip in all the papers again. Surrounded by officials.
May I have your attention, please? You can now book your train tickets on Uber and get 10% back in credits to spend on your next Uber ride, so you don't have to walk home in the rain again.
Trains, now on Uber. T's and C's apply. Check the Uber app.
Going in, and of course people are looking at them. They're not jumping the queue. They weren't in the queue. They're on a special dispensation because they've got accreditation, like loads of other people. They did see the Queen lying in state, but they didn't bow their heads as they went past. They were whizzed through and went to a platform at the back. It's going to rumble on. I bet you anything. By tomorrow, 40,000 people have called for their resignation, as if.
Is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, Steve. Paddington Bear has been to Peru. Well, he had to be there because he came from Peru, didn't he? That's what happened. Google Paddington Bear of Lima. There's a lovely statue there, says Nicky in Workington. Well, I know he's definitely been to Peru, because his great aunt Lucy sorted him out and she was in the home for retired bears. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? I like that. That's Paddington in full colour, as they say. That's in Peru. Oh, Peru doesn't look at all as I thought it was going to. Look, no vandalism, no graffiti. How unusual. You see so much of it now, and it's in... I think that's really nice, isn't it, Paddington with his... I love the way that he's actually got a Union Jack waistcoat on. Or it could be a coat, actually. It could be a coat. That's really nice. Is that genuine? It's not sort of, you know, somebody winding us up with something. Look at that. Nobody graffitiizing anything at all. The grass is that real grass or is that pretend grass? AstroTurf. Even in Peru, you can't get away from it. So the big problem, big being... 8 in 10 Brits will be overweight by the year 2060. As I say, I'll be long since gone, so I couldn't really care less, actually. But it's going to cost the economy, they reckon, in another, God knows how many years, 142 billion a year. That's what it will cost. At the moment, I think it's about 10 billion a year. And so it will also cut lives very short, because if you are obese or, you know, carrying... what they call the fuller figure, there's a greater chance of you dying earlier. Because I saw a bloke in America, actually. It was one of these, they do a program on somebody who is so big that you can't imagine how they get anything done. And this particular bloke, I mean, I was looking at what he was eating, and they were trying to cut his calories down. It was obviously in America. And so for breakfast, it was this sort of porridgey stuff with some berries on the top. And you could see the look on his face as like, what's that? And he literally was so big, they had to roll him over on the bed. I think he weighed about 60 stone. And I thought, but unless you start educating your body to accept less food, it's never going to happen. Have I ever dieted? Oh, God, yes. Everybody's dieted, you know. I mean, you just sort of... I mean, I just sort of went from being what I thought was normal size to, you know, when I hit 25, all of a sudden, everything started expanding. All in the wrong places. And I remember thinking to myself, you know, you would sort of lie down, you go, where's my feet? And, you know, it's only when you were standing in the shower that you could actually, if you breathed in, you might be able to see something. But apart from that, it was just terrible. Everybody did it. Mainly because there were so many, the Jane Fondas and the, you know, all the people who were doing workouts on the television, Derek, the Green Goddess. I've lost track of how many people used to come into me and they'd written a book about losing weight. And it was all exercise. You look at Derek, Mr. Motivator. He's been doing the same thing for years and years and years. And he's not slim. He's lithe. He's lithe. And you do see some enormous people. And it's only because the food that we're attracted to, doesn't matter whether you're thin or you're not thin, is really bad. If it says Kentucky Fried Chicken, the clue is in the word fried. You know, if you go in to sort of buy burgers, you know it's got bread, burger, vegetables, something like that. The nicer it tastes, the more addictive it is. Even fish and chips, you know, we all eat it. Well, you know, I haven't eaten fish and chips for ages and ages, but I do like it. I do like it. Just, I don't know why I haven't had it, actually. I'd much rather have a sausage in batter. But that's just me. I'm Pisces. So, you know, I love a sausage in batter and a portion of chips with some with some salt on, and I'm quite happy. In fact, sometimes, because you generally get a big sausage, and they don't do little sausages in batter. They're always like jumbo sausages, and you know damn well you're going to finish the thing. And then when you finish it, you think, should I have gone back and got another one? You know, should I ever buy two? And you think, no, you can't have two, Steve. That would be the worst. But we do think like that. Roger says, just like Andy Peters, Jeff Brazier still looks very young. Yes, he does. He is very young. I don't know how old Jeff Brazier is. 30-something? I think 31. Here we go. So I'm miles out. Am I miles out? 43? Is he? Are you sure? Good Lord above. Well, he doesn't look 43, does he? He doesn't look 43. 43? Yeah, kid who's 19. Well, he's got two kids, two boys. One who is in EastEnders. I don't know if he's still in He's 43, is he really? Wow. No, they always used to say that, don't they, about different people. They say, and so is this age. You go, no. And then other times you say it. I remember saying to people when I was younger, they'd say, how old are you? And I'd say, oh, I'm 18 or 19. They go, wow, you look so young. Now, I tell them how old I am. They don't say anything at all. That's about right, isn't it? Yeah. It's almost a case of, I obviously look my age. Susie in Farnborough again says, not even the end of September, and Morrison's have shelves of mince pies and Christmas puddings. I bet that's what Andy Peters is going to be doing today, 12 o'clock on QVC. He'll shift loads. Loads. I mean, I don't know whether or not Andy Peters would take a tree home or, you know, do Christmas decorations. Or do you mean, does he sell Christmas decorations? I don't know. I don't think so. I might be wrong. I mean, because he's very versatile. Very versatile. I have to watch at 12 now. I hope I'm back from the bank. I'm hoping this is going to be straightforward, but I've got this feeling of doom that it's not going to be. I might have to do my, I'm so sorry, and do my sobbing bit, you know, as you do. Steve, I would love to see 2 statues of the Queen, one on horseback in the grounds of Windsor Castle, and the second walking hand in hand with Paddington Bear through St James's Park, heading for the palace, says Pam. Oh, there was something nice about Paddington, and because, you know, he was so nice to her. Because Paddington's motto is be nice, isn't it? That's what he comes down to. I thought it was just marmalade sandwiches, but I always remember they went off on a drive once, and unfortunately they got hopelessly lost because Paddington was map reading, and he dropped a bit of marmalade out of one of his sandwiches, and he thought that was a road to go down, so he told them to go left. Any mention of chess reminds me of the Columbo episode, says Sula, with Lawrence Harvey, but then I'm obsessed with Columbo. I remember it very well indeed. Very well indeed. It was Patrick Bossert who wrote the book about the cube in 1981, says Phil in Slough. God, honestly, people are so clever. Glyn says, it just struck me that I joined the Royal Air Force 46 years ago today. 14 years of the greatest life a young person could have. Now a very proud veteran, and after the displays of our forces on Monday, reassured the services are in safe hands still. I agree with you. Absolutely, I agree with you. I couldn't be more proud of the services. Couldn't be more proud of them. When I saw them all at Waterloo Station yesterday, and they were getting their McDonald's and everything else, they were queuing up. They were, you know, ready because they've got discipline. It's a shame we didn't have national service. Here we go. Shame we didn't have national service. Everybody brought in, you know. And you might sort of. It's like looking at Wills and Kate's 2 children, as one of the columnists said today. You know, if you want an indication of how young children can be when they're polite, there they are. There they are. The fact they're only 10 and 7, I think, is neither here nor there. It's the fact they know manners. They're very good at manners. Andy says, my show is all festive food. All festive food. He says, I only sell food on the channel, midday today and 7 p.m. on Friday. I'm waving. Do you do a tree at home, Andy? Do you decorate at home? Or do you not bother at Christmas? How many trees do I have? I buy 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 trees, one for each wing of the house. And then, of course, the servants have got to have a tree, and then you've got to decorate it. We always have, I always buy a lot of trees. I did try one year having a fake tree, and it doesn't kind of work the same way as having a real tree, so I go for real trees. But I always make them open it up for me, you know, because they're all in netting, so I get them to open it, and then you shake it, and I want to see what it looks like, you know, because a tree's got to have the right shape. And they're not so expensive. They're not so expensive. I just like them, but they've got to be covered in lights. Covered. So I can't wait until all the local garden centres get all their lights in, because I'm down there like Eagle-Eyed Alan. Down there straight away. Last year, I think in total, I had about 40,000 lights. Not all on the same tree. They were sort of split. I was doing about 10, 15,000. That would be stupid, wouldn't it? That would be a complete waste of time. I've got bags and bags and bags and bags of lights. Because it's all right putting them on the blooming tree. It's like taking them off. You practically have to swivel the tree round, and then the boys come and collect the trees, which are sort of put up, and take all the lights off for me and put them in a bag. So I've got so many lights. I really need to go through them and sort of, you know, but just can't get rid of them, can you, really? They're Christmas lights. And they all do different. I have them doing the whole gamut. Wave, slow fade in and out, flashing, everything. Yeah. So I have it so they all do them. Oh, look. They've got a picture of the Queen, and they've superimposed. Who sent that in? John. He says, I love this picture. I know you will too. He's in Peacehaven near Brighton, and it's Paddington sitting on the Queen's shoulders, clinging onto her hat. It's so sweet. It is so sweet, honestly. It is so sweet. Yeah, Paddington's a little bit bigger, actually. Yes. He says, Christmas decorations are a must. This is Andy Peters. He says, not as many lights as you have. I love it. I try and find the boxes of lights where they've got 10,000 lights in one box. So I don't need to sort of link up lights and stuff like that. And I saw some I always buy new lights every year. I don't know why I see them and I get carried away. John Lewis were doing lights which will move to the music. And they look really good. You can do them on an app on your phone. So you can change on the phone. I love it. I love it. As far as I'm concerned, listen, I'd be more than happy to celebrate Christmas all the year round. It's like snow. You automatically put snow and Christmas together. And yet I don't know why. Because there's some countries around the world. In fact, we're one of the very few countries that celebrate Christmas Day. Most people celebrate Christmas Eve. Oh, I appreciate them all the time. I've got mirrors at home with lights intertwined round branches and things like that. It's a very sad existence, isn't it? I always wanted a tree in the car and just plug it into the cigarette lighter, but then I thought that would be silly. Yeah, I've probably got loads in the boot, actually. I love it. Morning, 19 minutes past 6. Nearly. I mean, it's literally seconds. Don't make a big deal about it, please. So Neil says, Steve, I saw my first Christmas ad on television last night. Gets earlier and earlier. It does. See, I don't mind seeing that because all the shopping channels are doing Christmas stuff. Decorations yesterday on QVC, Andy Peters today, 12 and then 7 on Friday. And it'll be Christmas food. All sorts of things. And that's what, because obviously people want it. They don't do something, unless, of course, you sort of argue the toss that it's because it's on there, people want to buy it because they're worried it might sell out. I don't think it would, because when they first started doing Christmas, which was a few weeks ago on QVC, I thought they were selling last year's stuff. So then to make way for all the new stuff, because they must shift tons of it. We were looking at the turnover of QVC, millions and millions and millions and millions of pounds. They do all sorts of things. They do sausages, they do pork pies, they do all... I love pork pies. They do all sorts, and they do different fillings in the pork pies, which are... The trouble is you watch it, they do steaks. They do steaks, and they have the audacity to cook the blooming things while I'm watching. I sit there, dribbling like an idiot, but it doesn't matter. There's a story in the paper today. Firms that tried the 4-day week are set to stick with it, which is very interesting because Ian was talking about this last night, that he does a 3-day week, I think. He said he does 4. He said, what actually happens if they ask me to do an extra show, which they do on occasions? And he said, do I have to turn it down or not because I'm only paid to do a 4-day week? It's very odd. A trans activist is in the paper today, caught on camera shouting abuse at a man holding a baby and calling him a fascist. This is a really bizarre story. But anyway, it turns out it's a Labour MP's aide. This story is, and she has apologised. Carly May Kavanagh is a policy caseworker in the House of Commons for Brighton MP Lloyd Russell Moyle. She was with another woman who even called the baby a little fascist. And they caught it on camera. I mean, it does seem the oddest thing, doesn't it, ever? But anyway, she's since issued an abject apology. She was apparently demonstrating against supporters of the Standing for Women organisation. The group Reclaim Pride Brighton described the Standing for Women event as part of a transphobic hate tour and claimed fascists were attempting to rile up hatred for trans people. Unfortunate, because you know that Harry Potter's author, J.K. Rowling, has faced death threats from trans zealots. Anyway, she's apologised, but it's been viewed because people nowadays, if you see anybody with, I mean, I've lost track of the amount of times I've watched a video from America with people shouting obscenity on phones, and then people go, turn that phone off. I don't want to be filmed. I don't want to be filmed. They go, no, it's in a public place. I'm filming you, and I'm putting it on YouTube. This one's been viewed nearly 1 million times. Nearly 1 million times. The friends refer to the baby as a little fascist. Miss Kavanagh then joins in and tells this unidentified man, she uses a rude word which I can't use, you think that's a good idea, do you, to raise the child who believes this filth? You are disgusting. And she comes within inches of shouting in this baby's face. She later tweeted, I let down the trans community. I'm embarrassed by my actions. That would be the understatement. That would be the understatement. Dear Lord above. Labour MP's aide screaming at a dad holding a baby. Ghastly, ghastly. Steve, a battered saveloy, yes please, or Kentucky Fried Chicken, says Shane. A battered saveloy? I don't think they do battered saveloys over here. We do battered sausages, but not battered saveloy. A saveloy... What, between a saveloy? I thought a saveloy was like a hot dog. We don't do those battered, as far as I know. No, it's a sausage in batter, and a saveloy, you just eat it like, jumbo pork sausage. Harry Ramsden's do them. They sell all their range in Iceland. But an English feast would be a saveloy, a sausage in batter and chips. Looks delicious, doesn't it? It does look delicious. Every time they put up pictures of fish and chips at this time of the morning, these pictures are so beautifully shot and everything else. But I've never had a saveloy. Mind you, I've only ever once tried curry sauce and chips. And I quite like that as well. That was quite nice. They do it, you mix the sauce up. I wish they did a jar of it. I suppose they must do somewhere. Steve, try the oven fish and chips. Not as good as chippy chips, but a whole lot better for you. See, I'm not really interested in this little bit better for you thing. I think that's being mealy-mouthed. M&S Teddington yesterday. Advent calendars, mince pies, Christmas gift wraps, all on sale, says Stan in Hampton Wick. Nice part of the country. Very nice. And it's very interesting because it was one of our charity shops in Twickenham that was selling Christmas cards, packs of Christmas cards, weeks ago. I walked past the window and went, Christmas cards? They're doing Christmas cards because they've got to be the first ones to get them because the designs vary year by year. And so so all those people who bought, as I did, Christmas cards last year and you've got some left over, they look a bit dated. But I don't send that many Christmas cards. I send a few, but not very many. I'll probably do my brother and his wife, but that's just one jointly. But then for my godchildren, they've each got to have one. So to one household, I send 4, with a fiver in there, if they're lucky, 10-shilling note. And so I've got to send 4 cards to one family. But I always keep them in the boot of the car, just in case somebody goes, oh, got your Christmas card. And they go, oh, wait a minute, I've got yours. Quickly go to the boot of the car, start writing it out. Jenny in Carmarthen says, Andy Peters, just Christmas food on QVC. Loving your show, never miss it. That's what we like to hear, actually. So we like, oh, don't show me pictures of sausages in batter. It looks delicious, doesn't it? I like it when they, oh, don't. That's really, did Peter send that in? Oh, from Peter's Fish Factory. They're in Margate, but that looks delicious, doesn't it? Doesn't that look delicious? Those chips look fantastic. Oh, dear, it's not fair. Why can't they open these places early in the morning? Yeah, just leave it there just to really annoy me. Why not? Let's have an unhappy presenter at this time of the morning. Everybody else who's really healthy is going, Steve, you wonder why you're not well. You know, fish and chip. But look at that. I mean, don't those chips look great? Even the sausage looks fabulous. And the one in batter, I could devour sideways. Seriously. I'm not even to see actually bend it round to fit the mouth. George is 9, Charlotte's 6, Steve, says Maggie. I still think they're excellent. Eileen in Scarborough says, bought a real tree at the start of the pandemic and it's still growing in the back garden in a pot. I'll bring it in at the start of December. I call it my pandemic tree. I did one of those in a pot, and unfortunately it died on me. And I was hoping, like you keep it in the pot and then it will just grow on year, but tends not, actually. Kevin the Milkman says, Steve, I think a statue of the Queen with Prince Philip on the 4th plinth would be fitting. After all, he was her rock. Yes. I mean, to be honest with you, I think anything in Trafalgar Square. There isn't a statue of her in Trafalgar Square, is there? We've got somebody on a horse, I think. I've lost track. I did know at one point who was actually on the plinths. Pete the Pool Man says, Steve, I've been on a 4-day week for over 10 years. Works for me. That's nice. I've got friends who are black cab drivers, and they have a target for how much money they want to earn. And so they say, as opposed to sitting out there all hours of the day and night, once you've earned your target money, go home. Go home. What's the point? What's the point? Shirley listens to me every day, says Dean. She's a lovely elderly lady. Nobody's elderly on this programme. We don't have elderly people. We have twilight year people, which sounds quite nice. And Louise in Norfolk says, we bought our Christmas turkey yesterday. One thing ticked off the list, and I've been eating mince pies for the past week, starting on the Baileys in November. Happy Christmas. I'm assuming it's a frozen turkey. Just remember, you've got to these things take ages to defrost. Ages to defrost. If you buy a frozen Norfolk turkey, one of those gorgeous ones, I've never cooked one. My mother, for 2 years running, left the giblets in. Seriously, they come in a plastic bag inside, and she knew, but she just completely forgot. She didn't do it to spite me. I think she did it because she'd had a couple of sherries, and my mother on sherry was useless. Totally useless. Sometimes you'd say, Mum, and all you'd hear in the kitchen is... She'd be in front of the cooker, practically praying to it to make sure it was at the right temperature. Is it edible if you leave the... Yeah, but it's not advisable because they're in a plastic bag. So, I don't know what you do, actually. Peter's Fish Factory says, I can confirm battered saveloys are a thing. Oh, right. So there you go. Pete knows this. Thank you. And then... the perfectionist projectionist says, Steve, the next time you have fish and chips, don't have ketchup. Salad cream tastes better. It's the salad cream. Yeah, salad cream sauce. What else do you think it is? It's salad cream. The clue is in the word cream. Yeah, tartar sauce. No, not tartar sauce. That's very pretentious. That's for nouveau riche. I might try the curry sauce, but I'm not wild about it. Is it okay? Okay. But looking at Pete's Fish Factory, not mushy, absolutely never mushy peas. I think that is such a ghastly thing to do. So you take normal, healthy, happy peas, had a great life, and then you basically beat the living daylights out of them, and you buy them in a tin. It's a northern thing. We don't do it down south. I don't want to start another row, but, it's not for us. It really is not for us. But no, Peter's fish and chips and the sausage and everything. I looked. Oh, don't show me pictures. Why would anybody want to do mushy peas? They're just done in vinegar, aren't they, or something? It's like pickled eggs. Who in God's name eats those? Who eats cod roe? Have you seen that? Oh, blimey, honestly.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
These people are mad. I used to like, though, beef burger and batter. You really don't see it very... What? You really don't see it very often. Or failing that, a pineapple ring in batter was quite popular in my day. Pineapple rings in batter. But no, beef burger in batter. If it was a good quality beef burger. Of course it's bad for you. It's got batter on it. But I didn't care. And that's why I'm a fully fledged, paid up member of the Diabetic Number 2 Club.
This is LBC with Steve Allen.
Poor old Pete the Pool Man. Steve, I'm now paying for the snowman and reindeer, the chocolate versions, which he ate. He's now on the Dreadmill treadmill. I used to have to do that. I used to go to the Barbican Health and Fitness Club, but they used to have a big running track which overlooked the swimming pool, and our trainer would send us off around the track for 3. So I hated him. hated him. I can't begin to tell you. You know, I couldn't wait to finish so I could go and have some frozen yogurt. That was the highlight of my day. Secretly, I wanted a chip butty, but, you know, I couldn't have anything like that. Even at home, I used to have chip butties. My mother frowned on it, as you can well imagine. Bono's come up with an interesting thing. At the moment, he has a memoir called Surrender, serialised in the New Yorker, and he said he blocked out virtually all memory of his mother after she collapsed at the funeral of his grandfather and later died. He was 14 when his mother Iris died, days after having a brain aneurysm at her father's funeral. He says, I have very few memories of my mother Iris, neither does my older brother Norman. Bono's got 4 children with his wife Alison. He said the simple explanation is that in our house after she died, she was never spoken of again. I fear it was worse than that. We rarely thought of her again. We were 3 Irish men, and we avoided the pain that we knew would come from thinking and speaking about her. Isn't that an interesting thing? I remember talking to somebody years and years ago, and they said they really hated their parents so much they couldn't wait for them to die. But different people deal with different things. You know, and there is help. In fact, Eva Dawn Neeson's written in her column today, people who sort of watched the funeral and it brought back memories for them of their parents dying, either mother, father, or whatever it happened to be. She said there is help available for people to talk about it. I didn't have anything like that. I know some people go to therapy because they feel better doing it. Everybody deals with it in their own way. That's the only way you can do it. So when people have said, I remember there was somebody who used to work at LBC, and my mum had died and his dad had died as well. And so we swapped thoughts on the funerals. I mean, seriously, it just, I don't know why. I think because if you don't talk about it, you're never going to get it out in the open. You have to talk about it. We were sort of saying, you know, was it good turnout and was it this and that? And he said, yeah. He said, but one of the pallbearers, you know, from the funeral director had dirty shoes, and I remembered that. And it's all these different things. Talking about it helps greatly, I promise you. Susie says, once skiing in Canada, I experienced chips with gravy and melted cheese as a dip and or topping. Chips with gravy and melted cheese. See, I put melted cheese on quite a few things. It's not melted when I start. But ends up like that. Stephen Ilford says, my wife has reverted to homemade chips. Bit more effort, cheaper, no additives, and tastes like potato, like Mum used to cook for 6 of us. Yeah, my mother did homemade chips. She had a little saucepan, it was her chip pan, with a basket, and she would cook the potatoes, and then, well, she'd peel the potatoes, cook them, then she'd dry them in a tea towel, sometimes put a little bit of semolina in there to make them crispier, and then she'd let them dry, and then she'd put them into the water, and they'd be crackling, and she did good chips. Good chips, my mum did. Good roast potatoes as well. Forgot to say, says Kim, because we talked about it the other day, those Quorn peppered steaks, lovely, most definitely on the shopping list. I haven't tried them yet. I must do that, actually. I just didn't get round to it. Too busy having a pedicure yesterday and all the other little bits and pieces. Birthday today. We celebrate the birthday of Shirley Conran. Shirley Conran was the best-selling author of Lace and Superwoman, the first editor of their very own female column in the Daily Mail. The things that women are supposed to want to read are generally decided by a man. We're writing for a real woman. So there you go. She said, life is, no, not 88, 90. 90. She says, life is too short to stuff a mushroom. I don't know what that means. I have no idea, actually. I've never tried stuffing a mushroom. I know people do them. You can buy all these things now. It's all done for you. You don't need to bother stuffing a mushroom. You just literally sort of go and buy a pack of them and then stick them in the oven. That's the way it goes. ITV in 1962 broadcast the first episode of University Challenge. In its 60 years, it's only had 2 hosts, Bamber Gascoigne and Jeremy Paxson, who will be replaced by Amol Rajan next year. 1964, Malta gained its political independence from Britain. And Z-Cars in 1978 came to the end of the road. Now, for those people who didn't know, it was a programme about the police. It was a drama. They had 16 years, 571 episodes. When the show began in 1962, the policemen gambling and fighting with their wives was one of pure horror. But as the years went by, the shock effect was weakened by even more rugged police series like The Sweeney, who tackled drugs, terrorists, and even hijackings. And then they had the bill, and then they decided to axe the bill. Couldn't believe it, actually. Mickey Kuhn celebrates a birthday today. Come on, you won't know. We could sit here till the cows come home unless you cheat. No, former child star, the last surviving credited actor who appeared in the 1939's Gone with the Wind. There you go. Following the death in 2020 of Olivia de Havilland, he played her character's son, Beau Wilkes. He still remembers repeatedly messing up his big scene with Clark Gable when he kept saying, "Hello, Uncle Clark," instead of "Hello, Uncle Rhett." He's 90 as well today. What memories. What memories. Amazing, actually. Amazing. Channel 4 have been forced to shelve a Frankie Boyle show on the Royals. I love the way that, Frankie Boyle does Rude. Like some people go and have a piece of cake and a cup of tea. And so they film it, and then because he's done this foul show on the Royals, which they made, they then shelve it, and you think, what did they expect when they commissioned it? What do they think he was going to do? The Teddy Bear's Picnic? I mean, now we've discovered that Winnie the Pooh's done a slasher movie. Nothing is going to shock me ever again. But this one, they say, was always likely to cause upset. Broadcasting the programme after the death of the Queen would provoke revulsion. But they've shelved plans to screen the show, so you won't be seeing that programme for a long time, an insider says. And we're reviewing our schedules closely in light of events, and any changes will be publicised. It's interesting, actually, isn't it? Former Mock the Week panellist Boyle has expressed his frustration, saying, "Let's spare a thought for everyone who was just putting the finishing touches to a humorous documentary about the monarchy." I mean, but if you commission anything from Frankie Boyle, I mean, you can just about trust him, can't you, on Mock the Week and things like that, because that can be edited out. But if you give him a show to talk about the royal family, I mean, they will show it eventually. It's only the way people feel at the moment. They will get round to it, in, say, 5 years you go, and this was what people weren't allowed to watch 5 years ago. Now, of course, you can get away with just... I mean, I hear the most appalling language on the television. I'm not a prude. I've used it myself. Yeah, just on QVC alone. But it is quite amazing that times they are changing. Things that wouldn't have been shown years ago, now they show them. We go, why did you not show it? It looks fairly tame to us. But Frankie Boyle, if you've ever been to a Frankie Boyle show, you bought a DVD, he makes Roy Chubby Brown seem like the Archangel Gabriel. He seriously comes up with stuff. I mean, it's very funny because he's pushing the boundary as far as he can. I mean, songs that were banned are now tame. Do you remember Relax by Frankie Goes to Hollywood? That only got to #1 because Mike Reid decided to ban it from his show. So, of course, people go, oh, why's that been banned? So they buy it. And it pushed it to #1. It stayed there forever and a day. And then they started showing the video on the television. And people were sort of going, what's the matter with that? It's just that there's been loads of records banned over the years because people thought that they were obscene or they were rude or they were too sexy. I can remember, Donna Summer. Love to love you, baby. Yeah. And then when they actually sort of got it out there, she said, oh, no, I was reenacting what happened in The Dentist. We all went, what? Je t'aime by Serge Gainsborough and the other one. I mean, da, 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 je t'aime. It was all a little bit breathy and everything else. I used to play that in nightclubs. Because you're in a nightclub, people had had a few sherbets. Although, strangely, in the days when I was working in nightclubs, the one thing that people didn't do was get drunk. Even though drink was available, for some reason, people went to nightclubs to dance. How old-fashioned, eh? How old-fashioned. Goodness me. Now you go to a nightclub, you're either completely off your trolley, and we did a slow song. Not at the end. We did it twice in the night. Because you could see people sort of snuggling up to each other, and they wanted a little bit of a smooch. And so you'd put on a slow record, then after that you'd try and build it back up again. Blooming nightmare. Oh, I can't remember what I was playing. All sorts of different bits. Such a long time ago, honestly. I was working on wax cylinders. Mark says, say hello from a rainy Halkidiki in Greece, and Sylvie's in Chigwell, who cleans every morning. Well, I'm very pleased to hear that. It's a nice thing to do, isn't it, really? Alistair in Edinburgh says it's going to be a different Christmas for us this year. We're off to Florida, and we'll be there over Christmas, having Christmas dinner in Disney. Normally, Christmas for us is freezing, but we'll spend it in shorts and T-shirts. See, it's not the same. It's not the same. And do you think they'll do roast potatoes like they're supposed to be done? Well, they have sprouts. Well, they have Yorkshire puddings and stuff like that. In Australia, they do it on the beach. They do it on the beach, and Santa wears shorts. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, sacrilegious. I don't know how people get away with it. Should have been drummed out the brownies immediately. But that's what they, if you're in a country which is sort of hot and all the rest of it, that's what you've got to do, isn't it? But I know a lot of people go away for the Christmas period, but they do still want their Christmas lunch, which I quite like. Steve, please say happy birthday to our lovely neighbour Ron. He's 80 today and has listened to you for many, many years. He'll be having a Mercedes driving experience at Mercedes World today, courtesy of the family. Blimey. I didn't even know there was such a thing as Mercedes World. And Sean says the Sex Pistols' God Save the Queen was banned. It was number 1, but denied its true position in the chart. Oh, there were so many records that were banned for various reasons. But then, in fact, it was actually quite good news to get your record banned because it drew attention to it and it generally pushed it into the charts. It was like there was a lovely record that came out with Jasper Carrott, and it was called Funky Moped. And he used to sing this thing at his ear, when I'm on my moped out on the road, I'm going to ride. But everybody was playing the B-side, which was called Magic Roundabout. And it was basically Jasper Carrott telling the story of the Magic Roundabout, which was, I mean, you'd play it people would request it in discotheques. Don't ask me why. And you'd play it and people would stand there and listen to it and have a laugh because it was funny. Hello, Florence and Dougal. Hello, said Zebedee. And it was rude. Not as rude as some things could be, but it was certainly a bit rude. Alison says, my dad used to do round chips, his own chips, and make chip sandwiches. Oh, I love chip sandwiches. Love chip sandwiches. Honestly, because you know why? Because you put butter on the bread. It's got to be white bread. And then you put the chips on there and they melt the butter and it would just taste delicious. And you'd have it all over the place. You're dribbling down your chin, all things like that. We never did ketchup. We never had ketchup. I don't remember having ketchup. My father had Daddy's sauce, but even that was a bit strong for us. It was quite strong. They used to do a fruity sauce, an OK sauce, but we didn't have that. My mother thought it was common. And so I'm sure we did have ketchup, but we didn't have ketchup. I was never sort of good at lathering stuff all over with sauces and bits and pieces, even though my mother was an excellent cook. Very, very good cook. Lovely picture of King Charles meeting, believe it or not, Johnny Cash. Johnny Cash. He turned up in a Colombo, Johnny Cash. He was playing a minister, I believe, but he was also a murderer, as indeed they all were in those Colombos. All were, really. I was watching Emmerdale the other day. I must have lost track of it. I don't know. I'm watching an old Emmerdale, a new Emmerdale. I don't know if they brought people back. It's all very ridiculous. I don't know what time it was on. I can't remember. It must have been sort of about 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, something like that. But whatever it was, I sort of watched it thinking, I'm sure these people aren't even alive, actually. It's probably repeats, isn't it? Because they do a repeat. I think they call it Classic Emmerdale because they do one for EastEnders. And there's people there who've come back from the dead. It's quite amazing. They just seem to resurrect them in Albert Square, which is very nice. Firms have their energy bills cut in half this winter amid warnings of the lost generation. And Liz Truss has said pubs are likely to get help with their energy bills for longer than 6 months. In fact, it's a pub just down the corner round the road from here called the Sherlock Holmes. I've never been in it, but it looks like an old Victorian pub. Overnight visitors to Wales, if you are a person who goes to Welsh Wales, you could face a bed tax. They're hoping to raise an awful lot of money. If you go there and you stay in a hotel, there'll be a bed tax. Of how much, I have no idea. But it doesn't matter whether you're in a hotel, a holiday cottage, or the most basic campsites. There could be a visitor levy. And I'm trying to find out. The size of the levy is one of the issues that will be consulted, but it's thought that it may be set at a few pounds. So it's basically like another little tax, isn't it? Just to get, I mean, everything is like coming into London. The amount of times, you come into town, you think, oh, wait a minute, have I gone the right way? I'm going to be charged for the congestion, aren't I? I'll try and ignore it. I'll try and forget about it. It's a lot easier. Also, after the death of Queen Elizabeth II, the jobs of 20 personnel staff who worked with the Queen are at risk under King Charles. And they're going to have formal consultations to decide who they can do without, because, as I said to you at the beginning of the programme, Charles has got to that stage, and he said it years ago. He said that they were going to scale down the monarchy. They've still got, though, no end of houses and palaces. They can't all be used. If he's going to make his base, which is what we understand to be Buckingham Palace, I don't know what they're going to do with the Queen Mother's house. There was talk that they were going to turn Balmoral into a museum, so that would provide them with another source of income. But they have so many sources of incomes. They literally have. I mean, if you go into any of these souvenir shops at Windsor or Balmoral or everything else, they've got a huge array of stuff. It is absolutely amazing. Steve, you will recall that George Michael, I Want Your Sex, says James, was also banned. Oh, right. I can't remember that one. I thought that was okay. Was it? It wasn't that offensive, was it? I want your. I remember the tune. Oh, it's got the word in. Oh, thanks. Oh, right. If he's got the word thanks, and apparently you can't have that because that means thanks, because nobody does that anymore. And you certainly can't sing about it. Loving the show, and from work on the buses, London bus driver James and Cy, husbands. Cool. We're all up there. So I'd forgotten about that being bad. I think when Sexual Healing came out, the BBC referred to it on air as The Healing. I mean, they really are peculiar, aren't they? When you consider the shenanigans that go on at the BBC. Hello. They refer to it as The Healing. Mind you, I can remember doing a show. I had to do it. There was a West End show which came in from Australia. I dread saying this, but it was the name of a show, and it was called Puppetry of the Penis. And I remember saying to my boss, I said, I've got these guys. I mean, it was playing at the Whitehall Theatre, packed out. And what they would do, these two guys would come on stage with sort of as if they were wrestlers with big capes on, and they would take the cape off and they'd be stark naked, and they would then proceed to make shapes with the article. Seriously, I mean, it went round the world, this show. Arrived in London, they did record business. This is the helicopter, this is it, all these different things. And I had to check with my boss, is it okay to mention? He said, well, that's the name of the show, Steve. So I was able to do it. But I do not remember I Want Your Sex from George Michael being banned. Makes it sound quite funny, doesn't it? We're obviously terribly prudish, really. Johnny Perry says, I enjoyed a lovely reunion yesterday with Vivian Fowle, Peter Dealey, oh my goodness, and Angela Rippon at the Ivy Garden restaurant in the King's Road. Vivian Fowle used to look after our news information department, Peter Dealey, presenter, and Angela Rippon came to us as well and was working for us as well. Used to do a programme. And Johnny Perry used to be Clive Bull's producer. Very good indeed. Wake Up Little Susie by the Everly Brothers was banned back in 1957 because it was about two teens who fell asleep at the movies. Considered quite racy at the time. Can you believe it? Not, that's right. And in fact, when they made films years ago, the actress, if they were doing a bed scene, had to have a foot on the floor. So that it didn't, seriously. Times they have a change. You look at some of the stuff you see on television now and your heart drops. I mean, even sort of children's programmes are a bit racy-pacey, aren't they? A little bit racy-pacey. Mind you, had all the people complaining the other day because ITV's children's programmes were sort of substituted for the funeral, which is, that's it. Steve, Christmas is going to be a bit different this year, says Lisa, when we all sit round the TV for the King's speech. It's going to be a very interesting one. Another moment where we will reminisce. Nice to have your company. 3 minutes past 4. Bouncy as we come up to the weekend, which is very nice. So what have we got? The papers have got it in for Holly Willoughby. Seriously, I mean, I can't believe it because, they're a double-headed programme. What's good for one is good for the other, but it seems to be Holly they've got it in for. They seem to be revelling in the fact, and I know how cruel they can be, putting all sorts of things in, like people's ages and stuff like that. But basically, it apparently turns out that all her fault. She obviously masterminded the whole thing. I've never seen such ridiculousness. And then you get a couple of silly letters from one of the papers. I mean, really, the most ridiculous people, stupid beyond belief, which I'll read you in a moment. Do you really want to sell me Yeah, Boy George's house getting loads of coverage in the paper. It's the best free advert he's ever had. 17 million, by the way, if you fancy it. A free speech group cancelled by PayPal. And did a teenage chess prodigy beat the world's greatest players using a secret device? And who are bodybuilder, a surfer and 2 teenagers? What do they make up? Yeah, you guessed it, the Queen's pallbearers. And some of them very young. 19 years old, and everybody said they were just fantastic. I know, they'd have been fantastic wherever they were, but I thought they were, absolutely exceptionally fantastic. Also, I know there's a man listening to this programme this morning because his wife will have shown him a picture of me yesterday. And the only reason I'm sort of mentioning him, he's a driver, and he works in the early hours of the morning because I had to go, as you know, yesterday up to the bank. And I had to go to Victoria. Now, if you remember, I'd been to the bank before because I was doing something with a pension and we had to do little bits and pieces. It was all a bit complicated way back in January. And so I because they've closed my branches all over the place. Royal Bank of Scotland branches have been closing left, right and centre. But we can use Coutts, I can use Drummonds, I can use NatWest. But, they're all, even the NatWest in Twickenham vanished. So I went yesterday because I needed a letter from them basically saying who I am. I know that seems a bit complicated, but it's for the pension. And it had to be in by a certain time because when you take your pension out, they give you the redemption value. And that is of that particular period. So in other words, if it's worth, £220,000, it will be worth £220,000 for a month. And then at the end of the month, the interest rates could go up and down and you could lose a lot. So you've got to get it quick when you actually get it. So I had 2 private pensions, which had matured. And I thought about it carefully for about a minute. And they said we lump them together and then you can have 25% tax free. I thought, yes, please. I mean, it's only for the simple reason that it's quite handy to have a nest egg of other money in the bank in different accounts. And I've got quite a number of different accounts, as you can well imagine. I've got some up in Scotland, some down here, some with RBS, some with Metro. And so I needed this sort of letter. And because I'd been in there, we'd done a document up and they'd said, we'll put it on file. Well, true to their word, they did. So I went down to RBS yesterday in Victoria. And they're now opening different times because it's another branch that's closing. Another one that they're closing, and it's got a big sign in the window that says this branch is closing, I think, in October. Anyway, cut a long story short, I go in at 10. Well, a few minutes after 10, they had to have a security meeting and all the rest of it, which was fine. And they're lovely in there. They really were absolutely lovely. They were good at me in January. And so I said, this is going to be complicated, hoping to God it wasn't. And the lady remembered me. One of the ladies was the one who saw me back in January. And so she remembered. And she said to this other lady, who I hadn't met before, she said, oh, yes, I remember him because he's on the radio. And so she went, you're on the radio? And I went, yes. And she said, which radio? I said, LBC. She said, I love LBC. She said, me and my husband listen all the time. I said, oh, wow. She said, what's your name? I said, Steve Allen. Well, that was it. I had to have a selfie taken. We had the arms round. We had the whole bit. And it was lovely. And they sorted me out with this little letter, which I've now got to drive today all the way down to my brother's place so that he can take it round to the financial advisor who needs it so that he can then show the pension company and then I can get this 25%, which is very exciting. I'm very excited by it. We've done all the paperwork. We know exactly. There was roughly, strangely, the same amount in both pension pots. It was sort of, it's money worth having. And 25% is well worth having, and it's tax-free. And if I want to add to my pension, like if I want to put, 500 a month in or 1,000 or whatever I've got spare, if only, the government will add 25% to it. And you top it. I know it's like free money. So I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to add money to it every month, depending on how well, because we get paid here by the days we work. And so I get the extra 25%. Yes, even if I'm still working. Yes. Oh yeah. Yes. Which is very good. Very, very good. So I'm very pleased about that. So I've now so I shall finish work today, scoot off home as quick because I didn't get home yesterday till about 12:30. I got the bus from here down there because the bank is only open from 10 till 2. And I did say, because this lady said, my husband's up really early and he drives. And I forgot to get his name. which doesn't help, does it really? But I was so excited to get the letter, which we did. We took it off the internet. But they're having to. Can you believe they're closing the branch, but they have to do all the packing up themselves? They've got to put everything into boxes. And you think to yourself, that's a bit of a swizz, isn't it? Some of them have been there for years. The lady I spoke to had been there 20 years. 20 years, and you're working with a load of people. She's being deployed, I think, up in National Westminster Bank, which is also owned by Royal Bank of Scotland. But even so, you're working, with people. You build up friendships. I said, well, we lost the branch in Richmond. And as, I get letters every day and texts and emails from people saying they've just closed our branch. Where are we supposed to go? Because if you don't use the internet, and you can't use the internet, you're basically screwed. Because you could go to the post office, but it's not the same, is it? I thought the whole idea of when you invest your tuppence in a bank account, the days of going into a bank are now dim and distant past. They're sort of disappearing. We don't go there. The days when you'd have to stand there and you'd be saying, because you'd be talking through a piece of plate glass. Now they just stand there behind a desk which seems to deliver money to them. I want one of those desks. But anyway, so I know that he's out there and I know he's working and I know he's an LBC listener. And when you speak to the wife later, because she said, I'm going to take a photo and send it to my husband and say, guess who this is? Good guess. Very good guess. But anyway, they were very, very, very helpful to me yesterday. And I was so worried that they weren't going to be able to do what I wanted them to do, but they did it for me in a matter of seconds. She's lovely, your wife. Thank you very much indeed. I'm very, very grateful. What else we got? Yes, so the papers have got it in for Holly Willoughby. But you think she was the only one? There you go. Banks and Building Society have closed or scheduled the closure of 5,182 branches since January 2015 at a rate of 54 a month. The NatWest Group, which comprises NatWest, Royal Bank of Scotland and Ulster Bank, will have closed 1,191 branches by the end of this year, the most of any banking group. Lloyds, made up of Lloyds Bank, Halifax and Bank of Scotland, have shut down 826 sites, rising to 924 by next year. Barclays is the individual bank that's reduced its network the most, 956 branches having closed or scheduled by the end of this year. Yeah, it's just ridiculous. We've still got a Barclays Bank in Twickenham, but we don't have a Halifax. We don't have a NatWest. The Royal Bank of Scotland has gone in Richmond, and some of the staff have been deployed into the NatWest. It's just awful. So we've got an HSBC. We've got a Lloyds. I don't think we've got an No, we haven't got HSBC. That's gone. It's now a wrap company. Yeah. It was opposite. No, we don't have that anymore, I don't think. I don't think we have, actually. Or did it move over the road? And I can't remember now. One of them's turned into a place where they sort of get pizzas and roll them up for you and do that kind of stuff. But anyway, all very nice. So yesterday was a very good day. Didn't have to have a pedicure, which was lovely. But got everything else done. And then tomorrow we get paid. Life is looking good. And then there's lots of people in the paper, ever since the government announced, and did you hear that dreadful address that Liz Truss gave? I mean, it really was not good. I don't think anybody in the female department has been as good as Margaret Thatcher. Margaret Thatcher. I've got the tapes at home of Margaret Thatcher learning how to drop her voice. She was being taught by a speech therapist to get people to listen to you. She dropped her voice. She had elocution lessons. And she discovered that if she dropped her voice, the person interviewing her would have to lean forward to catch what she was saying. It was very good. It's like Gloria Hunniford always had a very good trick. Whenever she was on a chat show with a load of people, like on Fives Company or wherever else, if she wanted to talk, she put her hand on your arm, and of course instantly you would stop talking. It was just, I told Nick Ferrari and James O'Brien, I said, that's what she'll do. She'll put her hand on your arm and you'll stop talking. It worked every time. It was lovely. Alex Belfield taunts, what's that one? Is that IKEA? Is that an IKEA that's, it's coming into Topshop, isn't it? Yes, Mark White said getting ready for the train. Went past the old Topman site in Oxford Circus the other day. The new IKEA is coming along nicely. He said, for some reason, I can't imagine you in an IKEA or even a Primark. Primark for you is a bit like a jumble sale. It is. It's people all over the place. I did go in there once. And that was quite enough. I was a bit traumatized by the whole thing. But I have been in IKEA again, just the once. And that was quite enough for me, because if you bought shelving in there in the early days, you'd have to go to different places. So you go here to get the shelving, here to get the end struts, and here to get the screws that you needed. And I always needed screws. So there it was. Steve, it's the Queen's Memorial Day public holiday in Australia today, says Shane in Sydney. We had a moment of silence at 11 a.m. And Dee says, I set my alarm to listen to Steve Allen. Love you. You'd have loved me yesterday. I'd tell you what, I went into Pret-a-Manger, and the little Pret-a-Manger in Victoria, don't take cash. Don't take credit cards. But one of the blokes there, I went in, I was looking for, because that was the first place I discovered the bacon rolls. Again, there must be a world shortage of rolls and bacon. They didn't have any. And this bloke came around, he was watching me. I think he thought I was going to thieve. Seriously, you get the feeling where you're sort of thinking, why are you looking at me? Because I had a carrier bag and I had my bag. And what a lot of people do who thieve is they just drop it into their carrier bag. So I picked up this roll. It was chicken Caesar, but it wasn't a very good chicken Caesar. I know what chicken Caesar is supposed to taste like, and this one didn't taste like chicken Caesar. It was just chicken and a load of gunk and some sort of bits of watercress. It was really not very good at all. And so I didn't, but he was watching me. And then when I turned and looked at him and gave him my Paddington Bear stare, like, are you accusing me of anything? Be very careful. Be very careful. I take action. I do litigation. It was like that bloke, Alex Belfield, the one who's gone to prison for taunting Jeremy Vine and writing rude things to him on an almost daily basis. 5.5 years in prison, that pervert's gone to prison for. I'm delighted. You can have a perversion of writing disgusting stuff. From prison, he's taunting Mr. Vine, who had to go on television yesterday to say this is just ridiculous. He's taunting him and his followers, not Mr. Vine's followers, but followers of Alex Belfield, a former BBC presenter of no standing whatsoever. And you think to yourself, 5.5 years, that's good. I like that. More of those ones, please. Write anything that's offensive to somebody. Now they take you to court. Simple as that. And the courts come down real heavy on somebody. I've got a couple of names in the frame. Couple of names. I think I'll save it as a surprise when they get in the early hours of the morning. Yeah, we were just saying, because I bought from, I did buy. I don't shoplift. I've gone way past that stage when I tried to get a fridge freezer out. I did buy the chicken Caesar in Pret-a-Manger. What a horrible concoction. What a horrible concoction. It was sort of cheese, it was sort of chicken in a bit of gunk. But the trouble is, whilst they go for an appearance, to eat it is a nightmare. So when you take a bite, because it's the only way you can eat the blooming thing, it's a baguette. You have to eat it. All the gunky stuff oozes out of the sides. You find yourself eating the top of the baguette. Chicken Caesar bacon baguette. Not bits of bacon, a strip of bacon. It was just, so if you take a bite of it and you didn't bite through it, you're stuck with the whole thing dribbling off your chin. It was not half as good as the taste of the M&S wrap. They do a nice wrap of chicken Caesar, and it tastes like chicken Caesar. It's got the good mayonnaise with the garlic in and everything else. This Pret-a-Manger one was not very nice, thank you. I used to have their cheddar cheese and pickle. But I quite just like a cheese and pickle roll. But of course they have to add stuff to it. They really do. But it's when they sort of say, oh, do you want a drink with that? No, can live without overpriced frothy milk, thank you very much indeed. But it was the bloke watching me, pretending at the same time that he was sort of stacking the shelves with nothing. It wasn't even... I must look suspicious. But mind you, I never understood Marks with Woolworths. They'd have all the sweet counter, 20,000 worth of cameras guarding 100 quid's worth of sweets. And still people pinch the stuff. You know what they're like. Steve, which is the best place, Pret or Greggs for bacon rolls? Greggs. Especially if you go for the bacon roll with extra bacon. And you can have it in a baguette. But I sometimes go for their sausages in rolls, not the sausage rolls. I've had the sausage rolls before. They're very nice. I just wish their food was hot. You can get the bacon, which is hot, but sometimes the bacon's a bit overcooked. They have to charge more if it's heated. But I don't mind paying more. But I mean, I have been known to have, bacon rolls in there, extra bacon. And if I have the baguette, I have 2 extra bacon in there, just to fill it out a bit and make it look nice. And I do have sometimes the sausages in there, and I can just eat the sausages by themselves. They're just the right size to eat by themselves. But I did that. There was a place in Victoria. There you go, the bacon breakfast baguette. They always go, sauce, no thank you. Ketchup, no thank you. Brown sauce, no thank you. It does look perfect. They did have a sign outside one of these shops, and it said, best bacon baguette. So I thought, I fancy a bacon baguette. If they say it's the best bacon, it was the biggest pile of rubbish I've ever had in my life. Thank God I'm not there. It was basically bacon that was so overcooked you could break it in there. And I didn't see that as being, but that's not how you have bacon. Bacon's supposed to be like the Greggs bacon is a lot of the time. Sometimes it's overcooked and it goes, you could split it, you can break it. It goes, and you think, that's not a bacon roll. Very disappointed. But there again, if you live, I suppose, in Victoria and you work there, all these places, and the whole road is full of sandwich places. Absolutely, I've never seen so many. At one time, it was just McDonald's. Now, there's 2 Pretts within 100 yards of each other. The Army and Navy stores is all boarded up. They're going to pull it down. It'll be another office block. And the Santander has gone as well. They were stripping that one out yesterday. And then presumably when Royal Bank closes in October, the beginning of October, then they'll strip that one out. Because I said to her, what's it going to become? She had no idea. Very sad, isn't it? Very sad, when you've been somewhere for an awful long time. Ashley says, I know what you mean. However, the selection of rolls in supermarkets has become so poor. There's nothing better than a crusty roll with a nice filling. Exactly. A crusty roll. You used to be able to get them, a crusty roll. I'd go and buy a bag of them for £1 in Greggs. Crusty rolls. They were absolutely delicious. And I used to think, lovely. I've done part-baked before as well, but the crusty rolls were great. And they would all go to a mess everywhere. And you just put butter in there, a slice of cheese, and a good old dollop of pickle. And that used to suit me down to the ground. Nothing too fancy. Nothing too fancy. Mark says, me again. Did you know that the Pret on Victoria Street is also the head office on top of the shop, as well as their recruitment centre? Yeah, I've seen the lorries, Steve, there you go. Todd says, sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but Barclays, Twickenham, is also closing by the end of the year. Teddington Barclays is gone now too. Thanks, Teddington. Because that's a nice old building, that Barclays there. Very, very nice old building. But because they closed Teddington, people now queue round the block to use our one. And I suppose what you'll have to do is go to Richmond. I think they've still got one in Richmond. There's always a massive queue in the bank. I haven't been in that Barclays for a long, long time, but everything is closing. Everything is closing. And I don't really know what the Barclays in Twickenham could end up becoming, apart from empty. But you go in there. But, if there is a queue, people must need the branch. But I don't necessarily... I only needed the RBS ladies the other day, and thank God for them being there. I probably could have phoned up and got the same thing sent to me, but, they were so helpful. But all my banking is done online. We don't need to do anything. My brother's got all my account details. I've got it on my telephone, which is very useful. And you just, because for some people it must be really confusing. That you go, oh, you can do it all online. And I remember thinking, do it online? Are you mad? But no, you can do it online. It's as simple as that. And then you can transfer money. You can do all sorts of bits and pieces. But if you're obviously of a certain age, you're going to find it nigh and impossible. I can't do it. I can do certain things. I can find out what's in all the accounts. I know how much money I've got at any one time, give or take £1. But my brother does that. We changed all the passwords. We've done everything, and he now becomes me for the duration of the period, because it's family. Always trust. If it was a friend, it'd be completely different. Steve, the Abbey Church isn't charging admission for 2 days. Save £25, says Abid. I went down there yesterday. My bus took me, the number 24, from Trafalgar Square all the way to outside the RBS. Right outside, literally outside. And the people queuing at that time of the morning to go into the Abbey, presumably to relive the moment. There was quite a big queue, and then when I came back the other way, it took ages. It took about 2 hours to get home. You'd think, really, I live in London, I work in London, that you could get home in about 5 minutes, if only. If only. Don't think I've ever managed to get home in 5 minutes. We were astonished, says Brian, to hear you mention Boyd George Mansion yesterday, going on the market for 17 million. A lot more than I would have imagined. Really? Have you been on that road? I know that road really, really well, because Dale used to live up there, not in that particular road. And I remember sort of thinking to myself, I thought 17 million, very reasonable for that place. It's a 6-bedroom Gothic Italianate mansion. I'd have put it at 25 million. Easily at 25 million. Do you know, I found a flat the other day. I was, when you do fantasy lottery, You pretend you've won the money, and then you think, what would I buy? If I had all this money on the lottery, what place would I buy? And I've decided I wouldn't buy a flat. I looked at a flat online on Knight Frank, and it's heading down to Bayswater. It used to be hotels, I think, and they converted it into flats. And one of the flats there was 13 million, okay, which is quite reasonable in London. I think it was 4-bed. It wasn't so much the flat. It wasn't the problem of buying the flat. The service charge. The service charge, that's the killer on the service charge. How much do you think it was on this flat? It was, I mean, I looked at it and I thought perhaps they've made a mistake, because I looked at a flat in Regent's Park, which was £14 million, 6 bedrooms, 3 parking spaces, your own little courtyard garden, everything else. And the ground rent was £200 a year and the service charge was £9,000. £200 a year. Yeah, that's for the ground rent. It goes to whoever the freeholder is. And then the service charge was £9,000 a year. And you balk at £9,000 a year. This flat I looked at in Bayswater, only online, the service charge was £198,000 a year. I thought, you're taking the... And I couldn't, I had to read it again. I refreshed the page, thinking maybe I've made a mistake. £198,000 a year for a service charge, and it will go up every year. And I thought, you must be having taking the Michael, and the answer is no, they're not. There was one that was above the Ivy. I think, no, it wasn't, it was above the Wolsey. People pay it. Won't be anybody from this country. Nobody can afford it. It'll be people who come over who buy flats in Knightsbridge but only use them for a few months a year when it's too hot where they come from. And the service charge, if you've got porterage, concierge, private parking underneath, and they will drive your car there and do all the rest of it, and you've got lifts and you've got insurance on the building and you've got cleaners and all that, you're looking in excess of £200,000 a year. In excess. I've always said to people, whenever you see a place that's been converted into flats, first thing you should ask them is, how much is the service charge? Don't ever buy a place, because you'll never get freehold on a flat. There'll always be leasehold. Always check, and they will come up with the same answer, which is, well, we have to wait till they're all sold, then we'll work it out. They know exactly what it's going to be. You know, there was a pub converted the other day into 4 flats, and it had a concierge. It had a porter, and I thought, well, you're looking at 40,000 a year straight away for him, so divide that, you look at 10,000, then all the rest of it. The insurance is decided by the landlord. I know this because I run a block of flats myself. I am the sole director. I know exactly what things cost. And it's so expensive, you must always check. Always check. But £198,000 a year. Dreadful. Lorraine in Denham says the best baguettes at Wenzel's. Aha. Tesco, Chancery Lane at the entrance, I was asked whether I had the Tesco app. I wasn't sure. Anyway, it turns out there are no tills. You can't enter the store if you don't have the app, says Doreen. Is that like the... Yeah, well, what you do is you go through... It's called Tesco Get Go, okay, which is like the Amazon Get Go thing. So what you do is you tap through a tube-style barrier using a QR code on the Tesco app before picking up the groceries. You simply fill your free brown paper bag with items, walk out, and a receipt pops up on the phone within minutes. I saw somebody at Twickenham railway station the other day, 2 of them going through the barrier at the same time. And the person on the barriers didn't do bugger all. Excuse my French. It's not French, I know. French. They see it and they don't do anything about it. So it was, because I thought it was a bit odd, actually. I thought, wait a minute, you haven't paid to move out the station, which means you didn't pay to get on the other end. And they do it. When they were building over the road at the sorting office, the builders every day were going through 2 at a time. Seriously, dreadful, absolute rip-off merchants, thieves, dreadful. Anybody tried to sneak through behind? Absolutely not. You know why? I go through very slowly, and I've got a bag with me, so I put that there, and I wait till the thing is closed behind me before I move off. Nobody tries that malarkey with me, otherwise they'll be gripping their groins. Coming up to the news, I don't know why, actually. I was thinking of the seaside for some reason. I was thinking about Brighton and how blooming freezing it must be down there this morning. Must be absolutely freezing. What else we got? We've got, Harry and Meg's have flown home. No peace deal with the royal family. And David Beckham takes on another job in Qatar, the country who are homophobic. They kill gay people. OK, they don't welcome gay people, but that doesn't bother old David Beckham. He'll take the money from wherever it comes. Not good enough. And Winnie the Pooh could hold the key to beating diabetes. And what's tipped as the Christmas must-have toy? Already, they're working out, and you'll love this one. You'll have to get it, because it just looks so cute.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Yeah, you do read some rubbish in the papers at times. In fact, on many days you read rubbish. Today, Maisie Smith teases possible EastEnders return. Who cares? Who cares? Go back, dear. Don't go back. Go back. Who cares? Nobody's going to worry about it. The most loved of all words in the Oxford English Dictionary is cuddle. Cuddle is the most loved of all words. Sorry? Most? No. I mean, people love... I don't know why. That's people who are into cuddles. Rebecca Vardy. God, I thought she'd disappeared and gone to live abroad. That would be a joy, wouldn't it, really? In another legal battle. Apparently, Colleen's instigated something which could cost her another $1.5 million. I laughed. I had to. Steve, I've seen people jump over those train station barriers. So brazen, says Duncan. It was when this bloke pushed through and I thought, wait a minute, you're just cheating the railways out of their money. That's what you're doing. You're a crook. You're an absolute crook. I'd have had dogs there. Because obviously, you know, he must do it on a regular basis with his mate. His mate goes through and then he quickly rushes in behind there. The person on the barrier at Twickenham Railways, apart from the fact they look like they were of pensionable age, they're not going to do anything. They're not going to chase after them. And the sort of people hanging around, but people do it. The barriers close quite slowly. Could drive an elephant through there, I think. Yeah, there's a drag queen in one of the papers today, only in one of the papers, I've never heard of them, who claims that he used to go out regularly with Dale Winton for a late-night fry-up in a cafe. What a load of cobblers. What a load of cobblers. He never had a fry-up in his life. He didn't like fry-ups. He was on a permanent diet. And he said, oh, he'd like, you know, sausages and all. And no, he didn't. In fact, the first thing he would check on his sausages was whether they were grilled. He didn't want anything fried at all. He was permanently on a diet. He used to take tablets and all sorts of things. The rubbish that people come up with now. Really. And he'd go there and there were all the other people. No, he never went out at midnight. He went home to bed. Ask Cilla Black. She'll tell you, out of all her friends, he was the one who went to bed by 10 o'clock at night. When they were over on holiday, you know, she could only rely, really, on Biggins and, you know, she liked late nights out. He'd be falling asleep. He would go home and he'd play about on his computer and things like that. He certainly didn't go out to late night cafes for fry-ups. Fry-ups, have you ever heard of such a thing? And I knew him since he was 18. And he never did fry-ups even when he was 18. He was permanently on a diet. Permanently, because he was a fat boy. It was as simple as that. He wouldn't have gone out and had fried sausages and an English fry-up. Everything. Chocolate. He used to like chocolate. He liked everything. I mean, even though I used to think that smoking reduced, you know, sort of worked as an appetite suppressant. It didn't. He used to take tablets for it, which he used to get from this doctor in Harley Street. They'd give you a prescription for these tablets. There used to be these diet clinics all over the place, and they would dish out Tenuate Dospan. Tenuate Dospan was an appetite suppressant. It was legal, you could get it, and then you could only get it in certain countries, and if they couldn't get Tenuate Dospan, you'd take, so I'm an expert on this, Ionomin, and you'd go in there, and they would use a retired doctor who could dispense these things, and they'd cursory weigh you with your clothes on. Of course, I wanted to take my clothes off. And they'd weigh you, and then they'd give you 7 tablets. That would last you for the week. It would make you high as a kite. It was a form of speed. That's what it was. Tenuate Dospan. And then they banned them in this country. And he used to take these. He used to call them fat busters. It used to make me laugh. He'd take them out, and then he'd sit in the restaurant and have one. And then he'd sort of decide what he wanted to eat, but it always varied. But he would never have anything fried, and certainly not a fried breakfast. Absolutely not. I mean, by midnight, he was fast asleep. Ask anybody who knew him. As I say, some drag queen who thinks he knew him and went out on a regular basis. Mind you, when somebody's passed on, you can say just about anything, can't you, really? I mean, he's been dead for years now. Fancy coming up with that sort of stuff. Ridiculous. Apparently there's an RBS at Admiralty Arch. Yeah, it's a bit of a trek for me. Bit of a trek. I do it online, as I say. It was only because of yesterday I needed this letter doing. And that was quite nice. Oh, yes, what's the Christmas must-have present? Believe it or not, it's a dancing giraffe. A dancing giraffe. I haven't actually seen it working. No doubt it'll be on YouTube or something like that. Because some of these little dancing toys, they're mainly made in China. Where else would they be made? Because they can turn them out at the price. They're covered in fur and they do all sorts of bits and pieces, like jig up and down. I like the Father Christmases. And Christmas trees that dance and have got eyes that open and stuff like that. I was given one years ago from a very nice group of people, one lady in particular. And I remember I have the most amazing fun with it, you know, a dancing Christmas tree. But this is a Jiggly Pets giraffe. And the producer will find it. It's in the papers here, and it just dances. And it dances with you. It's so, I mean, and his bottom wiggles as well. I like the bubble blowing Father Christmas. But this is going to be the top toy, so they say. Now, I can guarantee it won't be. This is what they're saying now. They've got an orangutan that dances as well, which does the same thing, and his bottom jiggles around. But you can guarantee at Christmas it'll be something that comes completely out of the ordinary. Do you remember when you used to have dancing flowers? Do you not remember the dancing flowers? Really? Oh, blimey, I used to have loads of dancing flowers. It was a flower in a pot and it danced. Dancing flowers. I think that's what they call them. Or Billy Bass. There you go. Dancing flowers. Are those the same one? No, yeah. They would play and dance with a saxophone and stuff like that. And Billy Bass. Do you remember Billy Bass? The fish, yeah. You'd push the button on the water. That was quite good. I like that. I like that as well. But the dancing flowers were brilliant. And Billy Bass, all of those sort of toys, I like them. They've all got shelf life, about 5 minutes, I think, and then you're really bored with it. Then you couldn't care less if you ever saw it ever again. And you just push the little button, and off would Billy Bass go. Oh, they were quite big. And it would sort of waggle its tail, and then the head would move, and the mouth would move. And they were only about 25 quid or something. Which there you go. It's just amazing, isn't it? When you think how clever it is, just a piece of rubber with a little metal frame inside that moves backwards and forwards. It's like at Christmas time, people get those reindeer you put in the garden, they all light up, and then the head drops down and pretends it's eating food, and then the head comes up again. I like stuff like that. I'm a man of simple pleasure, I'm afraid. What else we got? Brooklyn's wife, Nicola, isn't denying a rift with Victoria. Poor old Victoria. I mean, just everything's collapsing around her. The family are all covered in tattoos. Might as well go and live on a trailer park, really. There's no class there. David will take money from just about anybody. Her shop's not doing very well. And Brooklyn Beckham still hasn't got a job. Still hasn't got a job. It's just basically word of mouth for nothing. When he's not a chef. Don't start that. That's an insult to chefs everywhere. An insult to... Listen, he can't even make a sandwich. He's not bright. We know that. Shane says, I had a bloke behind me at Central Station in Sydney. I swiped my Opal card. He pushed me and said, move at the barrier. Luckily, there was a policeman behind him and they got him. Yeah, I'd be happy to be standing the other side with a dog and go, get. Make these people pay. But also, charge them. So it's a case of this comes with a £500 fine and you will pay it. Because my favourite time at Twickenham Station is when they bring out the drugs dogs. That's my favourite time. You'll see the police officers there. They'll have about 20 or 30 police officers. And they'll bring out, in the morning. Best time to get the old druggies. Best time to get them because they're the students going to college. They do. They end up arresting loads of people. They don't learn whatever drugs the drugs dogs can pick up. Mainly, I think it's marijuana. Or marijuana, and they are trained to pick them. So in other words, as they come, you can see some people holding back, and they've got police the other side to go, just go through, just stand there. The dog will walk round them. If it sits in front of them and looks up at them beseechingly, you're a druggie. And they get them, and they've got the paddy wagon there for taking them off and everything. They start questioning, when did you last smoke? And all this kind of stuff. You've got any on you at the moment? The dog will find it if you have. And it's quite a big operation. I just stand inside the station watching it. I love it. I love watching people arrested. I really do. I want to be there when they do the trolls. I want to be there when they do the troll. You know, the people who've written into people, you know, about, oh, I think this and that. I mean, to write to Jeremy Vine, who's got to be one of the most stupid, thick people. This is Alex Belfield. I mean, you know, you can call him every name under the sun, but he's so thick. He's so ill, he doesn't know. So he's been taunting him from prison on YouTube. He's been sending them. Why YouTube are putting these things up there, I've got no idea. No idea at all. But the video went up. Did the video go up before? Saying, I'll be back. I mean, really, how pathetically stupid do you have to be? But no, you can get people now. It's so easy. I saw one the other day to somebody that was, what was it? It was in one of the newspapers. And what they'd done, they were so thick, these people, they didn't understand how computers worked. And so they signed it, you know, as some, whatever the name was, I can't remember, you know, William of Bracknell or something. But in fact, their real name came up at the top of the email. They were so dumb, they didn't realise that their email address came up. I think they thought that if you sent something that was abusive, you could get away with it because it would be under that person's name. No, your email address and IP address come up. Fantastic. I think that was another one that was being dealt with by the courts. You know, no good trying to hide behind somebody else's name when we can see your real name. And some of these people are so ill, they sort of write under about 10 different names. I mean, if you get their computers, you suddenly realise how balmy they really are. I must tell you, though, this morning, just to give you a bit of fantastically good news, I have got an amazing prize for you this morning. It is the ultimate tech bundle. I'm not sure I could even tell you what it is at the moment. Can I tell them what it is at the moment? No, I'm going to make you wait till after 5. It's one prize. Will Guide will be spitting blood. Seriously? It's everything. There's thousands of pounds worth of gadgets, all to be won by one person, and it will be won on Friday, the 7th of October. But you can go in for it now, and I'll tell you about it later. I'll tell you what it is. I'm trying to think how many items there are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 items. There's 10 items. I mean, I'm only going to tell you that one of them is the brand new Apple iPhone 14. That's all I'm going to tell you. The rest, I mean, it's a bundle, and you'll be want that one. Want that one. Mr. Neil, of course, will have most of this stuff already, but Will Guy will be there. He'll be on the phone to me. You watch. My phone will light up any minute going, Steve, I want to win. And I go, you can't. Actually, I don't know what all the terms and conditions are, but you'll find out later on when I'll tell you exactly what is in this fantastic I mean, to be honest with you, it solves all your Christmas presents at one time. And for the cost of the phone call and a donation to make some noise, you could solve all your Christmas presents for the next 2 years. If you've got kids, they're going to love you forever. Well, until you get too old, then they put you in a home. Because that's what kids do nowadays. Told you, Will Guide, seething with jealousy. He can't believe that if he knew... He doesn't know what's in the prize package, does he? He won't sleep now. He'll never sleep now. He'll be lying there waiting, biting his finger. I don't know what to do, Steve. I don't know what to do. I can't enter. But so what he wants is for me to get him sacked so he can enter for the prize. I mean, it's a lovely... But they always call it a prize bundle. I don't know why. Bundle is the last description I would give for these things. But don't you worry, matey. We're watching to see whether you're using your telephone. In fact, I can see you now. I love those Winnie the Pooh pyjamas. Very nice. Stella says, talking about Christmas, I've done most of my Christmas shopping and even bought the calendar for next year. I love Christmas, but am I sad? Well, I don't know. It depends if you've had a bereavement recently. I don't know. Why would you be sad? What was so sad about that? I think it's brilliant. Doesn't make any difference to me. I love people, though, who don't like Christmas, because you can wind them up really well. Go deck the halls with boughs of holly, fa la 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 la. 'Tis the season to be jolly, fa la 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 la. Don we now our gay apparel. And that's where I got confused, because we like all the hymns and the carols and everything else, and I love it. You know, when they'll be putting up the lights in Oxford Street and Regent Street. Somebody wrote to me the other day and said, I shouldn't think you'll be allowed to have lights this year. Yeah, on your bike. On your bike. What do you think? They're actually going to stop people having Christmas lights? Don't be so stupid. Where do these people come from? I don't know. Is there some sort of club for people who are terminally stupid? It's ridiculous. Pete the Pool Man. Oh, he likes the ladder climbing Santas. I bought one for Corey. Leans up against the Christmas tree and sings ho ho as he climbs. See, I've got the one who's carrying a set of lights, Pete. a set of lights behind him, and he drags them up, and then, yeah, trust me to get that one. He says, by the way, I closed down the sinkhole yesterday. Here's a look prior to closure. House is quite nice, actually. I quite like that. That's good. You could put fish in that pool, couldn't you? In fact, that's probably what it was beforehand. You'd have fish and a few plants, but the house is okay, unless the windows really are boarded up upstairs. But it looks very nice indeed. But yeah, the Santa Clauses are good. Very difficult to get. The moment you mention them, they sell out on Amazon. Santa Claus because I saw the one with the lights years and years ago, and I hunted ages and ages to get them. But my favourite is Father Christmas who blows bubbles. And what he's got, he's a little, I don't know, what's that, about 6 inches? What do you reckon, Will? 6 or 7? And he sits there, and he's got a little wand in his hand, and in front of him he's got a little tray, and you pour the bubble mixture in, and then you turn him on, and it plays a little tune, and his hand dips down into the bubbles. He lifts it up to his mouth, and his mouth has got a little tube inside the machine, and it goes, and he blows bubbles out. It's fantastic. It sounds disgusting, says the producer. It's brilliant. Seriously, you'd want one, I tell you. You'd want one of those things. I think they're really nice. I like anything like that. Yeah, start saving up now for it, matey. We love stuff like that. Anything that's sort of battery operated, I'm there. Anything. Show us the Royal X-Files. Apparently, the Queen's death could trigger the release of the Royal X-Files. Alien buffs, otherwise known as Looney Tunes, say ministers must make public the Duke of Edinburgh's near 70-year research into UFO sightings. He was obsessed with space and developed a fascination for aliens. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. You see, this is the trouble. You get these Looney Tunes people. You know, they write this sort of stuff because you can write anything you like about Prince Philip. Used to listen to my programme all the time. He used to phone me under another name, Chloe. And he'd say, love the show this morning, Steve. Seen any more aliens? And I'd go, no. But apparently Nick Pope, who manned the government's UFO desk from 91 to 94, so 3 years of utter boredom, said Philip and Sir Pete Horsley quietly investigated alien sightings for years. What rubbish these people talk. Honestly, it really is barking mad. Here they are, the cast of Emmerdales. Loads of them. Kane Dingle, Eric Pollard, Marlon Dingle, Mandy Dingle, they were all there. 3 familiar faces, Danny Miller, Amy Walsh and Elizabeth Estensen are also set to return. I like it. I like Emmerdale. I think it's good. I don't know if I'm watching current or I think I'm watching an old one. But it doesn't, I'm years behind. Annie Sugden still having meetings around the family kitchen table. I love it. Always makes me laugh. The flying car that requires only a driver's licence is set to be launched. That'll be nice. Imagine, you only need minimal training. You're up there. I think not. You can imagine. You get the drunks on the ground, don't you, going up and down the motorways. Now you're going to get them dropping in from above. They did that, didn't they? Was it in Emmerdale? Where a plane dropped on the village or something like that, because the joke then went out. If you're driving around Emmerdale and you come to a crossroads, look left, look right, look up above you. And that's when you'll know whether the plane's going to take your car out. Qgate takes a toll on Holly, star puffy-eyed on television. Take the advice, Holly, from Pip Schofield. Tell her to take a hike. You've got a contract. You haven't done anything wrong. The producers are backing you. ITV are backing you. Don't worry about the haters. They'll always be there because they're very lonely. Very lonely people. And they've already said they were there in a professional capacity. And apparently London Dungeon have said anybody who asks for Holly and Phil when buying tickets until Friday can jump the queue. My advice, don't go to the London Dungeon. I think that's really mean. What a horrible... Fancy kicking them when they're down. Not so good, is it? But it's Holly who's sort of getting it in the neck. Not good. Oh, yes, what have we got here? Blame lack of boogie skills on mum and dad, because mum and dads don't dance. Gone blaming all the sunshine. Gone blaming all the moonlight. Gone blaming the good times. Can I boogie? I'm a much better dancer than people realise. I have rhythm, because I was a DJ for years. Dale couldn't dance for Toffee. He was old man dancing. He really was. Did I dance on stage? When I was DJ. Yeah, we didn't... Yeah, of course you danced. Of course, it was a really good record. I'm going for it. I've got loads of... People are quite surprised, actually. They always go, oh, you can dance. I go, yeah, I can dance. I auditioned for Flick Colby and Pan's People. I did. At the dance centre in Floral Street. I certainly did. Oh, yeah, I don't make things up. I don't need to. I've had such an exciting life. But I auditioned. I went along. There was an advert in the Stage, I think, and I went along, and they were looking for new dancers for Top of the Pops, and I came up to London all by my lonesome on the train, went along to Floral Street, and auditioned. But of course, I mean, I didn't realise at the time. It's only because I danced at the local youth club, because I was a DJ there as well, and I didn't realise that what they were looking for was sort of people who did jazz, tap, contemporary, all sorts of dances, and people had turned up in their dance clothes, you know, which is like looking at an edition of Fame or Chorus Line. It's as simple as that. You know, you go there, they've got the leggings on and all the rest of it. And there must have been about 300 doing the audition, and they whittled them out fast. They whittle them down really. If you've ever seen a Chorus Line, they literally go through. They all, like, okay, 5, 6, 7, 8, and you have to learn the routine, literally, which has been shown to you a minute beforehand. If you can't do it, and they go, okay, everybody from here downwards, thank you very much indeed, and you're off, you're out. No messing about. And there were all sorts of people, you know, boys who'd been disco dancers. Oh, I lasted one round. But it didn't make any difference. It was I didn't worry about things like that in those days. I just thought, oh, I've auditioned for Flick Colby. That was all I thought of. I didn't think of anything else at all, because I didn't need a job. I wasn't particularly bothered about it. I just thought I'd go down there and see what it was like. So I always had great admiration for dancers. They did a series on the BBC of dancers looking at girls who at 16 are dancing in seaside shows, and it's competitive and they're paid peanuts. You watch the Royal Variety Performance next time and you see the dancers. They'll have a troupe of about 20 or 30 of them on there. They've got to dance, learn all the routines, go off stage, change, come back on again, not sweat. Don't fall over, don't lose anything. They really work hard. Nobody ever appreciates dancers, but they make the acts look better. And they really do. They work very, very hard. But if you watch Chorus Line, there's a very good bit in Chorus Line where they brought everybody back who'd ever been in it, and they filled the stage with what looked like thousands of people. They just dun, 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 one singular sensation, and they've all got the gold top hats and everything. It's worth watching. It's fantastic. Great film, but always had a great respect for dancers. You know, you watch these people dancing, and it's competitive. Very competitive. It was even in those days. They were looking for, I think it wasn't Pan's People we were auditioning for. I think it ended up being Ruby Flipper, which was another group of people that she had on Top of the Pops. And you went on to become famous. You went on to become famous, and I thought that was a really cool thing to do. So in those days, I mean, I didn't really matter. It made no difference to me whether I got the job or not. The Go-Joes, 64 to 68, so they lasted 4 years. Then Pan's People, 68, 76. Ruby Flipper, Legs & Co, and finally Zoo. I don't remember Zoo, but I remember Legs & Co. And in fact, which one was it? Was it Legs & Co or Ruby Flipper that Sarah Brightman was in? In Stringfellows, there used to be a big photograph on the wall of her dancing in the group. So, but Pan's People, everybody, there was a blonde one, and everybody liked the blonde one. She was the best. She was the best. And I think she was married to Robert Powell, and her name was Babs Powell. Robert Powell, the actor who played Jesus of Nazareth. And some of the routines, I have to be honest, if you look back at them now, they're so cringeworthy. You know, when they did Disco Duck, which was Rick Tees, I think, but Babs Lord was now, and they were sort of, they would bring them on and they'd dance, and it was all very sort of sexy. Yeah. Oh, no, if the artist didn't turn up, they would just dance to the record. Oh, look, Tony Blackburn. Sensational. And he was there. And then they would sort of go into their dance thing. And all the other people who lived in Shepherd's Bush would be standing around the outside. Look how young they were. They used to fight to get into the Top of the Pop studio, but basically they were shoved around. Get out of the way! Because the cameras, it looks ancient and dated. It really does. Some of the costumes were really... Now, that's Ruby Flipper, isn't it? I think, yeah. Doing Disco Duck. And at one point, one of them comes on dressed as a duck, going, disco, disco duck, and all that kind of stuff. It was just a bit... There you go. Just a bit cringeworthy. They did it on a budget of about threepence, I think, which was very funny. Steve, yeah. It was sort of... but people used to watch it. People used to watch it. You know, that was part of... We never thought it was naff. We really didn't. I used to have a guy who used to come up to one of the discos that I worked at in Ealing. And when Saturday Night Fever hit, he would come in early in a white suit. and would just ask if I could play the album. And I would put the album on. We'd all be standing at the bar having a drink before, the club had opened, but nobody went in for about an hour or so. And he would dance to Saturday Night Fever, Disco Inferno, and all the rest of it. And then, as people started arriving, he'd leave. That was his thing. He just wanted to dance to Saturday Night Fever. But you're quite right, actually. Somebody says, on the Michael Jackson documentary, those dancers were amazing, so athletic, says Kenny. They picked the best dancers. They were lucky. In America, they're much older, the dancers, but by God, do they work hard. They really do. News. Let's take it, shall we? At 5.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Thursday. Welcome to September the 22nd. Welcome to, good grief, it's 3 minutes past 5 in the morning, which is lovely because London is a 24-hour city. Barry says, thank you for being jolly. Well, I'm jolly. Listen, why would you not be jolly? I've got limitless cups of tea available to me. I'm sitting in I was going to say a heated studio, but I'm the only one who sits here and freezes to death. I'm sure they don't freeze to death in the big boys studio downstairs. I think it's only me in here because there's this vent, a vent, makes it sound like a doll, like Lord Charles. And at 6 o'clock, it starts pumping out freezing cold air. And it's just, I think Nick Ferrari's got comfort cooling in his shirts, and it's all sort of built in. But I've sort of got this thing here, and when it gets going, it's like being in the midst of a tornado. It's so cold. You walk in the studio at 6. I nip outside to go and get another quick cup of tea, and then you sort of come back in and go, oh, Godfathers, it's cold. It's very, very cold. A private collection of extraordinary Sex Pistols artwork, posters, lyrics and documents is going under the hammer. Handwritten lyrics by the bands Johnny Rotten and Sid Vicious will be sold at Sotheby's. Lots include Jamie Reed's 1977 image of the Nowhere and Boredom tour buses used to promote the single "Oh, we're so pretty, oh so pretty, we're vacant." I just love it. I thought they were an absolute pile of rubbish myself, but there you go. It was of the era, wasn't it? So what's coming up? What's coming up for sale? This is a watch worn by Daniel Craig. When you go to the cinema, do you really sit there and go on the big screen? Oh, look at that watch he's wearing. Who cares? Who cares? He'll be wearing a plastic sundial, as far as I'm concerned. It's being auctioned off. This is an Omega Seamaster diver from No Time to Die, set to fetch 20,000 quid. £20,000, which is not bad, is it? An Aston Martin DB5 stunt car from the 2021 film could sell for $2 million, while a Fabergé egg used in Octopussy has an estimate of up to $10,000. The Christie's sale also features a boat used by Pierce Brosnan in The World Is Not Enough. I mean, it'd be nice to have these things, wouldn't it? It would be. Will Guyett says, D.D. Wilde from Pounds People runs dance classes for folk of Steve's vintage in my village in Wiltshire. There's an evil streak to you, isn't there? I can tell, actually. You obviously want to taste liquidized food. I've got no idea why, and find yourself surrounded by chrome. Chris says, if you have to wait 2 weeks to see a doctor, by the time your appointment comes round, you'll either be better or buried. I suspect, actually, probably buried, if you have to wait for 2 weeks. I have no trouble getting appointments. I just go in there and drop to the floor and go, oh, very well. I'm like, yes. And they sort me out very well. Steve, I would have loved to have seen you DJing back in the days of Yon. Did you have a favourite track that you either thoroughly enjoyed or the punters loved to bits, says Ash? No. I mean, not... I'll give you a clue. The records that were out at the time were Nutbush City Limits, things like that. What was the record? It might have been Nutbush City Limits. I had a devil of a job trying to get it. I used to play a lot of Motown, and sometimes Dale would say, try this. This is a really good floor filler. I'd play it, it would die completely. I'd be a waste of time. But it was just one of those things. There were certain records which were popular. But the trouble is, when I was working in Richmond, there were 2 discos, and you could walk between the 2. There was like an entrance hall in the middle, and so people would come into my discotheque, Cheeky Pete's, and then if you walked straight through, you went into Brolly's, which was a big, like, ballroom, and it was called Brolly's because on all the tables they put those beach umbrellas, Brolly's, and they used to have live bands in there, which sometimes went down well, sometimes they didn't, but they were all very good, very, very good. And so you knew that if you were playing a bad track, you would lose your audience. You tried to make sure you didn't. I mean, clubs don't have gimmicks like that now. When we used to have Halloween, we would decorate the club, decorate Cheeky Pete's. They'd bring in trees, strap them to the poles and things like that, strewn the floor with leaves and everything else. Halloween, exactly the same thing, big thing. If you came dressed up as a ghost or a ghoulie or whatever it was, Will Guyatt, start listening here, then you sort of got free entry. And you'd walk, you know, in there, and I was working in the lab late one night when my eyes beheld an eerie sight. So it went on, but no, it was good fun. It was good fun. And, oh, look, there's the Father Christmas. Oh, he's on I'm not sure about that one. Pete the Pool Man's found he can go outdoors and is 3 foot high. He also climbs and has a lit rope ladder. Not recommended for terraced houses with grumpy neighbours. I'm getting 49 quid is very good value. That's very good value. What, is he mains or is he battery? Most of them are battery. But, yeah, because you just put it into his backpack and off he goes. Because he only goes up and down a little way, so he doesn't lose a lot. But that's quite nice. So it's on Prime. And he can go outdoors and he's 3 foot high. He also climbs and has a lit rope ladder. That's so cool, isn't it? You're not getting the benefit of this, but I get the full benefit of things that people send in, photographs of themselves, which is quite nice. Hungry Pigs, where are they here? Oh, they're in the New Forest. It's the start of the panage season. What they do, they scoff acorns, these are the pigs, littering the grass verges, which are poisonous to cattle and ponies, and the tradition based back to William the Conqueror, when landowners called New Forest commoners were allowed to turn out their livestock to feed. The pigs have nose rings to reduce damage to the ground. So they're eating the stuff that is poisonous to the other things there. It's good, isn't it? Very pleased about that. There's a man who likes bingo. Dale used to like bingo. No, but not for herbs, no. I don't know why somebody'd ever sell such a stupid story, honestly. What do they do? They go, oh, that's a very good story. Dale would sit there and No, not at all. As I say, he couldn't stay awake very long at all. He really couldn't. I mean, even when we went on holiday, you know, you'd be sort of up for it. Because after because he didn't drink for years. Didn't drink alcohol or anything. Just didn't agree with him. So he used to get really cross if I drank, which of course I did. And if we went to, you know, on holiday, Gran Canaria or America, or wherever it happened to be, and I got drunk, I'd be up for partying. Not necessarily till 4 a.m. in the morning. No, he couldn't think of anything worse. As I say, you ask Paul O'Grady, you ask, I was going to say ask Scylla. Perhaps we'll get a psychic in. And you ask Paul O'Grady or Biggins. And Dale was always the first one to go to bed. He'd make some excuse like, oh, I must go and do this, or I've got to do that. And it was always an excuse. He never had to do anything at all. But he just wasn't a party boy. He really wasn't. Never had a dinner party at his house. And certainly, wherever he was living, I didn't know there were greasy spoons open at midnight. And as I say, he certainly wouldn't have been eating them. Definitely not. As I say, from the moment I first met him, he was on a permanent diet. The last time, I mean, we used to go into all sorts of places in Soho, and he'd be checking on whether the food was fried or whether it was grilled or, you know, gravy. He'd have little bits of gravy and things like that, but always on the side. Always on the side. But he did like his cup of coffee, because with his cup of coffee came his cigarettes. So he liked that. But he always struggled with his weight. Oh, God, yes. Oh, God, yes, from an early age, from 16 years. In fact, actually, from even younger, I think, from probably about the age of 11 and 12. If you look at pictures of him in his biography, you'll see pictures of him when he was very young, and he was chubby little thing. He really was. And so he struggled with losing weight. He would go every year to Greyshot Hall to try and lose weight, and it never kind of worked the same way. He tried all sorts of things. He tried this diet, that diet, and nothing worked. He was always, so there was no chance he was ever going to have a fry-up. That would sort of kill everything. It would make him feel dreadful. He used to go out to delicatessens and buy his food because he didn't cook. He couldn't cook for toffee. And he would go to delicatessens and come back with all these plastic boxes full of thing. He snacked. He snacked in secret, yeah. And yet go out, and he'd try little bits and pieces, but he'd never have any. I mean, chips would be a no-no. Absolutely. So here they are. Danny Jones, Lisa Snowdon and Mel Blatt, together with Drag Race's Kitty Scott Claus. Oh no, she left, didn't she? Every programme now seems to put drag queens on there, and I've never even heard of these people. They also got rid of Cliff Parisi, you know him from EastEnders, Minty, and Birds of a Feather's Leslie Joseph. So now you've got Greg Wallace, the man with the really creepy smile. It really is. It's about anything less natural. Whereas John Trode looks absolutely fine when he smiles. Poor old Greg Wallace just looks like he's about to bite your neck. Clary. A little bit scary. So what are they going to be cooking? I've got no idea. No idea. But Danny's food apparently is exemplary. Mel Blatt is sort of good. She works hard in the kitchen. She rolls her sleeves up. And Lisa Snowdon will probably win. I don't know why. I'm not saying that because I've seen the programme. She's nice, actually. We like Lisa. Very nice indeed. So here they are. So I love reading the letters to the Daily Star. You can always tell. Pictures the mood of the people in the country. And this one here from Scouse Ed. You can tell, can't you? Says, everybody who thinks they're above everybody, who queued up for hours and hours, have got a bloody cheek. Susanna Reid and her 81-year-old mother waited 7 hours. Shame on you, Phil and Ollie, you stupid person. How thick do you have to be? They were journalists. They present a programme. Susanna Reid could have gone there and filmed a programme. It's as simple as that. And then somebody says here, this is from a non. You can always tell when they're a non, they're balmy mad. Phil and Holly didn't need to go to Westminster as it was shown quite a bit on television. They done it. They did it, darling. They did it. God, honestly, talk about bad English. They did it for their show, but there's no need for it. Well, don't watch their show then. Honestly, these people, they're so thick, aren't they? They really are. And what's this other one? Please, can we have a picture of the gorgeous Danielle Sellers? Whoever she is. Who's she? Oh, I don't know who writes them. People in homes, I suspect. People in homes. Can we have a picture? Poetic Justice, Luton, Danielle Sellers. She looks like she's probably at some point been on Love Island or something like that. It seems to appeal to the bleach blonde look with the boobs sticking out the front. Certainly not people who can string two words together. She could be an actress. I've got no idea. No idea. Oh, this looks good. An OK Beauty box. £7.50. I love it when I'm addicted to watching these shopping channels. I love sitting there because I know a few people who work on them. And I'm always amazed at how you can string out talking about something for... I saw Andy Peters yesterday. Yes, that's what I wanted to get back. That's what I wanted to get back for. Yeah, I was a bit late, actually. I got to see him when he was doing the chocolates, and he's back on Friday. He's a chirpy little soul. He's a very chirpy little soul. And he was saying, I missed all the meat pies, but they look delicious. So I looked at the meat pies, and I forget there was 8 or something in the box. And they've also got these chocolate. You'd have liked these. Your sort of thing. It's like a chocolate bomb, and you put it in a mug, and then you pour on hot milk, and the bomb opens up, and it's got little bits of chocolate inside or little marshmallows. You'd love it. Seriously, right up your street. They were selling that chocolatizer thing, which they sell at House of Chocolat in Costco. I should have bought it for you for Christmas because I know your diet's going well. Morning, 18 minutes past 5. Good grief, honestly. If you're working today, if you're going onto the shopping channels, especially TJC, which I watch a lot, actually. I watch more of that than anything else, actually, because it seems to pop up on 2 of my channels on the television, which is quite interesting. And I'm always curious to know what the turnover... Now, I don't know why, I'm just naturally curious of the turnover of these companies, because they sell jewellery and it says sold 30 or sold 100 or sold whatever it is. And I'm always fascinated by that. I mean, I think they'd sold the other day, they had a meat package on QVC with Andy Peters, and who said apparently hi to me and to my listeners as well yesterday, which was very nice. And they've been going a long time, and it's £99, but you get a lot of meat, and it's delivered packed in ice, whatever they call it, sort of ice, and they'll leave it by your door, and then you take it out and you put it in the freezer. You wait till you hear what our tech bundle is this morning. You wait. It's fantastic. Yes, Lindsay says, lovely you to mention the shopping channels again today. Thank you as always for adding tons of positivity to my dark early morning commute. Isn't it horrible? Oh, Lindsay. It is. I mean, funny thing is, I'm not affected by sort of dark early mornings, because when I was at school in Yorkshire, a bit of a problem if you were, I should imagine, but in Yorkshire, when we were up there, it was a case of, in the winter, I'd have to walk about 1.5 miles to the road to get the bus, the little coach thing that would take you into school. And it was pitch black, no street lighting. Sometimes I'd have a torch, but most of course, you'd see foxes running in front of you and all sorts of things. I mean, you know, for a little boy, little lad like me, I'd have been, what would I have been at the time, 12, 13, something like that. It was all sad. But it was, in the middle of winter, it was great, because when the snow came down, you could see everything, because it made everything look fantastic. It was the only time our garden looked as good as our neighbours'. Wait a minute, we never had any neighbours. What am I talking about? There was nobody. There was a woman who had a pig farm over the road. And I always remember, and it's, you know, certain things in your life, you remember, you know, somebody will say something and it will trigger off an image of something. And over the road, this woman kept a few pigs. She had a sow, which was for breeding purposes, and there was always piglets there and everything else. And I always remember one time I went over there. We used to wander about all over the place in this little village, and the butcher came round to butcher the sow. And I always remember this. It was just one of those things, because sows just seem to spend most of their time just lying down, giving birth. And this one had piglets, so they removed all the piglets. And then he basically just took a knife and cut its throat. And I remember and it stayed with me. That one, out of all the things that took, yes, I saw it. After all these things, I mean, if you lived in the country, you know, and you lived near farms and everything else like that, nothing surprised you. I remember lifting off a cover on one of the farms that was in the village. There was only, I think, 2 farms in the village and this little pig farm, and the cover on a water butt, and there were dead kittens in there. Because obviously the cat had kittens, and the person who owned the farm didn't want kittens. They don't want them running about all over the place. And so nobody thought, you didn't think anything about it. You really didn't. It was sort of different times. So I suppose only if you grow up in the town do you go, oh, no. Andy Peters, Steve, went to the school that my dad was head of, says Fee. Well, it served him very well. Eton. Yeah, did you go to Eton? Was it very nice? No, so Lindsay, every time people talk about, you know, shopping channels and early mornings, it's funny, isn't it? I'm better in the dark, as they say. Much better, because I can sort of wander along in my own little world. And yesterday I spent most of my little world sitting on the side of the bus going, which bus stop is it I get off at to go to the RBS? But they were fantastic. They were very, very good to me yesterday. As I say, that lovely lady who did it all for me, and her husband who's out driving, and they listen to LBC, which is very nice indeed. Very nice. What else have we got, actually? Oh, the pensioner who's grown a marrow, taller than Kylie Minogue. One of my hot stories this morning. You can only imagine, actually, how small Kylie Minogue is. Prince Andrew and Fergie can stay at that home, which was the Queen Mother's former home, for the moment. Although, to be honest, I can't see Charles kicking them out, although he's perfectly entitled to, because it's owned by the Crown estate. Now, whether or not they get what are they going to do with it? There was also talk that he could trim down the royal family and only have 6 members of the royal family who can do things. But as somebody pointed out, I think on Loose Women, there are lots of events that take place that have a member of the royal family to go there. If you've only got 7 people, they're going to be spread a bit thin. You know, people say, you know, can we have a member of the royal family to come and open this? They get, you know, asked all the time to do it, and sometimes they can do it. It's like when you go to an investiture at Buckingham Palace. I mean, you know, you've been quite disappointed if you only got William when you really wanted the Queen. Or if you wanted Prince Charles and you got some minor member of the royal family, because people are looking for the sort of people to say, oh, you know, there was a good turnout and all of this. So I don't think that's going to work, trimming down the royal family. They might have to trim down the households. But when you look at Buckingham Palace, I mean, look at the size of it. Not going to get round there with a Dyson, are you? You're going to have to take loads of things. You'd have to be onto the shopping channels immediately, and all the hanger-oners, all the people that you don't know about, that you never see, working in the offices. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds. Seriously, it's like working for the government. Hundreds and hundreds of civil servants wasting their time, not doing anything. But I did find it interesting taking the bus down to Parliament Square and looking at all the buildings that have been cleaned up down there for the Queen's funeral. They look really nice, actually. Really very nice indeed. And lots of security at number 10 Downing Street. They've got the big gates in. Well, I remember the day. You could walk right up to the front door and have your picture taken. Nobody said a word. Now they've got big gates in and a thing. There must have been about 15 people with rifles. Yes, it was the IRA that made them sort of close it and boost up security. But there was loads of police there with guns the other side chatting away. But you used to be able to walk straight through there. Nobody stopped you. You had a picture taken. It's like, what's the most photographed thing down in Parliament Square? Go on, what's the most photographed thing? Churchill? No, a red phone box. They all queue to have a picture taken in a red phone box. These tourists, honestly, mad as fruitcakes. I was sitting on the bus because there's a set of traffic lights there just on the corner. And there must have been 20 or 30 people queuing to get their pictures. And they were so excited to have their picture taken in a red phone box. We don't appreciate it because we live here and also we've got telephones. You know, we don't need to go and stand there going, sorry, has anybody got a 2p piece? Yeah, it's iconic. It's definitely iconic. I thought it was cyclonic, actually. What have we got? Unseen treasure trove of Britain's greatest spy, up for sale 77 years after we executed him. We'll take a look at that one a bit later on. Peppa Pig is the most popular YouTuber in the UK, beating even Molly May Hague. Thank the Lord for that. And a fuming mum, ignored by a parcel delivery firm, was looking for a parcel that they'd lost for her son's birthday. Anyway, she got a job with them. Just applied for a job and then found it that way. I've got a parcel being delivered today by Parcel Force, but unfortunately, because I'm driving to my brother's to drop these things off, he said, it'll be delivered between 8:31 and 12:30. No! Please not, but it will be. So hopefully they'll just sort of stick a note through the door and I'll have to go and collect it. Where does it go? What do you mean, where does it go? Well, if I'm not in, they buzz somebody else and they'll let them in. And then people will sort of, the local shop. Lovely. We've got a defibrillator on the streets of Twickenham. We have lots of people having heart attacks and everything else. And, it's a defibrillator. They put this sort of equipment in, and I wonder what that was. And on one side, it's an advertising hoarding. On the other side, it's a defibrillator. Odd thing to have on the high street, isn't it, really? The British woman who has set the sheep shearing world record, which is good, isn't it? I always think sheep shear. You know the sheep shearers? You try saying that when you had a couple of drinks. It's they go there and they shear sheep very fast. Very, very fast. You have to turn the sheep over, you grip it between your legs, no trouble there, and then you just sort of shear them, and she's the fastest, which is good. The Hollywood con man who says, I'm a victim, they're always a bit mad, aren't they? And the woman... I've got to bring in this story later on. Living next to a railway line, she said it's like being tortured. You think, you would think, dear, when you bought the house, you'd have noticed that huge line at the bottom of your garden. That would be a railway. That'd be, yes, I wonder what that is, living next to... And they hoot, because she's near the crossing. And you think, well, what'd you buy the house for there, thicko? Anyway, the British woman is 34. She has buzzed her way through 370 sheep in 8 hours after a strict training regime in the gym. Because people go to the gym to be sort of sheared, don't they? So you go there. But that's what she's done. She's 34. Her name is Farmer Marie Preble from Kent. The new champion sheared just over 46 sheep every hour for 8 hours. It's amazing, isn't it? I think that's quite clever. Don't you think that's clever? I think she's very good. So well done to her. She sheared a sheep every 1.5 minutes, which equates to 46. People must have been watching her with admiration. She's British. She's British. The old Aussie's way behind. Well, I think we go and have a little drink now, shall we? Down at the old cobber place, and and do that. Is she still shearing sheep? I can't believe it. It is hard work. It's very hard. The sheep doesn't want to be sheared. They don't like it. They have to be turned upside down, and then they go outside there and go, it's cold, a little bit nippy and chilly. But no, well done to her. Thank goodness, we like that as well. 18 Saxon graves have been found beneath a new housing site. Just what you need, isn't it? Something popping up in the kitchen, which is very good indeed, or not, as the case may be. Lindsay from TJC, thank you for the mention. Love you. Well, you cope with those early mornings. I'll tell you what makes it better. Cup of tea. cup of tea and I could go a piece of toast now. And I was watching earlier on, before I started, street markets in India and street markets in China and everything, and people cooking food like, oh, yum, 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 yum. There was one man and he was making, what was he making? They were like giant omelettes. He was so fast. He could make an omelette in less than a minute. In a frying pan, whisked up the egg in there, poured all his little bits and pieces on the top of it. And I was thinking, that looks good. And there was another man doing interesting things with the chicken and just sort of lovely thing. And I looked at all this food and I think, we don't have street markets like that with load of food. Well, we have Borough Market, but there's not much. And then I went to the German market. Oh, the German food markets. Oh, my goodness me. You can't beat a bratwurst. Oh, goodness me. They take it out, they put it in and they cover it with cheese and chili and also, oh, my goodness me. And their hot dogs over there, the best ever. Because they don't do them like we do. Over there, they get a baguette, like a big baguette. And they cut it in half and they put it on a hot spike, which hollows out basically the middle of the baguette. And then you say, you know, what mustard you want sent for, or tomato ketchup. And the spike, no, it doesn't toast it, but they sort of stick it over it. And then they just pick up their sausage. They just drop it in. It just drops in. And then when you eat it, it's the best way of eating them. Seriously, we get it in Kingston Market, but they don't do it on the hot spike. I do like a hot spike. I think it's something that's to be treasured for a long time. Perhaps I should go to because the German Christmas markets are fantastic. They're really good. They're very good. You get also, what? I do like a hot spike. But you do get in the German Christmas markets, they do these lovely things where they thread grapes onto a skewer and dip them in toffee. So it's like toffee grape. Oh, fantastic. Can't begin to tell you. You could just wander from stall to stall eating, you know, your dipped sausage with the spike and then having the hot, and very nice they are too, these sort of grapes, and they put bits of fruit on and everything. And you just eat it as you wander around there, being all German and Germanic. It's very exciting. All right, I'll do the news in a minute. I'm just getting into Christmas. Very pushy this morning, honestly, just because he didn't win the lottery the other day.
Are you receiving tax credits? If so, this message is for you. Tax credits are coming to an end, and most people will be asked to apply for universal credit instead. The Department for Work and Pensions is writing to tax credit claimants. You won't be moved automatically, so look out for your letter explaining what you'll need to do and by when. And there's also lots of support to help you make the move. Get ready for your universal credit switchover. Search Understanding Universal Credit today. Eligibility criteria apply.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to be company. 26 minutes, well, just a little bit after 26 minutes to 6. What else do we have in the papers for you today? Oh, the question is, did a teenage chess prodigy beat the world's greatest player using a secret device? Apparently he has admitted to cheating in the past, which generally means somebody's got an earpiece. And these things are so tiny now, and you can be fed all sorts of information. But anyway, we'll talk about that one. The royal staff left fearing for their jobs because they don't know, depending on what Charles decides to do. But at the moment, he's got so much stuff on his plate. He's up at Balmoral. He's having private conversations with his mother. Because that's the place where she died, and that's where he will feel most at peace, I should imagine. But all the other places, if he doesn't move into Buckingham Palace, they can cut the staff down quite a lot, quite substantially. But I suspect he will move into Buckingham Palace. I suspect he will keep Windsor. Clarence House, well, I mean, they've still got these buildings. It just depends what they do with them. You know, the boys have got places, I think, within St James's Palace. I think William's got a place there, and I think Harry has. But Harry and Meg's have flown home. Whether they're coming back again, we don't know. Will they lose Frogmore Cottage? No idea. Not a clue on that one. But there are certain members of the royal... He wants to trim it back, does Charles. He wants to, you know, lose a lot of members because they're carrying a lot of weight on the royal family. There's a lot of sort of wastage, but it's always been there. And I suppose as people get to a certain age, they'll probably retire or something else like that. Rebecca Vardy, never liked Rebecca Vardy. I really never liked her. And I don't know why I didn't like her. Never done anything to me. It was just a case, if you watch somebody on the television, you think, I don't like you. And the fact that her parents and his parents didn't even go to their wedding is an indicator of how much people don't like her. Her own parents didn't go to her own wedding. So there you go. It is very weird, isn't it? Very strange. James Bond. There was a screenplay written by Roald Dahl. They reckon it could fetch about £180,000 just for the screenplay, because it's worth it. Worth it. Well, you know, good one. Kids' packed lunches have gone up in price. They reckon 70% in 18 months. 70%. And I must find more about this woman living next to the railway line who's complaining about it. I mean, you buy a house and there's a level crossing there and you go, oh, I can't bet, it's like torture. It's like that woman the other day. Something happened, wasn't it? And she said, oh, I'm traumatised by something. And one of I think it was Jane Moore, said, no, you're not traumatised, dear. You just get over yourself. You know, some people make a big drama about it, don't they? Big drama. What else we got today in the papers? It was difficult finding little bits and pieces. The good news was Russia released 5 British captives in Ukraine yesterday. This is hours after Putin threatened to nuke the West in a wild rant. But as I say, we don't think he's very well, so that is very likely. And here she is, former Love Island star. Apparently, if you get your boobs out, you're a star now. So there you go, hope for everybody. Lucy Donlan is a natural in front of the camera, posing in a leopard print. Well, all they've done is they've just sort of bleached her hair, given her some extensions in there, stuck her in some see-through underwear and done her makeup for her, and that apparently is a star in this country now. She's from Cornwall. She's a professional surfer from Cornwall. It's funny, she's 24, actually. She's engaged to fellow Love Islander Luke Mabbott. He proposed in December. Oh, no, nice. That's doomed. They never last, these things. Never last. And what else do we have here? Patients can expect to secure a routine GP appointment within a fortnight. My GP practice says that you're limited to 10 minutes. I don't want to spend any longer than 10 minutes in there, and you can only deal with one topic. You can't just go, right, so we sorted that out. Now, about my back, you know, you'll have to do that at another time, because they just don't have enough time to see people. Colleen and Rooney and the Vardy woman are in another legal battle. This is over $1.5 million in rocketing fees. The mum of 4 has hit her rival with a demand for $1.5 million, up from the initial estimate of $750,000. Incredibly, Colleen is also expected to pay almost $500,000 as the camp slug it out again before Mrs. Justice Steyn. And, I hope they actually get Rebecca for that. I mean, she played it like... I think she went into court thinking, oh, I'm going to walk this one. And we were all looking at her going, no, you're not. No, you're not. Oh, there it is. It's a defibrillator phone box. There's 2, says Richard. How interesting. Isn't that funny? I've never seen anybody have a heart attack on the streets of Twickenham. Never. I mean, some of the prices in Pret a Manger you can understand, but I mean, for goodness sake, apart from that. But ours are just on the street. I mean, what you do if it's raining, I've got no idea. Steve says, Martin, we backed onto the Central Line in Woodford for 15 years and had a steep embankment at the end of the garden, but we're so overgrown with trees it didn't bother us. Actually quite private. The only issue is it can make it a bit harder to sell. Yeah, but I mean, you know, you bought it, so somebody else. It's like the planes at Heathrow. I don't even notice them now. I really don't. They're over all the time. I like watching them. Concorde you could hear when it went over, but I used to think that was a bonus. Oh, it's Concorde. You know, it really was very, very noisy. Very noisy. I didn't wave. How stupid do you think I am? Wave. Cooey, hello. No, of course not. No. Everybody else say, oh, look, he's waving. He's on his patio. Wave back to him, everybody. Cooey, Steve, hello. No. You used to wave at trains. Your childhood was troubled, wasn't it? So it was just so that the driver would toot at you. You are quite mad, aren't you? Yeah, of course they did. Oh, look, here he is again. Wave at him. Wave. Toot at him. Beep, 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 beep. Gosh, I used to be on the buses years ago when before we had all this touching things with an Oyster card and everything else. And the conductor, Happy Days, used to have a thing round his neck. And it had his ticket machine at the end of it. And you would give him the money, and he would turn the handle. He'd turn the little dial at the top to 3p or 6p or whatever it was, and print your ticket off and give it to you. But if you were very lucky, and if you were a little boy, I don't know why it was always little boys, it was one of those things, he would sort of say, do you want the end of the ticket roll? As it was coming to the end, he would open up the ticket machine and give you the end of the roll. What in God's name he thought we were going to do with it? I've got no idea. What, so you're passing off your rubbish on to me, are you, Grandad? What am I supposed to do with it? But yet, they found about 4 years ago, and they were selling them, ticket machines, in their leather cases at the Transport Museum. And I wish I bought them. They were selling them for about 40 quid to have an original ticket machine They were fantastic. You're now checking to see if you can still buy one, aren't you? They were 40 quid, and I think they had a limited supply. My friend bought one, and I remember thinking, oh, you lucky devil, why didn't you tell me? I'd have bought 2 or 3, because they'd be a good investment. Ticket machines. You know, you wouldn't have thought that somebody would collect them. £4,800. No, that's a bit more sophisticated. That's the London Transport Country Buses Almex ticket machine. £4,800. No, this is a black thing. It's not very much. And that one, the handle doesn't go all the way around. On these other ones, the handle you turned, and it dispensed the ticket. I mean, that one looks like a computer. £4,800. So I told you couldn't get them. You watch. Somebody now writing to go, oh, you can get them in China, Steve. There'll be some. Have to go to China. The heroes who carried the coffin of Her Majesty, they've now named them Guardsman Fletcher Cox, Lance Sergeant Elias Orlowski, Lance Corporal Tony Flynn, Lance Sergeant Alex Turner, Guardsman David Sanderson, Guardsman Luke Simpson, Lance Sergeant Ryan Griffiths, and Guardsman James Patterson. And they range in age from about sort of 19 to about 24. I should imagine every pub they go into, they won't have to buy a drink for donkey's years, because they did it really well, actually. Very well indeed. Excellent. The Queen was hurt and exhausted by Harry and Meghan's decision to leave the royal family. Not surprised, actually. But as I say, they've been over, they've done the funeral, they don't need to come back here ever again. There's nothing for them to come here for. I mean, what is there? Nothing at all. Plus. Oh, David Beckham. I can't bear any stories on David Beckham and taking money from the Qatari government. It really drives me mad, I'm afraid. And a spellbinding 1,883 Brits have regained the world record for what? The biggest gathering of what? 1,883 Brits have regained the world record for a gathering of... Come on, well, at least have a guess. Play the game. God, blimey, it's like pulling teeth. You imagine, who wants a balloon? Kite fly, no. They swept into a festival at Pendle Hill, which was very famous in 1612 for its trials. Witches, absolutely. 1,883 hubble-bubble, toil and trouble witches turned up. It's good, isn't it, really? Apparently... Emmerdale actress, kids author and Wiccan witch Samantha Giles was among the coven. Her debut novel was Rosemary and the Witches of Pendle Hill, and she said it's wonderful the record should return to its spiritual home. They don't really fly on broomsticks, do they? They don't have broomsticks anymore. Bloomsticks. But they do all the other bits and pieces, don't they? I believe you get good witches and bad witches. I don't know why, you just sort of, I suppose, because you get evil witches. They've always got... Did you ever see Roald Dahl's The Witches? That was a very good thing, where they all took their faces off and they were really like that. I work with people like that in this office. Seriously, there's a bigger coven out here than you'll find anywhere. You don't need to go to Pendlebury to find anything. It's all here on our doorstep. So here we go. The TV fave still under pressure, and I've got to take a break, so I'll have to tell you in a moment. Andy Peters is in Whitby. Whitby today. We like Whitby. Big fan of Whitby. So you have a nice day. You must be giving away money. Or a camper. They like their camper vans, don't they? I've noticed that. That's the most popular item, I think. But he waved yesterday. He said, "Did you see me waving?" Honestly. It is bizarre, isn't it? It's like two-way family favourites here. I feel like I'm talking to the forces overseas. But Whitby today. I can't remember if I've ever been to Whitby. But we always put up photographs and we have a look at it. It looked quite nice, actually. My God, they last send you far away, don't they? They sort of... they said, where should we send Andy Peters to today? Let's send him to Whitby. But it is beautiful. I mean, it's a fishing port, as you can imagine, and there's a lot of going up and down lanes, Andy. But of course he's fit, so it doesn't really make any difference. You know, people go there because they go there for holiday. You know, they say, what are the best things to see in Whitby? And the answer is all of it, because it's picture postcard. They've got a sandy beach, and it's lovely. It's got, you know, it's got everything you want. Fishing boats, all the things that kids like. Look at that nice walk. You know, Whitby's interesting because they voted to limit second home sales. I think it's one of the first places to do that because they don't They don't want lots of outsiders in there. I mean, they'll take Andy Peters, obviously, because he's up there jumping around and sort of giving away lots of nice things. So you have a nice time. Kim says, Santa Claus brought me a toy bus conductor's ticket machine back in the 60s. I thought it was the bee's knees. I had one too. I absolutely loved it. And you could put the thing in and push the button down, and it would ring. It was like a bell rang inside the machine as well. We had very few toys when I was younger. Did I make my brother be a passenger? No. We didn't line up all the chairs in the dining room and he sat in one and I walked up and down going, where are you going to then? That's sixpence. Steve, I can see Pendle Hill from outside my company's front door. No witches this morning, though, says Johnny in Clitheroe. Pendle Hill. Isn't it funny when you think that, people years ago, there were witches, but they used to put them on a ducking stool. And the funny thing was, if you drowned, you were innocent. And if you sort of survived and floated, they'd kill you anyway. It was a no-win situation. But people used to go to witches for potions. Eye of Newt, take 2 producers, dissect them, put them in the pot, put the lid on, simmer with an onion and a carrot for 24 hours. But, if you sank, you were guilty. Oh, very bizarre, isn't it, really? But I like the place. We used to live quite near Salisbury Hill at one point, which was sung about. Climbing up on Salisbury Hill. Peter Gabriel, who, when he first toured on stage, used to dress up as a flower. He used to dress up as... He'd have this big sort of thing around him. He looked like a sunflower. Like Leo Sayer, when he first started touring, he would come on dressed as a clown in a white outfit with a white face. But yeah, Peter Gabriel, there you go. He used to have all these costumes made. And as I say, Leo Sayer dressed up as a white clown in a white outfit, like Floaty. He would come and sit at the front of the stage and sing his little songs. Seriously. Interesting, isn't it? When you remember all these different things. Must be getting near the end of my life. I keep talking about all these things in the past. It's ghastly. So, Jumpgate, Day 5. And TV favourites are still under pressure. No, they're not. Somebody says it's very tense between them. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's only tense in the eyes of the newspapers. And they respected the rules. Nobody filed past the Queen. They weren't there for that. They saw it quite clear. What they're supposed to do, go in there with a blindfold on. Ridiculous, honestly. She says, please no, we'd never jump a queue. I mean, can you believe that 379 people have made an official complaint to Ofcom? Who are these people? Goodness sake, you've got nothing better to do? They're just complaining about all sorts of things. But listen, this is all approved with the producers, with the executive people. If it's something big like this, they would get approval. They don't, why would they need to do it? Statement from this morning says, we asked Philip and Holly to be part of a film for Tuesday's programme. They did not jump the queue, have VIP access or file past the Queen lying in state, but instead were there in a professional capacity as part of the world's media to report on the event. And then you get some bozo who writes in and going, well, they could have seen it on the television. And you think, these people are too stupid for words. Please God, they don't vote all their viewers to the programme. Listen, they're both very professional people. They know exactly what they're doing. I don't see what the problem is. She's feeling left out to dry by ITV. No, she's not. No, she's really not. They just make these things up in the papers. She's facing arguably the most troubling time in her career and needs to be supported. What garbage. What garbage. There is no supporting. ITV have supported them wholeheartedly. And why wouldn't they? They weren't doing anything wrong. What are you going to do? Contact everybody at ITV and the BBC who sent journalists down because they were on a mission? Honestly. An unseen treasure trove of Britain's greatest spy is up for sale 77 years after his execution. Major Francis Suttill of the Special Operations Executive was parachuted into Nazi-occupied France during World War II. He recruited hundreds of people for a resistance army nicknamed Prosper. It blew up fuel for German bombers and derailed troop trains. The Gestapo captured him, tortured him for months and then killed him in a concentration camp when he was just 35 years old. His archive, never seen in public, contains his Distinguished Services Order, medal, pictures and letters to his wife, including a promise to have sandwiches and tea. They reckon the whole thing could sell for about £70,000 at a London auction. They say, we felt the time was right to pass it on. Imagine, we had lots of these people who were working behind enemy lines. But this one, Major Francis Suthill, so parachuted in, recruited loads and loads and loads of people. Some got caught, some were executed. But the Gestapo tortured him for months. I mean, they've just found a place, haven't they, in Ukraine, which the Russian soldiers were torturing Ukrainians who they'd captured. But they killed him in the concentration camp, only 35. I don't know how they would have killed him, but most of the time it was hanging and things like that. It's just, you can't even imagine what the times were like then. If we lived to be 190, you'll never understand exactly how bad it was and how dangerous it was. Steve, you might have covered it, but Whitby is where Bram Stoker's Dracula was written. I have a great weekend throughout the year with a dress-up, as the writer says, Rich. Yes, I did know about Bram Stoker. I don't actually think Andy Peters is going there to dress up as Bram Stoker. I don't think so. And Jazz says, I laughed so much at your impersonation of Roald Dahl's Witches, I hit the curb and curbed my wheels. Oh, God, that'll cost you. I did that on a motorway, not on this car, but on the one 2 cars ago. I turned into a lay-by. I was desperate for a wee. And I turned into a lay-by, and unfortunately didn't see a curbstone hit the front of it. There was a bang, the like of which I've never heard. And then it knocked it out a little bit, and I sort of wobbled a bit. So I took it straight into the garage. And, you can't change it. You had to straighten the bar out. I say the bar, I mean, I don't know what it is. It's just something underneath the car. Who knows? Petrol goes in one end, and that's about as far as I know. Tim says, Whitby has a famous fish and chip shop called Magpies. People queue outside for ages. It must be good because Rick Stein recommended it. Yes, I mean, I've had it's no good showing me pictures of fish and chips at this time of the morning. Is that from Magpies? Oh, they do nice cups of tea. Oh, God, that looks delicious. You watch Andy Peters be eating fish and chips this morning. Scampi. I love my scampi. I could eat scampi more than I could eat fish, but I like the batter. When I was little, and we went to the youth club, on the way back, we'd call into the fish and chip shop just to buy some chips. And you'd buy a little portion of chips for 6pence, which in my day you used to get quite a lot. And then they put scraps on there. Now they charge you for the scraps, if you're lucky enough to get. I can't remember what they were, but in our day it was free. They just put a big spoonful on there, and we'd eat that on the way home. Lovely. We didn't take the bus. Couldn't afford to take the bus. We walked. Imagine me, my age, walking. Luckily I had the chips to keep. I remember being stopped by the police one night. I think it was something like 9:30, 10 o'clock. And in those days, police were fairly vigilant. Hello, evening all. Where are we going? We're going home. That was the kind of thing. I was tempted to offer a chip, but I thought, no, it looks a bit impertinent, doesn't it? And also I didn't want to share them. I was keeping them all to myself as a bribe, yes. Oh, what are you trying to offer me there, sir? Well, I was trying to offer you a chip, but I shan't bother now. You're miserable. Rod Liddell, in his column today, now this is a bit harsh. He says, I tend to agree with Piers Morgan that it's wrong to sack Philip Schofield for supposedly jumping the queue at the Queen's lying in state. Philip was clearly there to report on the whole thing, but to sack him for being a toxic, self-righteous, thick-as-mince munchkin. In other words, can't we sack him for being Philip Schofield? What did he do wrong? He did something on the programme. It was a feature on the Queen's lying in state. I don't quite get what the problem is with people. They all seem to be anti them, don't they? Poor Holly, she'll have to take time off now and go on holiday, probably to Whitby. I think she needs to go and see a witch. You would have thought, actually, that clutching her crystals means that she could see herself through it again, because she's started believing in crystals and stuff like that, and which unfortunately I'm not really into. I'm really not. I have been reading about the Christmas presents though. I'm liking a lot of them. Top of the list, it's 10 quid. The Chad Valley dinosaur waterfall bath toy. Doesn't that just conjure up all sorts of things, for you to have in your bath? Number 2, Paw Patrol big truck pups. £18. Most expensive on my list is Lego Icons Optimus Prime Transformers robot model set. That's £160. Oh, no, wait a minute, I found another one. Lego Technic McLaren Formula 1 race car model, £170. For children's Christmas present. Robots in disguise. Look at that. Optimus Prime. Oh, £159.99. We found it cheaper. See, that we didn't have things like that when I did have a robot. A magic robot. Did we have Lego? No, not really. Not until I was about 15 or 16. And then it was only red and white. We just played with it. We didn't really do anything. I built a house, moved into it. And, no, we didn't have stuff. But I had a robot in Hong Kong that the front of him used to open up as he sort of moved along on these little rubber wheels. And my favourite, though, was a rickshaw. A little man pulling the rickshaw, and he'd run around, and when he banged into something, he'd turn round and run the other way. Am I facing the right way? I don't know if I'm facing the right way. You mentioned something, and they look at you like you're completely mad. Steve, what is fish and chips scraps, says Shane. After they've taken the fish out of the hot oil, the bits that are left in there, the little bits, they put their sort of sieve in, as it were, and pick up the little bits and put them into a separate part of the cabinet. And they're sort of crunchy. They're just bits of batter. So that's what scraps are, bits of batter. You'd like them. They're very nice. Very, very nice. So now we've seen Magpie's fish and chips. Oh, dear, honestly. Why can't you get fish and chips in the morning? I'm not asking for a lot. You know, they go, oh, no, you've got to have sausages. I don't want sausages. I want fish and chips. You should be able to have what you want, shouldn't you? Go into a restaurant and go, I'm having fish and chips. So we've only got sausages. We've got fried bread, or I'll have beans on fried bread. 1 or 2 portions. I don't know. Like to eat at the salad bar? No. I don't think so. I just want my fish and chips. Look at this. News at 6. Here it comes.
Make this Christmas one to remember with the Royal Mint. Our specially selected Christmas product range features unique gifts that your loved ones can cherish for a lifetime. From collectible coins and heartfelt stocking fillers to bullion bars and exquisite jewelry and tree decorations, our range of premium Christmas gifts is sure to make your loved ones feel precious this festive season. Search the Royal Mint and visit royalmint.com. The Royal Mint, the original maker.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Thursday, September the 22nd. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. You're very welcome. I hope you're feeling good. It's definitely getting colder in the mornings, isn't it? I nearly changed the jacket this morning and put on something a bit thicker, but changed my mind. So I'm just looking at the list of Christmas toys and prezzies and everything else. One of them is Barbie Cutie Reveal Snowflake Sparkle Husky. Oh, God's name is that? It's £33. I mean, I'm better actually with Hot Wheels Action Spiral Speed Crash Truck Set at £65. Oh, there is Barbie Cutie Reveal Snowflake Sparkle Husky Doll. Right. No, none the wiser on it. None the wiser on that one at all. Sink and Sand Game. Sink and Sand Game. I've got no idea what that is, but it's quite reasonably priced at £20, which I think is maximum you should spend on a Christmas present for a child. Sink and Sand. It's a board game. So I don't think children play enough board games now, do they? Oh, look, there's one here. Kinetic Sand. That looks quite good. You can buy sand in all sorts of forms now. Kinetic Sand. And presumably they sink into it. That's all I can imagine. What else do I like? I quite like the Gabby's Perfect Doll's House at £89. Got to be something to do with cats, hasn't it, really? And Squishmallow is £18. Oh, there's Gabby's Doll's House. Comes with 2 toy figures, 8 accessories, 2 deliveries and sounds. What do they mean, 2 deliveries? I don't quite understand what that is, actually. But anyway, excuse me, all of that pales into insignificance when I tell you that I've got an amazing prize for you this morning. We are giving away the Ultimate Tech Bundle. Okay, I'm going to do this twice in this hour. I'm going to do it now and then I'll do it towards the end of the programme for those people who wake up a little bit later, because you're going to want this. This prize package consists of everything that I'm going to read now for you. You will win all of it. It's not, pick out 1 or 2 or 3. You get every single thing that I'm going to mention. Ready? Here goes the list. Listen very carefully. It's your chance to win a brand new Apple iPhone 14, the latest iPhone just released, an Apple iPad Air, an Apple Watch Series 7, a pair of Apple AirPods Pro, the Bluetooth headphones, a Meta Quest 2, an all-in-one virtual reality headset with controllers, a 43-inch Samsung 4K Ultra HD smart television, 43 inches, a Samsung Galaxy Book 2 laptop, a Sonos One smart speaker, and an Amazon Kindle Paperwhite. That's the price. All of that Every single one of those is in the prize bundle. You can win all of it. Imagine that. The postman trying to get that through the letterbox. That'll be a ring on the doorbell, won't it? So I'll just run through it again. It's Sonos, is it? I always called it Sonos. I don't know why. I thought it sounded prettier. So the brand new Apple iPhone 14, the latest one to be released, the Apple iPad Air, an Apple Watch Series 7, a pair of Apple AirPods Pro, the Bluetooth headphones, a Meta Quest 2, an all-in-one virtual reality headset with controllers, a 43-inch Samsung 4K Ultra HD smart television, a Samsung Galaxy Book 2 laptop, a Sonos One smart speaker, and an Amazon Kindle Paperwhite. That's all one prize. I mean, seriously. I feel like jacking it in and going home and having a go at it. Now, for your chance to win every single one of those brilliant prizes, you have to text the word tech. And tech is T-E-C-H. Okay? Write it down somewhere, you'll never remember. T-E-C-H, and you send it to 84850. A voluntary donation of just £5 from every text supports Global's Make Some Noise. You've got until midday on Friday, the 7th of October to enter, so keep the phone handy, because if we call you, it's going to be the best call you've ever taken in your entire life, apart from the one that says you are now connected to the Steve Allen Show. Standard network rate supply. You need to be 18 or over to see the list of participating Global stations, and full terms and conditions go to makesomenoise.com. So text the word tech, T-E-C-H, and send it to 84850. And I shall say now, good luck, because we seem to be particularly lucky on this programme at getting winners. And we'll give you the details again just before 7, because that's a nice prize package. I mean, just even having a 43-inch Samsung 4K Ultra HD smart television is quite enough. I'd be quite happy with that. Christmas sorted. And how? You imagine people going, now what are we going to spend the money? We've just won. We've just won all these prizes with Steve Allen and Sonos. They got it right. And that's the one smart speaker. I mean, there's some lovely stuff in there. Lovely. You do with it what you want. Once you win it, do with it what you want. But it's a good prize package. I like a good prize package. Viv in Suffolk says, Steve, morning, just finishing packing for a holiday. Off to St Ives in Cornwall today. You're coming with me. I've been to St Ives. I'm going again. Whoopee! Thank you. Very nice indeed. And, oh, look at that. Pete the Pool Man. He's purchased a little torch on Amazon. It's a little torch, isn't it? He said, I can't believe how amazing it is. It's tiny, it's waterproof and rechargeable. What a great purchase. That is tiny, isn't it? But that's not it, is it? Is that it, Pete? That picture you've taken? Good Lord, I want one of these. Can you tell us what it's called? And don't say little torch. We're trying to read what it says on the side. Is it Olight? Or something? The producer will find it. We shall find it, and then he'll send me the link, and then I can get one later on. I like a little torch. I've got a little shaver at home. It's about the same size as that torch. Bought it from the internet, and it's tiny, tiny. It's only $9.95. There you go. Olight. Wow. 90 lumens, whatever they are. Battery powered, and free delivery Saturday, September the 24th. 5 stars. Want one of those? Can you send me the link? So it's a single battery. How lovely. I love a torch. Do you remember them years ago? And they go, and this one you can aim, and it goes 3 miles. And they used to sell them all over the place, which are great, actually. Yeah, wonderful. Michael says, I'm finding this morning's programme very delicious. Whilst driving into Canterbury, you're a man after my own heart. Fish and chips in the morning makes my cheese sandwich fall in comparison. Yes, I mean, I don't see why. If there was a fish and chip shop open at a station in the morning, people would have fish and chips. Of course they would. They'd all be eating fish and chips. They don't want burgers and double sausage McMuffins. They want fish and chips. That's what I want, fish and chips. I could go crackers for fish and chips now. And Walsh says, locked into the spike. I wouldn't mind another iPad Air. That prize package has yet to be beaten. It's very nice indeed. Very, very nice. I like the sound of that. So fingers crossed. Could be you. Well, in fact, it's got to be somebody, hasn't it? Somebody's got to win, as they always do. Simon Cowell is returning to the music industry. I didn't know he'd left it. Apparently, he shut down his record label Psycho 2 years ago, but is now gearing up to start a new project next month. He said, I'm getting back into the music business with something I'm going to announce. I wish I could tell you, but I'm about 4 weeks away from announcing. It's something I believe is part of the missing link. It's what people need right now to get a record deal. Because I thought Psycho was still going. I had no idea that they closed it down 2 years ago. There we go. Joe sent me very kindly the link to the torch. I'm definitely going to buy it. A whole $9.95. Whoopee! Yeah, I might buy 2, actually, as Christmas presents. Definitely a nice thing to have. Liam Gallagher wants to put his alcohol expertise to good use by opening a boozer. Oh, don't. The first businesses that are going to go under this Christmas are going to be boozers. And then people go, oh, I think we'll open a restaurant. Don't open a restaurant. Please don't open a restaurant. It's the quickest way to lose all your money. Really expensive. And there's a man who bought a scratch card with the last cash he had, became a double millionaire. A guy called Dursun Kojit had gone to a local bazaar looking for a job in Turkey. He bought the Millionaires Club card with 30 lira, 145, and won 2 million lira, £96,000. Not really a millionaire, is he? £96,000. Oh, very exciting. He said, I ran to the buffet clerk. We both couldn't believe it. He said he now plans to start a business for his son, buy him a car and pay for his wedding. All on 96,000. It's amazing, isn't it? It goes an awful long way. And the average home has 208 cardboard box deliveries a year, a study has found. I love those ones. Have you seen them in America? A lot of people have their parcels delivered and left on the front doorstep. And there are other people who follows the driver around and they nick the parcels. They steal them. So this guy has come up with an exploding parcel. Literally, this parcel is on the front doorstep and it's loaded with electronics and £5 worth of glitter. That's in weight. And they pick up this box and they put it in their car and you can almost do the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And then there's a huge bang. The top of the box blows apart and they are drenched in glitter. But my favourite, it's got like paint. And as these people are looking at it, somebody will leave a bag which is equipped with this paint machine in there. And they'll go, oh, I'm just going to go round here. Just look, oh, well, I'll be back in a minute. And of course, the people who are sitting there going, it's a bag. So, of course, they open it. As they open it, this thing goes, poof, and their entire face is covered with blue, red and green paint. Fantastic. And the people come back and go, oh, thanks so much for looking after my bag, and then walk off. It's great. I love it. Anything like that. Very interesting. As a kid, says Tony, growing up in Fulham, there was a baker's in Munster Road and a fish and chip shop next door. There was everything in Munster Road. We used to go to the baker's, ask for half a bloomer. We then took the dough out of the middle, either eating it or throwing it away. And then we go next door to the fish and chips and ask for a chippy loaf. So they took our crust of half a loaf and then filled it with chips. I've heard of that before, actually. Marks and Spencer's do something, not filled with chips. It's filled with beef stew. And it's like a cottage loaf. You take the lid off and then you scoop it all out inside. And it's very nice. Well, you can have, I do like goulash, actually. I haven't had goulash for ages. M&S used to do a very good one in a tin. Goulash in a tin. And then they started doing another one, which was sort of fresh goulash, as it were. Hungarian, isn't it, I believe, goulash? It's very nice. Very, very nice indeed. Oh, all this food, honestly, it's so depressing. I don't want a break. Well, I probably do, but I can't get goulash, can I? I can't even get fish and chips. If there was why TGI Fridays doesn't open up specifically for me, I shall never understand if I live to be 37. Ridiculous. Morning, 6:20 is the time. So here's this lady. She's called Gemma Budd. Gemma Budd says living next door to a railway line is like being tortured as train drivers toot their horns every night. Okay, it's a railway. Okay. Gemma moved in last year unaware that her home was close to an unmanned level crossing. How you can be unaware of this, I've got no idea. Anyway, it has a whistle board telling drivers to alert people about to cross. Gemma, who comes from Salisbury in Wiltshire, said the horns from 6 a.m. to midnight are affecting her health and she may replace her windows to muffle the sound. She said it's noise pollution. I mean, she's quite clearly a complete dipstick. South Western Railway said whistle boards are a safety requirement. You know, when you buy a place, you know, we've all seen these unmanned level crossings, so she's now saying it's affecting my health. Well, I tell you what, here we go. Here's a solution for you. why don't you just rent the house out to somebody? Go and live somewhere else. You know, move. I mean, they're not going to move the railway, are they? I don't think that's very likely. A little bit of pollution. You know, have your windows replaced for double glazing, or failing that, just get the heck out and stop moaning. Get on with your life. I mean, how on earth you can sort of say it's affecting your health? I've got no idea. I live under the flight path for Heathrow. Mind you, I am a diabetic with a heart complaint, and I've had prostate problems, and I've had colonoscopies. I was fine when I moved in. It's just happened recently over the last 30 years. People make excuses nowadays. I told you we went to a house years and years ago. My parents were looking for a place, and the house was lovely, absolutely gorgeous, except in the back garden. The whole back garden was taken up by a steel pylon. It was enormous. It even had barbed wire halfway up to stop people climbing it, like you would. We didn't buy the house, but that's our choice. You know, if you live near a railway line, there's going to be noises, because every so often the trains are going to go, you know, and these sort of things make the house cheaper. So either why don't you just move, dear? Make it a lot easier. Somebody will buy it. It just means that they'll get it a little bit cheaper, because it'd be looked on as not everybody wants to live there. But I'm assuming you've got neighbours, and in which case they must be suffering the same way that you are. So if you're in a road of houses, you know, surely everybody's getting the same. It's not just you, is it? Or are you all by yourself? Because if you're all by yourself, then you've got nobody to return to. But I should imagine have you been and knocked on the doors and gone, I can't cope with it. I can't cope with this noise, it's driving me mad. You know, you feel like going down there and playing a recording. I mean, she must have been there and looked at the house at different times and heard a train. They do make noises. Even trains round our way. I mean, sometimes it frightens me, sometimes it doesn't. But we've got the planes going overhead. I don't even notice them. Well, I mean, I do notice them, but I don't sort of worry about it. I wouldn't be traumatised by the whole thing. That would be just ridiculous, wouldn't it? Anyway, what else we got here? Oh, I noticed that the TV Biz column in The Sun got it completely wrong when talking about Caroline Flack and how much money was in her account. It turns out it wasn't there at all. They made a big mistake. They've had to do a big apology to say we're very, very sorry. And because they had the same problem that I had. Well, they didn't. This was where The Sun got it wrong. When, if you remember, we had a mess up on my company account, and so my account got frozen. And believe you me, ever since then, it's all gone a bit pear-shaped. But that's another story. And it was a case of your money can be transferred to the Treasury, and you've then got to get it back again. Luckily, my bank were very understanding and said, well, listen, we'll wait till it's been sorted out. But it's not been much better since, I have to tell you. I had nothing but disasters. But it doesn't matter. We live to fight another day. Free school dinners for every child. We used to have a special table at our school for children who got free school dinners. They were almost, but this was obviously a long time ago. And, but we didn't think it was mean. It was a case of they didn't pay for their meals, we paid for our meals. And so they were put on a table, you know, like out the back of the playground. You stay out there and eat your food. You're not coming in here with people paying for it. Because, but I can't remember any of the school dinners. I've got no idea. I remember puddings, but I don't remember the first bit. And I was a table monitor. You know, I used to decide who actually got the extras. You know, and it would all sort of turn up. But, yeah, we did. We had a separate table for the kids who were getting free, or failing that, the kids who were eating sandwiches. You know, they brought in a Tupperware box and their mum didn't have... Yeah, people used to bring packed lunches to school. Not loads of people, but a number. And I don't know... No, we didn't. I just got the... No way my mother would be making sandwiches at that time of the morning. And also, you're then stuck with a Tupperware box that you've got to carry... I don't think I did have a bag, actually. I think I had a briefcase. I don't know why, but I never used it as a briefcase. I used to tuck it under my arm. I used to think that made you more acceptable to all the other kids. I think if you had the briefcase and you were holding it, you looked a little bit like little Lord Fauntleroy. So we didn't do that. But no, I never had packed lunches. But there were a few kids at the school who did have them. And I suppose it was because the parents, you know, and I don't think it was for any religious reasons or anything like that. It was just that their parents wanted them to have sandwiches. We'd sort of look at them and there'd always be the same things in there. There'd be either an apple or a banana, a couple of chocolate biscuits and a sandwich. My auntie, Betty, used to make her sandwiches up and freeze them. So she would make them a whole batch in advance, cheese and pickle, cheese and ham, whatever it was, wrap them all up in the cling film and everything else, put them in the freezer, and then every day she'd take one out, put it in the lunchbox for one of her boys, and then by the time they got to school and for lunchtime, it would have defrosted and it was all ready to eat. Yeah, you can freeze cheese. Oh, God, yes. Yeah, you can freeze everything. Probably get you in a freezer if we made it more accessible. And, yeah, you can freeze cheese. See, she did cheese and pickle sandwiches. We used to freeze, my mother used to go out fruit picking. Well, we called it shoplifting, but I mean, that was another story. And she'd come back and do strawberries, but you can't freeze strawberries in one bag. You have to do them individually on a tray. Then when they're frozen, then you take them off and put them in a bag, because otherwise when you defrost, they go to mush, which is not very good. ITV rallying around distraught Holly Willoughby and Philip Schofield amid concerns over the trolling. And so I find it unbelievable that people have even complained about something as silly as this. People writing in. I mean, let's face it, have you written to all the MPs who are allowed into Westminster Hall to actually file past the coffin? Have you written to them saying, why are you allowed in? What is this VIP access? And they could take in 4 people as well as guests. All right, there were a few people outside who queued, but that's their business. You know, you don't say, you know, I don't know, I just can't think of any reason why you'd ever want to complain about what they did. They didn't queue up because they weren't going there for that reason. They just walked straight past it. They didn't bow their heads or do anything else. Child hunger, apparently, just going back to that briefly, is an epidemic in our schools. And there's a campaign to stop starvation. Apparently 2.6 million children experienced food insecurity, which is not having access to nutritious and balanced meals. And they say that it's crucial to the children. And they've got a petition going in one of the papers, and they say, come on, Liz Truss, as the new PM, providing free school meals for all will show the nation you understand what they're going through. I think she's got more than enough things to think about without having to worry about free school meals at the moment. And the firms who have warned an estimated £25 billion energy bill cut unveiled yesterday is a sticking plaster that could leave them on a cliff edge next spring. I mean, there's one lady here, she's a care home owner. She's been holding off signing a new contract for her gas in the hope yesterday's government announcement will bring good news. She was quoted a gas contract. Wait for this one. This is a care home. How much do you think the gas contract had gone up by? What do you reckon? No, 789%. 789%, which is more expensive than her last 80,000. So it'll be 80,000 a year rather than 9,000. Even halved, it's still unaffordable. It comes after a 260% rise to her electric bill. I mean, she's running this place in Lincolnshire, and she's got no idea how she's going to cope with this. I mean, I do think this is absolutely ludicrous. So they might halve it to start with, but it's still money she can't afford, because then and it's not cheap for people to go into care homes. It really isn't. You know, it's very, very expensive now. And people go, how do I do it? And they say, well, you sell your house, and that pays for your care in the homes. There's more details of help, we hope, from the Chancellor tomorrow. We've got the mini budget, and you'll hear it first on LBC, because they need to do a whole lot more. A whole lot more. Meanwhile, over in Banana Island at the World Cup, England's Wags could bend it like Beckham. How much are they charging a night for hotel rooms? £3,500. £3,500, which is marvellous. And that's in a little house on stilts. You know, £3,500 a night, which is very good. They say there's huge clamour for accommodation in the Arab state, which is the size of Yorkshire. Not from me, thank you. But Beckham was yesterday promoting Qatar as a stopover tourist destination of choice, but not if you're gay, OK? Keep that little bit quiet, you know. You want to upset the apple cart, because it's not very good, is it? I'll tell you in a moment about somebody who went into a field and dug something up, and they're very happy. That's exciting, isn't it? I think that's what they call a good tease, a very good tease.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to be company with you till 7. Nick Ferrari with you at 7 o'clock this morning. So there's this bloke in a field, and he's got a metal detector. Now, I always wanted a metal detector as a child. I never got one. I always thought that would be quite good. You could go and find things in fields. This one was discovered by a civil servant, and it is a gold coin, first of its kind, uncovered in this country. That's why this is so unique. It weighs in at an ounce, which is double the largest in England at the time. It's a 10 cruzados piece. It's from the reign of King Manuel I. Sorry, just King Manuel I, I ask you. 1495 to 1521. It's an inch and a half. It has the phrase in Latin, "In this sign shall we conquer." Mick found it just 10 inches down in Wiltshire during a trip to celebrate 35 years of marriage. So you celebrate 35 years of marriage and you take yourself off to a field and get the metal detector out. Anyway, this one here, what do you reckon it's worth? I mean, what? I know 35, and the kids, I'm just going out, dear, into the field. Happy anniversary, I'll be out for some time, going metal detecting. Anyway, it's worth £30,000, this one coin, because we haven't seen one like it. So well done, Mick, who comes from Durham. He's 62. And judging by the state of his wife, probably not likely to make it to 63, I should imagine. But it's worth 30,000 quid. Although, what they do is they have to find out if the farmer owns the field, and he's been, you know, doing his metal detecting on somebody's field, you're supposed to get permission. You can't just go there and start digging up somebody's field. I don't know. It was found in a field near Etchilhampton in Wiltshire. Well, listen, somebody owns, obviously, something. It must be owned by a farmer. You can't just walk onto somebody's land and start digging it up, can you? I wouldn't have thought so. You know, that's the kind of thing. Interestingly enough, they've got pictures here of unborn babies grimacing in the womb when their mums eat greens. So they can apparently be affected. It's like most kids, babies pull a cry face when exposed to the bitter vegetables. Do you know, I put some vegetables on last night. I decided I'd just have some sprouts. I bought some little mini sprouts, little baby. I can eat two packets of them quite easily. And I put them on just on a very low heat. And I was watching a bit of television. I thought, I'll go to bed. It's only when I climbed into bed that I sort of like, oh, God, I've left the sprouts on. I had to go back into the kitchen. I'm accident prone, I'm telling you. But I didn't have them then. I just ate them by themselves. I love sprouts. Not everybody eats, no butter, no nothing. I would have put probably grated cheese on the top of them. But, sorry, what-ons? Lardons. No. Wonder what you said. But no, I just had them by themselves. I'm working on the assumption that any green is good for you. If it's green, it's good for you. So I just had them. And I would have had it. I mean, I'm not interested in carrots. I can't get into carrots. If I buy a little packet of sort of ready-to-cook vegetables and there's carrot, I take them out. It's like peas. Who eats peas? Aren't they boring? You eat peas? You hate them. It's funny, isn't it? I mean, I don't think you can eat the things unless you've got a spoon. They're very difficult. My mother used to do them in a sort of lamb hot pot and shepherd's pie and stuff like that. But the rest of the time, peas are the most boring vegetable under the sun. They really are dull. But babies in the womb smile for carrots and cry at greens. Now you know. Never thought about that one before, had you? And they've got pictures. I mean, to be honest with you, they're not very clear pictures. I mean, how you'd identify this, I've got no idea. But this is from researchers at Durham University. They took 4D ultrasounds of 100 pregnant women. Honestly, there's you trying to give birth, and they go, can we just take a photograph of your womb? Sorry? Well, to find out what the effect is on you eating carrots. What? You can imagine, can't you? But they found that fetuses whose mothers had taken the carrot tablets appeared to make smiling faces. It's wind. It's wind. That's what it is. Babies have wind. They never know, do they? Frozen Planet 2. I must watch that this week. It's very exciting. There's an eagle here. I mean, it's quite something. I don't know if you've ever seen eagles and what they look like. But this is a pair of eagles. And what do they hunt? Goats. Goats on a mountainside in the Italian Alps, and the eagles successfully tackled a full-size adult. Once their claws are in, It's up to the eagle to be able to flap its wings to take it away. And so, in a heart-rending scene, one of the eagles seizes a goat standing on a cliff before dragging it to the edge and flying out over the precipice. When it lets go over the gorge, the goat rides in the air before being killed instantly as it hits the rocks below. The producer says it's never been filmed before. We knew they went for the calves in the spring, but not the adults. Apparently, the goats weigh 10 times the weight of the eagle. I mean, it's quite amazing, isn't it? When you I mean, I've heard of it in this country where eagles take newborn lambs and things like that because they're not very big. They don't weigh very much indeed. And we've seen them taking fish. But, you know, to actually lift a full-size goat, which, you know, up and down the mountains like there's no tomorrow, I must watch. I've got to watch, yeah. Was that the bit we had up on a minute ago? No. I'm not sure if I want to watch it now, actually. I feel a bit sorry for these goats because they've got no idea. It's like bunny rabbits sitting around and then all of a sudden these owls swoop in from above. Like that seal with the orcas, yeah. Or the killer whales, as I prefer to call them. Orcas makes them sound really friendly. But they're not really friendly. They are killing machines. They will kill other whales and stuff like that. But it's so sophisticated, their way of we've all seen the seal on the ice floe. And then it gets washed off, it gets back on the ice. And then there was another one where it got off and then left its tail over in the water. And the orca comes up and takes the tail and slowly pulls. And you could see the look of despair on the seal's face. Very, very depressing. Very depressing. There's a team of vets in the paper today. And the headline is, shh, don't wake him up, he'll go ape. They're carrying out a health check on a 400-pound gorilla before he comes round. This is Koga, who's a West Lowland gorilla, was in for his biannual health MOT, testing for heart disease, making sure his teeth, eyes, joint and muscles are okay. He's at a zoo in New York. Have you ever seen these? When you go to London Zoo, they've got a couple of big lowland gorillas, and when they charge towards you, they might only be short in stature, but by... Oh, yeah, they've got a big outdoor area. They also go to sleep indoors and people sort of stand there and look at them sleep. They spend a lot of time sleeping, or failing that, just sitting there staring at everything, almost with their arms folded. It's quite funny, really, because they're so much like us in so many ways. And they do it. And then all of a sudden they'll make a run at something and then stop short of it, you know, which is quite good. I like things like that. Chris Lowry says, peas are good for you. You should have them every day. They keep you young. Right, I'm going on to peas. That's it. I want to stay young. Yeah, not mushy peas. No. Actually, I'll tell you what I quite like, and I don't know if this is the same, but if I go to Paul Cooper's shop, he's got fresh peas as opposed to tinned or frozen peas. Fresh peas in the pod. And I like breaking them open and eating the peas that way. Now, I don't know if eating uncooked peas is okay for us. I've never found, so no doubt Chris Lowry will be able to tell me that one. Steve says, Artie Lad in Wiltshire, you should try salt and pepper chili chips at the Chinese takeaway. We don't do things like that in our one. We're far more sophisticated. Lemon chicken. Chris says, did you ever have a laser pen? Yes, I had one. It's not a pen, it's actually a little mini laser, but I can shine it from the window here in Leicester. It won't mean anything to you if you've never been to London, and it will hit all bar one the other side of the square. It's that powerful. Where it is, I've got no idea. I lost it at home. Are you into tongue twisters, says Kathy? Not particularly, no. What, she sells seashells and all that kind of stuff. You speak so eloquently. Well, I'm a broadcaster. One tries one's best. I bet you're brilliant. I heard one on telly yesterday. Keep repeating unique New York over and over quickly. I only managed it twice. Yeah, unique New York, unique New York, unique New York, unique New York. How many times do you want me to do it? It's just reading words till 7. Yeah, you've got to keep reading it, Steve. Unique New York, unique. The trick is unique, and then you pronounce the second word as opposed to unique New York, which case you'd pause after unique. So unique New York, unique New York, unique New York, unique New York. Yeah, I'll teach you. No, nobody messes with a radio presenter on LBC. Apparently you can eat them raw, says Chris. Well, that's good. I'll go and get some today. I like eating raw, but what? peas in the pod. Have you never had peas in the pod? We used to grow them at home years and years ago, and we had an allotment during the war, and we would grow peas. And then we just pop the pod, and you just eat the peas inside. Yeah, they're really nice. It's the only way I can eat them. I can't eat them on the plate. Because you chase, and especially in the Chinese restaurant, you chase them round the plate with a pair of chopsticks to pick up one pea. What's the point of that? But so Kathy only managed unique New York twice. Oh, well, I feel very proud of myself that I could probably do hundreds, but there's no point in rubbing people's noses in it. Phil, from a beautiful sunny morning in, is it Paderborn? Have you ever met the Queen or members of the royal family? Oh, constantly. They would pop round, cup of tea, piece of Battenberg cake. I met King Charles, then Prince Charles, at a military parade in Germany, says Phil. No, I never met any of them, actually. I never met, my life and theirs didn't sort of cross. I've passed their houses a few times. I've had a little look. Yeah, they'd write to me all the time. Dear Steve, can we put... No, you can't. No, we don't invite people to come in and sit down and watch the show. I mean, Diana was a huge fan, as you can well imagine. In fact, she liked radio. She was big. She didn't have anything else. She was quite big into radio. Johnny Perry says, morning, Steve. I always presumed that mushy peas were garden peas, but recently discovered they're marrow fat peas, totally different. I wonder what mushed garden peas would be like. Just mushed. I think they do them in vinegar, don't they, or something like that. I think so. Anyway, 10 to 7. So we have this amazing prize bundle for you today. It's called the Ultimate Tech Bundle, and it's your chance to win every one of these items I'm just going to mention, every one of them. A brand new Apple iPhone 14, which is the latest iPhone, an Apple iPad Air, an Apple Watch Series 7, a pair of Apple AirPods Pro, the Bluetooth headphones, a Meta Quest 2, an all-in-one virtual reality headset with controllers, a 43-inch Samsung 4K Ultra HD Smart TV, a Samsung Galaxy Book 2 laptop, a Sonos One smart speaker, and an Amazon Kindle Paperwhite. Now, for your chance to win all of that, all of it, you don't just pick one prize, you get the whole bundle. All you have to do is send the word tech and send it to 84850. Tech is T-E-C-H. So you text tech, T-E-C-H, and send it to 84850. A voluntary donation of just £5 from every text supports Global's Make Some Noise. Now, you've got until midday on Friday, the 7th of October to enter. Keep the phone handy, because we may be calling you. Standard network rate supply. You need to be 18 or over. To see the list of participating Global stations and full terms and conditions, go to makesomenoise.com. So once again, you're texting the word tech, T-E-C-H, and sending it to 84850. Good luck. Good luck, because that's a nice bundle. As I say, that would not only sort out Christmas, but birthday presents as well, I should imagine. Paris Hilton in the paper. This is an old story they're running, actually, in the Mirror today, because we did this a couple of days ago. She can't find her pet dog, who's called Diamond Baby. I don't know why you call a dog Diamond. It's one of these little annoying chihuahuas, and it eats caviar, apparently. I've never heard of a dog eating caviar. But anyway, so this week she's hired a psychic and a dog whisperer to track down, and 2 drone operators descended on her Beverly Hills villa to conduct a thorough search from the skies. And to be honest with you, it's a chihuahua. It obviously left for a reason. It doesn't like her. It's as simple as that. Honey-loving Winnie the Pooh could hold the key to beating diabetes. A sugar-rich diet is a trigger for the metabolic disorder in humans, but a study of bears who gain weight and in winter hardly move showed they can turn it on and off. So apparently the secret is 8 hibernation proteins. Professor Joanna Kelly said it's progress towards identifying molecules controlling insulin resistance. So there you go. It's not good, is it, really? I mean, to be honest with you, if you're type 2 diabetic, then it's controlled by diet and tablets, or tablets and insulin. And if you're type 1, then you're going to be on insulin almost immediately. A lot of people do that. You get a lot of kids doing it from a very early age. They have to teach them how to inject. Although you can have, and I think it was one of the, I think it was Lottie Moss. She's got a little pump fitted, which you can see on the side of her thigh, and that monitors her insulin use and gives her insulin. It's an automatic little thing, which is very clever, actually. Very, very clever indeed. But she's sort of quite proud to display it, as indeed people do. As indeed people do. Hippo ivory on eBay. Ivory from hippopotamus is being sold. More than 600 listings for ivory worth a total of 1.2 million were on 3 websites in a month. This is researchers for Born Free have declared it became illegal to sell elephant ivory in the UK in June unless it falls under exemptions of the Ivory Act of 2018. But they said, this is Born Free, out of the 621 ivory items, 239 came from elephants, 33 from warthogs and 32 from hippos. What do they use it for? What do people use? I did see actually a thing a short while ago, and it was a picture of a warehouse somewhere, and it was just full of elephant tusks. And of course, to actually get it, they kill the elephants. I don't know if it's an accessory. I don't know. If the ivory is from beyond a certain... Because the royal family have got loads of it, and I seem to remember Prince William said that he was going to get rid of it all, and they went, I don't think you are. It's part of the Queen's collection. You won't be touching it. And theirs goes back years and years. And you can still go into parts of Soho and buy little ivory figurines. I think some are at home. I think I've got a little ivory Buddha, but it dates back to the 1960s. It's only a little tiny thing. And so people have been known to use it to bribe government officials. Not here, obviously, I don't know. What would you do with it? What would you do with it? Rarer than money or gold, apparently. Some seek out elephant ivory products for spiritual reasons, believing that a bangle or a pendant can protect the wearer from harm or bad luck. Grief, it's a bit drastic, isn't it, really? An animal loses its life. And when you see the way that some of these animals have died, you think to yourself, no, we shouldn't be selling ivory. But there's so much of it. There's so much of it. I mean, in Africa, it's been, I think, a status symbol for millennia because it comes from elephants, a highly respected animal. You never believe it, would you? Highly respected, and yet they kill them with these traps and these things that grip their feet, and they're stuck. They can't go anywhere. It's fairly easy to carve into works of art. No, not for me, thank you very much indeed. James Bond films are always pretty corny, but there's a maze. This one here, depicting the actors Sean Connery, Roger Moore, Daniel Craig, Timothy Dalton and Pierce Brosnan, alongside a Bond girl, Monaco Casino and Aston Martin, is in Illinois. They've got this huge field of maze, and somebody's carved it all. Brilliant, actually. Of course, you'll probably find somebody who believes it's done by spaceships and things like that, but it isn't. Previous themes at the farm have included the Beatles, Star Trek and the Apollo moon landing. And so they literally, because it's corn on the cob, and, it's quite brilliant. Very clever. I don't know how they do it. It's like all the people who do all the other things, you know, the students when they've had a few sherbets. And the old crop circles, they get out there. Some of them are very intricate. And people go, have you seen some of these things? And then there's the balmy side of it who go, it's spaceships. You know, the fact that spaceships will want to come down and make a funny little mess in the farmer's field of corn. I've got no idea why, but then they've never come up with an answer to it at all. Never come up. So do you really want to sell me? This is Boy George putting his mansion on the market for 17 million. I should imagine he probably rattles around inside it. It'll have no trouble selling. It's Grade 2 listed. It's big. It's in the right part of Hampstead. He bought it in 1984, so he's lived there for 40 years. The only thing they didn't tell you is how much he paid for it. I'd love to know. The decor, a little bit tacky for the producer, but the interior is done by Kelly Hoppen. Kelly Hoppen, who's a much respected designer. But it's not my choice inside, and they've had an extension put on the back, but lots of people do it. It's had a major facelift. It was built in 1868. It was owned by a comedian called Marty Feldman. Marty Feldman used to have all his stuff written by Barry Took in the 1960s. Also, this area home to Sam Smith, Liam Gallagher and actor Jude Law. But it's got a tower, a grand staircase, vaulted ceilings and huge bay windows. I should imagine it would suit a family. It's nearly 5,500 square feet, which actually I've got no idea what that is, but it just sounds fairly big, doesn't it? When you look in terms of what the rest of us have got, this is a big place. But 17 million. I reckon there'd be a bidding war over it, because in that part of London, it's the kind of place that you'd want. Meanwhile, protests are erupting over a bid to draft 300,000 people. Police have now arrested 800 to 1,000 people in violent crackdowns. This is over in Russia. Putin's going, we want you, we're going to take you, and all the rest of it. And his snatch squad's on the screen, on the streets. It's almost like the people years ago who used to grab people for the manning of the tall ships. and then you'd be gone for years, absolutely years and years. And so they'd go out there, the press gangs they were called. Putin operates in Russia. They grab them off the streets and you will go and fight in Ukraine. No, we won't. Apparently every flight out of Russia is fully booked for quite a long while.